Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my God. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you guys.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, rainy New York, New York. I'm locked up. They won't let me out. They won't let me out. I'm locked up. That's right. The number one criminal of all time. The greatest criminal of all time. Hasanabi Piker coming to you live from also stolen territory. I don't know exactly who they stole this part of the land from, but stolen indigenous territory, stolen indigenous land. We're live, we're alive, and yeah. What can I say? I mean, there's obviously an elephant in the room that needs to be addressed, and I probably will get to it. But before I get to that, obviously, this is the time for personal news. It's 11:23 a.m. Pacific time, and it is 2:23 p.m. Eastern time here where I'm at in New York City, New York. Okay? And, oh boy, oh buddy, things have materialized. As you guys know, actually, normally I would say I'm a chud-ass loser, so I have nothing going on in my life, but this is the one instance where I won't say that. I do have shit going on in my life. A lot of shit, actually. And no, it's not the news. Hold on one second. I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this for you guys while I go grab my coffee.
Voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube like Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters of hate.
agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible. Now, I shouldn't have probably said those words, and I shouldn't have said any of the words I've been saying. You know what I mean? I just wanna start off by saying, obviously, this is the number one broadcast for loving Donald Trump. This is the number one pro Donald Trump broadcast. No one on the planet loves Donald Trump as much as I do. Mr. President, I love you. I think about you all the time. I love the ballroom. I love the ballroom the most. Number one ballroom defending podcast. I'm gonna act right. I'm gonna act right. Okay. I'm gonna donate to the ballroom. Actually, I think we need to donate to the ball. I'm gonna do a fundraiser with this community for the ballroom. How about that? Federal authorities took me to Area 51 for being a Hasanabi head and alienate my ass. Now, of course, maybe some of you are unfamiliar with what's going on, and maybe many of you are completely aware of what's going on. But last night I ended the broadcast. I was tired, and I thought, I'll just go to bed. I'll just go to sleep early. I have to wake up really early to do a photo shoot for a magazine. This was probably one of the craziest photo shoots that I've done so far, by the way, and I'll get to that in a second. But I, on the other hand, got a text message, or rather a voicemail, from a Fox News producer saying that I had been subpoenaed by the federal government. And I was like, that's strange. Asking for comment. And before I could even respond to the journalist, an article materialized on the timeline. I'm going to be talking about that in a little bit. But let's just say that kind of fucked my whole night up. It fucked my plans up. I still was able to do a little tub sesh. Get in the tub, get in the hot tub, get in the bathtub, a little bit of salt, cook myself up like a lobster, and then go to bed and wake up early. Now, the reason why I had to wake up early was because I had a photo shoot. Okay, I had a photo shoot this morning. That's what I was doing this morning. As a matter of fact, yesterday I had a fitting for this photo shoot before I started the broadcast. And the stylist, who had also worked on Marty Supreme, by the way, had so many sick pulls that were vintage that I literally bought some of them. Straight up. I bought some of them off of her. I was like, if you're not going to return these, can I buy these? And she was like, sure. Including the pants that I'm wearing right now. And I did a photo shoot this morning. All morning. Woke up at 5. Couldn't really sleep. Couldn't really sleep at all. Went to bed at like around 12. Wait, what? I'm glad you hired a stylist. I didn't hire a stylist. There was a stylist for the magazine photo shoot that I'm doing, that I did. And she brought racks of clothes to do a fitting yesterday to pick out outfits for this magazine photo shoot. And I liked some of them because they were vintage. There was a vintage Armani suit, Giorgio Armani. And normally shit doesn't fit me at all, but she had like pulled stuff somehow that actually fit. So I was like, well, I was gonna purchase stuff like this regardless. And I bought some of it. My name is Giovanni Giorgio. Anyway, but it was a great photo shoot overall. It was very professional. There's still one more. You're perfect with the vintage Armani look, bro. You should try and source more. Yeah, I mean, it was super cheap too. Like the pants I'm wearing are like Armenigildo Zegna, and I think they were like $30 or something. Secondhand, vintage, reseller. It was dope. It was nice. But yeah, obviously some more important things going on. Some more important things going on in the world, in my world, and specifically in U.S. politics, and oftentimes my world and the world of U.S. politics unfortunately merge. Zegna is hella expensive, bro. What the fuck? Yeah, these pants that I'm wearing right now are Zegna, $30. Because when you you allowed to disclose what magazine the photo shoot was for? No. Let's go. $30. Great pants. What more? I know. But yeah, we'll get to obviously the elephant in the room that I will be addressing. But that's what I spent my morning doing, and I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great. Okay. I mean, it's bullshit, but still not great that, you know, they're after your boy. They're up my ass. And I'll obviously get into it right now. I'll tell you all about it, but let me blast off real quick. We will free you, brother. Yeah, free me. Free me. Free me. I can't believe I'm saying that, but I'm you know, I'm about to be seemingly made an example of in America's America. I wouldn't even say creep towards fascism. America's galloping towards fascism. But we shall see. Great timing. The timing since the interview yesterday is crazy, though. Yeah, I saw a lot of like weird suspicions that, you know, oh, this is because of Elon Musk. Guys, that's not how this works, okay? The federal government doesn't if the federal government can do things at the mercy of billionaires like Elon Musk could have made a boss call at some point, but getting a subpoena from the federal government, that takes time. It's an administrative warrant, not dissimilar to the ones that ICE uses, so there's technically no real authority backing it from what I understand, but we'll obviously, you know, I haven't gotten anything yet, so I don't know. I don't fucking know anything. But you know, this is a long-term process. So this is not new, if that makes sense. If you think that this was like, you know, this happened because of Elon Musk or something, well, no, that's not the case. Right? No, it's not a congressional subpoena. It's from the DOJ and the Treasury. The white boys got you, inshallah. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get into that right now. We're blasting off. Hope you're lawyered up. Yes, I'll get lawyered up. Don't worry. Trump targets Hasan Piker. Someone wrote a script for you. Yeah, I saw. Hasan is on the stand. Senator Kennedy recounts Dr. Jihad's cussy lesson verbatim. Mr. Piker, do you think Somebody making these remarks should be conducting humanitarian aid missions. Hasan smirks and lowers his finger. Fa! Rings out in the congressional hall. Acquitted. Yeah. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. God forbid a white boy get a little motion. Get Legal Eagle on your team. Guys, that's not how this works. I need like a fucking... I need a team, most likely of First Amendment, like lawyers that are specifically... lawyers that are experienced in federal court cases, possibly a lawyer for First Amendment related issues as well, and then also one that is adept and knowledgeable on sanctions and the Treasury and OFAC in particular. So it's not like no disrespect to Legal Eagle, who is a brilliant lawyer, I assume, but very different type of lawyer is necessary in this situation. So, do not talk about what's going on before talking to a lawyer. I mean, there's nothing guys, I have not had anything happen to me yet. Like, technically, nothing has happened to me. It's just Fox News is saying things are happening to me. So, and it's not like there's anything that I've done. But the unfortunate reality here is you don't really have to do anything for this government to decide that they want to do something with you. Let chat be your lawyer. What is this? You was never Muslim before. You was Shia. That's why you were brainwashed. You was never Muslim before. You was Shia. That's why you were brainwashed. Socialism led people to be poor. Even capitalism. Democracy is a fairy tale lie. Legal Eagle has a huge team of like 200 plus. He's not just one guy. Yeah, I know. I don't. Anyway, the liberals at the politics sub are defending you. Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. r/politics defending me is crazy. Meanwhile, Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin and did propaganda for him. Interviewed him in Moscow, Lamau, for going to Cuba. Didn't that Shirley fellow also go there? Why isn't he on that list? Yes, but see, Shirley went there to parrot the talking points provided to him by Trump. Nick Shirley thought he went to Cuba, but he just accidentally locked himself in a Miami airport bathroom for 45 minutes. Cuban Americans who like to make claims about government repression in Cuba are celebrating Trump going after Hasan Piker and others who were part of the convoy that delivered aid to Cubans. If you haven't seen their dishonesty yet, you might want to start paying attention. So let's get started. So I'm hit in the face with this text message, or this voicemail rather, from fucking Fox News producer, and it's a little bit alarming. It's a little bit shocking. I'm like, what's going on? Like, what do you? I'm a little bit confused because I'm like, why does Fox News know about something that apparently is going on in my life that I didn't know about, right? Eric Garland. If Treasury OFAC bothers to send you a subpoena, it's not your week. I didn't know what OFAC was until season 2 of Friends and Neighbors on Apple. Just to be clear, it's not like you won the lottery. OFAC, yeah, I know what OFAC is. I'm very familiar with what OFAC is. You want to know why I'm very familiar with what OFAC is? Because we fucking filed OFAC clearances before going to Cuba. I've talked about it extensively, as a matter of fact. Our trip had to be OFAC compliant. This is bullshit. But, yeah, the very same reason why Fox News got this story before anyone else, and the very same reason why the suspicions within the subpoena, according to Fox News, are ridiculous is because this is very clearly another intimidation tactic from the American government. It is a way to silence dissent. It is a way to silence dissent. It's a way to actively tie up activists, dissidents alike. It's a way to try to have a chilling effect on speech. And some people, it seems, some likely and some unlikely people have been cheering it on. We'll be talking about that in a second as well. You might need Zoran Magic for this one. Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah. I don't think Zoran Momdani is going to be doing that anytime soon because I'm not a concerning incident that took place in the New York City region of America. You know what I mean? Highly doubt it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he'll prove me wrong. I don't know. But anyway. So let's get started with the article, I guess. By the way, I said Fox News, federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and Code Pink co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Now, very clearly, they leaked this story to Fox News ahead of time because it's an intimidation operation. It's not a serious investigation into serious misconduct or anything. It's just a way to prod and intimidate and tie people up with paperwork in a costly legal battle and basically punish them. It's costly for the government too, by the way, but obviously we are, we're living in a unique, interesting time where the government loves wasting taxpayer dollars, as evidenced by the last thing that Trump did, the $1.776 billion slush fund. The government loves wasting taxpayer dime. In any case, Fed subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Investigation part of a broader dragnet involving as many 40 American citizens who joined Marxist convoy to Havana. First on Fox, breaking news. Federal officials have served subpoenas to Marxist political influencer Hasan Piker and co-pick co-founder Susan Medea Benjamin as a part of a wider investigation into whether U.S. organizations and leaders violated U.S. laws and sanctions in supporting Cuba's communist regime, Fox News Digital has learned. Piker and Benjamin are among those caught in a federal inquiry into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanctions laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with the Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. The administrative subpoenas were sent to the pair by the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control. So not only were we OFAC compliant, but I'm also doubly protected because I didn't just go to Cuba on a humanitarian aid trip. I went to Cuba with a journalism visa. So I actually got a press visa from the Cuban government as well. So this is not only an attack against, activists and people who want to do humanitarian aid work to countries that the United States of America is starving. But beyond that, I was there to interview people. I interviewed regular Cubans and ordinary Cubans in Cuban society. I interviewed doctors, and I also interviewed government officials. And not only is this not illegal, but it's also out there, It's not a secret. If you go to my YouTube page right now, you can see it. It's actually right here. I went to Cuba. This is what I saw. Mini doc. I pretty much filmed everything that I did there. And I put it into this mini doc. Here I am interviewing the foreign minister. This is not illegal. This is actually very legal. So, kind of strange. Also, one of the things that they brought up is really funny. The administrative subpoenas called Requests for Information, or RFI, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around the trips the two widely bragged about making to the island nation in March with the delegations of the Nuestra America Convoy, or Our America Convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba, according to the sources familiar with the matter. The investigation is part of a broader effort by officials at the Treasury, State, and Justice Departments to curb malign foreign influence operations inside the United States, particularly activities tied to support for political violence, extremist movements, or acts the U.S. government classifies as terrorism. The scrutiny reflects growing concern among federal authorities and lawmakers over whether foreign actors and aligned organizations are attempting to shape American political discourse, mobilize activists, and sow discord and normalize rhetoric that could encourage violence or undermine U.S. national security interests. Ken Klippenstein believes that this is a tie into the NSPM-7, the whole counterterrorism initiative that they have. According to the American government, it's actually terrorism to be anti-fascist. It's terrorism to be anti-capitalist, and now I guess it's terrorism to send humanitarian aid, to deliver humanitarian aid to an island nation that we have starved and caused tremendous suffering to. Incredible. So yeah, I mean, what can you say? It's just pure evil, I guess. According to a Fox News digital investigation, Singham has pumped $278 million into nonprofit groups that have pushed pro-China, pro-Cuba, anti-U.S. narratives and street protests for almost a decade since his marriage in February 2017 to Code Pink co-founder Jody Evans, who's also being investigated for her role in the March trip. Code Pink received $1.3 million from Singham after he married Evans. This is Jody Evans, who I took a photo with. They love this photo for some reason. I don't know why. She's one of the co-founders of Code Pink. She's wonderful. And it's like all of this investigation, at least the high notes, make it seem like they just saw stuff on like New York Post and on Twitter and were like, oh, this must be valid. In mid-March, organizations in the Singham Network, from the Venceremos Brigade to People's Forum, a hub for communist cause in New York City, were leaders of the Nuestra American Convoy, which included an estimated 650 delegates from 33 countries and 120 organizations. The organizations included Democratic Socialists of America, a U.S. nonprofit that promotes Piker as a headline member. By the way, that's so funny. The DSA does not promote me as a headline member. But, fuck it. We ball. The investigation of the Office of Foreign Assets Control is part of a broader dragnet that includes as many as 40 American citizens who joined foreign nationals, including a controversial Brazil activist, Tiago Avia, who are part of a global network of anti-U.S. Marxist, communist, and socialist. Additional subpoenas are expected. The administrative subpoenas mark a serious escalation by the Trump administration against a far-left nonprofit activist network that has spent years defending communist regimes from Cuba to China, while presenting its work as humanitarian aid, anti-war organizing, and solidarity with people oppressed by the imperialist U.S. colonial power. Yeah, because that's what it is. It's an anti-war initiative. Code Pink is an anti-war initiative, an anti-war movement that wants to stop American wars. Yeah. Badge of honor means you touched a nerve. In my case, they never actually served the subpoena, and I bet your lawyers can successfully move the quash. Hopefully. There's more, though. The story gets even dumber. As reported, a Fox News digital investigation has identified 145 U.S. nonprofits and activist groups with $1 billion in collective revenues that Justice and Treasury Department officials are investigating as a part of a wider influence campaign by Cuba's communist regime and foreign actors. First of all, Cuba doesn't even have $1 billion. Like, this is why it's insane, but also kind of funny in a weird way whenever people are like, oh, I bet you're getting paid by the Cuban government. Bro, they don't have money. With what money? You think they got money? Are you fucking insane? It's one of those things where I can't tell if people are just like so used to only at advancing causes for monetary reasons, like they just can't possibly fathom the idea that someone would want to genuinely help the Cuban population, genuinely demand that we stop, killing Cubans with our economic terrorism, right? What money do they have to give me money? You know what I mean? It's very stupid. Anyway, according to public statements, it's believed that delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list. Oh, this is what's really funny. This is not a part of the subpoena, I don't think. This journalist is just adding this on. I haven't received a subpoena yet, so I have no idea. But let me tell you why. Because that's not real. We didn't actually stay at the wrong hotel. That was just something that people made up on Twitter, except for an American citizen who recently did violate OFAC and stayed at a hotel that America does not allow American citizens to stay in. It wasn't me, though. It was Nick Shirley. Literally, the hotel that Nick Shirley was in was actually on the state sponsor of terrorism list. Okay? We obviously didn't stay at a hotel that we obviously didn't stay at a fucking hotel that the American government has made illegal to stay in. Nick Shirley, on the other hand, whether because he's a fucking idiot or because, it doesn't really matter what he does because he's basically an agent for the state, did stay in a hotel that was illegal for him to stay in. I personally think it's idiotic. You should be able to stay in whatever fucking hotel you want to, by the way. I think it's a totally ridiculous restriction imposed upon Americans and Americans only, mind you. Right? It's hilarious that the mouth-breathing rightoid accidentally violated U.S. Treasury rules, yet they're targeting the scary Marxists for literally following the law. Yeah. But yeah, if this is the investigation, that's hilarious. This is just like headline chasing. The federal government got clickbaited by Twitter headlines. Yeah. Federal government targeting people because they mobilize activists, sow discord, and normalize rhetoric, as suggested here, would be a blatant violation of the First Amendment. So yeah, not only is this this is very clearly a First Amendment violation, and I don't know if this is the one that breaks the dam, where they just like try to figure out trumped up charges to like actively prosecute people who've done nothing wrong, mind you, but. They just do this to finally tackle fucking the First Amendment. I don't know. When's the court date? I don't know anything. I don't know anything because I have not received a subpoena. Okay? I need you to understand something. I have not received a subpoena. I don't know. There is no information that I have received. Wasn't most of what you did? Yes, everything we did in Cuba was cleared with the State Department. Or not the State Department, the Treasury. This is also coming from that very same regulatory body. This is coming from the Treasury. Treasury is the one that handles sanctions. Ridiculous or not. To be, you have to be personally served. So not only is this bad reporting by Fox News the most basic detail, defamatory, but they're directly outed themselves as collaborators. Guys. Of course they're collaborating. What do you mean? Yeah. Yes. the whole point of this is to get this article out there and to basically tell people like, oh, you got some opinions about the Trump administration? Oh, you want to aid the starving children that we are starving? The Trump administration is starving? Well, that's illegal now. Okay, we're going to make that illegal, or at least we're going to try to make that illegal. The whole point of this is to leak this to Fox News ahead of time to start the process of, like, you know, threatening people. U.S. law imposes broad restrictions on financial transactions involving Cuba, primarily through the Cuban Asset Control Regulations, Administrative Office of Foreign Assets Control. Those rules generally prohibit unlicensed travel-related transactions and exports of goods or services to Cuba, with limited exceptions for journalism, humanitarian projects, and educational programs and certain activities meant to support the Cuban people. Again. Did they sneak taking these photos of you? Yes. I talked to some people, and I suspect that they got creep shots of me in the morning as Kaya was peeing before I go to the gym. And then they also got they got creep shots of you know, someone who works with me as well, which was really fucking annoying. That means that they just parked outside my house all the way back in motherfucking January, like months ago, and have just been taking photos of me, which is definitely weird. It's a violation of my privacy, but, you know, it is what it is. Piker, one of the most influential political streamers on Twitch, has built a massive online following with a mix of Marxist politics, anti-American commentary, and inflammatory statements that have repeatedly drawn public backlash. On March 10th, Piker posted a photo of himself on Instagram with the message, "I'm going to Cuba." In an Instagram post from the trip, Singham's wife, Evans, smiled widely in Havana, wearing a red and white Palestinian scarf, or keffiyeh, around her neck, while standing beside Piker, who looked seriously into the camera. On a live stream this week, Piker said that the Justice Department's indictment of Cuban leader Raul Castro was a sham with no legal standing, designed to create a pretext for escalating U.S. pressure on the island. Piker argued that Trump is acting like a playground bully. By the way, no notes. I cooked on that. Every single thing that I said there is correct. Fox News Digital recently observed Piker outside his Los Angeles home, escorting his dog Kaya outside of the house for a bathroom break early one morning. Kaya, a large breed dog that is a mix of Tibetan Mastiff, Chow Chow, and St. Bernard, has been the beloved subject of an online campaign dubbed Free Kaya over allegations Piker trained Kaya with a shock collar that transmits painful stimuli as a part of behavioral training. At one moment, Piker silently stood over Kaya, gestured with a finger for her to return to the house after relieving herself. Later, Kaya was observed being walked and driven by a woman leaving Piker's home. This is insane, right? By the way, once again, this proves many different things that I have been saying conclusively, which is that, you know, Kaya goes on walks while I'm streaming. And it's really funny that people just wouldn't believe me at all. And now there is this, it's in the fucking paper, okay? I like that they framed it like I was doing something unbelievably sinister. I like that they are framing this as like something sinister where I pointed to the house. Benjamin has made her mark as an activist gadfly who stages media spectacles at congressional hearings, defense industry trade conferences, and the homes of government officials, yelling in invectives, chants, and slogans, branding herself as anti-war, but actually running a pattern of messages denouncing the U.S. and uplifting communist and authoritarian regimes of the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Chinese Communist Party and the Communist Party of China. Communist Party of Cuba. Fox News Digital recently observed Benjamin outside her colorful home in Washington, D.C. with her partner and fellow activist, T.Gay Barry, who accompanied her on the trip to Havana. What? Someone also noticed the creep shots disprove that you use a shock collar. It doesn't, guys. This has been discussed a million times over and over and over again. There's, yes. Not only does Kaya get numerous walks, but yes, she doesn't have a shock collar. It doesn't even matter. You think my fucking haters give a shit? It was never about the truth, okay? Anyway, Piker's been criticized as saying America deserved 9/11, a remark he later said it was poorly phrased, and for past comments about Representative Dan Crenshaw, Navy SEAL veteran who lost an eye in Afghanistan. More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, by the way, shouts out to all the Democrats who are up my ass and have been up my ass, the Israel First Democrats. Thank you. You are giving ample, you're giving ample permission. You're giving ample permission to the fascists that want to take away not just my rights, but your rights as well. So, see you in the camps, I guess. You know? More recently, critics, including Representative Richie Torres, have accused Piker of amplifying anti-Semitic rhetoric after October 7, while Piker has denied anti-Semitism and said his criticism is aimed at Israel, not Jews. The larger group under scrutiny includes Isra Hersey, the daughter of Representative Ilhan Omar, according to sources, with investigators examining whether Omar may have funded her daughter's travel to Cuba. Omar didn't respond to an early request for comment about her daughter's trip. Piker, Benjamin, Singham, Evans, and Code Pink did not respond to requests for comment. Yeah, it's because you literally fucking sent me a request for comment and then immediately published. Not to say that I would probably give Fox News a comment anyway, but according to sources, the Office of Foreign Assets Control is also investigating Code Pink's DC coordinator, Olivia DiNucci, a former Division I basketball star from Emerson College in Boston. Her unassuming girl-next-door persona often gains her entry into coveted spaces, and then she disrupts with loud theatrics. She joined a convoy led by the Brazilian activist Avila. A lot of this, by the way, does still have a lot to do with Israel. It's not just about Cuba, but it's also about Israel as well. Why bother reading someone's comment if you're just going to immediately tell them that it doesn't matter? Wait, what? That's what you're upset about? Like right now? I can't even begin to explain to you how hard you must lock in, my friend. Please. Anyway. Yeah. The Office of Foreign Assets Control can impose civil penalties under a strict liability standard, meaning the government does not have to prove intent. The Justice Department, by contrast, generally must show that a defendant willfully violated the law in a criminal case, often through evidence of concealment, evasion, or knowing participation in prohibited transactions. In a long live stream on Saturday, Piker interviewed another influencer, Ashley St. Clair, about having a baby with billionaire Elon Musk, railed against Trump, defended communist leaders of Cuba, and Free Associated about other topics in the news, including a shooting outside the White House, decrying the chaos in America. It's fucking terrifying, he said. Good. Our citizens should be fighting for America, not against her. Sometimes I think people forget you're a real person with real things happening to you. Yes. I've read through all the SEC state exceptions for Cuba travel. The main concern is whether you maintain a schedule consistent with full-time work in journalism, humanitarianism, etc., which you obviously did, and we can see that, given you were live and made a documentary in like 4 days. Yeah. So, just finished watching your Breath of the Wild playthrough. Had no clue you were a political commentator until news on X that you've been subpoenaed. So you know how you said, once they come for you, that we're cooked? Does this mean we are now in fact cooked? We'll see. But the author is a psycho, it seems. Democratic Socialists use the rose in their graphics, branding, and protest signs, symbol of their ideological belief. Let me break it down. Hasan Piker is one of the most prominent members of the Democratic Socialists of America. First of all, not a member. Not an official member, at least. Maybe an honorary one, but not an official one. But fine, whatever. I've long maintained the position that I am, org agnostic, although I love the Democratic Socialists of America the most, for sure. DSA political candidate Oliver Larkin expressed support for Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin in the face of subpoenas from Treasury Department from their March trip to Cuba and possible violation of sanctions. Cuba is a one-party state, the Communist Party of Cuba, Partido Comunista de Cuba, PCC, the only political party in Cuba. Democratic Socialists of America is a key member of the transnational network backing the Communist Party of Cuba. So do you guys see what's going on here? They're trying to get everyone tied up. Like they're trying to get every like left activism network in this country, like all matter of like activism, whether it be socialist, whether it be anti-capitalist, all this stuff. What is she said? Hashtag free Kaya. Hello, Hassan the Hun. Surrender your ego and accept one of these offers for a new home for Kaya. You curse at her all the time. You were clearly frustrated with Kaya. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live. This is a Fox News reporter, dude. This is the Fox News reporter that wrote this article. That's incredible. That's so crazy. She isn't a potted plant. Let her live as a dog. Free to roam. A home. Move, run, meander. Hashtag free Kaya. Ironic because her literal fucking reporting, if you can call it that, shows that she is meandering and going on walks and going to parks and shit. It's like genuinely insane. She's reposting AWK 2000. Indeed, Hasan Piker is drawn to the attention of federal authorities for possibly aiding and abetting a communist regime. Then he has drawn the ire of dog lovers for allegedly using a shock collar on his cute dog Kaya. It's a public service to draw attention to both issues. It's unbelievable, dude. What a time to be alive, you know? But yeah, to which I said, of course, to this article, I said the American government would rather try to criminalize delivering aid to a country we've starved than punish the Epstein class. Max Blumenthal says, an unintentionally hilarious article by Zionist nutbag Asra Nomani to justify the House GOP's McCarthyite fishing expedition. Among the infractions committed by Hasan Piker and Medea Benjamin are staying in the wrong hotel in Havana and this. To which I replied with, we stayed at the right hotel, by the way. The government got duped by a fucking viral Twitter post. I'm losing my mind. Isn't that crazy? If that's one of the suspicions, that's literally not a thing that happened. It's just not a thing that happened. What is this? Even if this were true, the difference is that Hassan regularly condemns the Armenian genocide while you worms long live for the latifundia days. What? Yeah. All of my sweatiest ops are also having a fucking field day with this, apparently. Okay. Reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. To which Cuss says, this is just explicitly, first day came for the communists, by the way. Literally, there is a very famous poem by a German Lutheran pastor that starts with, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, for I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. That's literally the major takeaway, is that it doesn't stop and end with your perceived ideological enemies, which I shouldn't even be your ideological enemy. If you are a liberal and this is a fascist administration, this is your opportunity. This is your moment to fucking buck up, okay? To nut up or shut up. This is your opportunity to say, you know, it's gone too far. Maybe I'm not the biggest fan of Hasan. We have our disagreements, but this is unbelievable. This is ridiculous. This is madness. And yet, these guys don't comprehend exactly what's happening. They don't understand what's taking shape in front of their eyes. They think this is a great opportunity to attack their own personal online internet enemies. One-sided beefs half the time. I think it is perhaps the greatest demonstration that a lot of these guys on the internet are simply led by these cults of personality, which is ironic because they say that about me all the time, but they're just led by cults of personality that don't really care about politics at all, don't really care about organizing at all, don't really care about the things that they ostensibly care about, or the way that they present themselves as caring about certain things like liberal values even. They just have personal vendettas. And unfortunately, many of their followers also just advance those personal vendettas. And that's what's really interesting, because this is one of those instances. This is a turning point, right? This is a turning point where our rights are all under attack by a fascist administration, by a fascist government. And it's very clear that there are a decent number of self-identifying liberals on the internet that come from these communities, whether it be the Sex Pestany community or whether it be Bad Empanada as well, who are not really invested in any sort of real political movement or even undermining the Trump agenda, and not even doing grievance politics necessarily, but just like doing grievance against individual Twitch streamers that they don't like. And it's very strange that their fan base advances those unbelievably selfish desires without even realizing that they're not doing anything remotely political. They're not doing anything remotely political at all. They think they are. They think this is political activism, but all they're doing is advancing the interests of a content creator that they watch, that they're a part of a cult. It's crazy. I'm uncommitted to standing with the podcaster Hasan Piker. He has done more than be lesser evil of the two evils against Trump if he wants to earn my support. First of all, this is an admission that you would vote for Donald Trump over me. Okay? I know you're trying to make a point, a really bad point, regardless. This idea that, like, I deserve to be punished by the Trump administration because you have perceived me engaging in some kind of slight against Kamala Harris, when I dared to criticize Kamala Harris's failures in the campaign and warned that she was going to most likely lose, right? And they're all hitting the same line. I'm uncommitted on Hasan getting subpoenaed. He needs to stop acting like he's the lesser of two evils and instead be the good. Remember, these are all liberals. These are all liberals who claim to hate Trump. This is supposed to be their number one thing. The only thing they're supposed to hate is Donald Trump, right? They don't really even care about the policies all that much. As long as a D is doing the same exact kind of policies, they're fine with it. But they hate Donald Trump for, whether it's because of the way Trump moves, the way Trump operates. It doesn't matter. They're supposed to hate Trump. And they can't even do that right. Okay? This person says, does Hasan Piker think Kamala Harris would have done the same? Just wondering. To which I responded with, you'd cheer it on the same. You'd cheer it on just the same, big dog. Clearly. I think this proves that the Trump admin are the true agents of liberalism and saviors of centrism that the Democrats have consistently fallen short of being. You need to begin to moderate your radical opinions. Let Trump win again, which is good because he's going after you, but bad because he's mean to the goat Schumer. Yeah. And so many of these guys are just Israel first too, which is very strange. You know? Like even fucking Third Way at least understands that like openly cheering this on would be a bad look for them because they're adults. They're fucking adults. They're adult enough to understand that this is a horrifying precedent. Right? Meanwhile, you got fucking the ultras to my left on the bad empanada side celebrating this, okay? Saying like, oh yeah, Trump administration should actually arrest this person because he's a real Zionist, which Trump, the straight up slave of Israel, is not the Zionist in this equation. I am, right? From their perspective. They're trying to justify this that way. So ridiculous. And then, of course, the anti-Trump Sex Pestany is saying, reminder that red shirts and brown shirts going at it is actually super beneficial for libs and democracy, and it would be the stupidest thing in the universe for libs to intervene. Famously, fascists always stop at the edge cases. Famously. Yeah, another. Hasan Piker says Hasan Piker as he's dragged away by Guantanamo's dragged away to Guantanamo by Trump's secret police. Like, look. Yeah, this is amazing. According to public statements, it is believed that the delegation members stayed at a hotel the U.S. State Department has put on a Cuba restricted list as businesses directly tied to the communist government of Cuba designated a state sponsor of terrorism. We stayed at a legal hotel. This whole thing seems to stem from an erroneous viral tweet. Know who did actually stay at a sanctioned hotel? Nick Shirley. We know because he broadcast from it and told everyone he stayed there. Yeah. Anyway, but all of these like very annoying centrists on the timeline whose only thing that they hate, whose only thing that they fucking supposedly hate is this guy from the Manhattan Institute thinks the subpoena is because of your wads of cash comment.
He's been living.
Yeah. It's not illegal. It's literally not illegal to bring cash and give fucking and purchase things in Cuban businesses, or even give it straight up on the fucking street if you want to give it out to people. That's literally a normal tourism function. There's a humanitarian purpose beyond it as well. None of this is illegal, guys. I always found it odd that when Hasan got off the plane in Cuba, one of the first people waiting to take a selfie with him was Jody Evans, Neville Roy Singham's wife and CodePink co-founder. I don't know. Maybe because she was one of the people that was on the fucking... She's a part of the CodePink organization. And CodePink was also there. Like, they were also, you know, putting... I don't even know the exact details, but they were also part of organizing the trip together. But I know you usually let the work of rallying the orgs you support, but in case they try to bring you to court, you should definitely consider coordinating with orgs you've been pushing and try to publicly mobilize your community and not only your defense, but use yourself as an example that the admin is hunting down real pro-American voices like Medea. Show them that your emotion goes beyond being a Twitter power user that's buddies with Elon's exes. Dude. Sometimes I welcome rotting for the rest of my life in a fucking federal penitentiary rather than having to deal with long-term community members who have like unbelievably snide remarks even in this fucking moment. Like, what the fuck? Dude, what? you're giving me advice on something that you don't know if I'm doing or not, okay? And then also you have to slap me with a fucking backhand and be like, all you technically do is just, hang out with Elon Musk's exes, dude. Why don't you do some real fucking organizing? Well, bitch, I did. Okay. And guess what? The government was like, we're throwing your ass in jail. Fuck you. Okay. What do you want me to do? Literally, people are so funny. They'll be like, oh, Hasan, all you do is fucking sit at home. You asshole. You don't do anything. You sit at home and you collect checks. You say, subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. And you get your legion of adoring fans to subscribe to your Twitch stream, right? All you do is sit at home. You don't do shit. I go out and I do shit. Then they say, oh, you're performative. You're performative. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. You wore a shirt. You wore an expensive shirt while you were doing things. If you were doing real things, the government would be after you. Now the fucking government is after me, and they're like, well, the government's after you, and it's good, actually. Well, at a certain point, you have to realize, like, maybe this gripe has nothing to do with what I'm doing or what you think I could be doing more of, and instead has everything to do with the fact that you just have been geared into despising me from all of the fucking negatively framed clips all over the goddamn right-wing algorithms. Hassan's New Pharmacist, thank you for the 10-tier on gifted subs. Jaeger Larson, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway. Very AKBD. Thank you. It's very, very strange, dude. Like these guys are straight up saying like it's not criminal, but it should be criminalized. Basically, that's what it is. Any chance that unhinged Fox News author made it up? Probably not. But again, I don't know because I haven't received a fucking subpoena, so I have no idea. I don't know. So there is that side of the story as well. Not an ideal way to add to your lore, I know. You can't pay for this kind of publicity, fam. Okay, guys, I'll be honest. I prefer not to have this publicity, okay? If you think that this is just like, it's good. I know some of you are looking for a silver lining in this situation, but this is not good, okay? There is no world where having to deal with like a federal case is actually a good moment. I would much rather not have to deal with this at all, okay? But yeah, Austerity Stuff says, them leaders need to speak out against this gross dictatorial abuse of power and the law to chill dissent. And I'm not talking simply progressives. Yeah. Hopefully. The TMZ moms thinks it's because you had Elon's baby mama on. They see on your side. Yeah. But yeah, that's where we're at. Problem is the Dem leadership hates the left too. Yeah, but this is one of those moments where they actually do have to say something because they understand that. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Because guess what? While this is happening, Face the Nation had Josh Gottheimer on alongside Mike Lawler to talk about how there's a condemnation bill on me. That's what happened a couple hours ago. CBS News Face the Nation looked at a situation where this right-wing fascist government is engaging in unprecedented actions against the First Amendment and decided to bring on one Democrat and one Republican congressperson to also attack that very same person that's targeted by the state. They didn't hit me up. They didn't hit me up to be like, hey, what do you think about this? This ridiculous attack against you and against this humanitarian aid flotilla, against the First Amendment. Like, what do you think the impact is here? What do you think the goals are? They were like, no, actually, let's add more fucking fuel to the fire. And let's have Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer on Face the Nation to talk their shit.
I do want to get to
which is not surprising. I mean, it's CBS, right? It's ZBS, let's be real. But it's just like, it's so clear. It's so clear what the fuck is going on. I mean, this is collaboration. This is collaboration. The reason why they're doing it is because, again, they don't like that I talk shit about Israel. They don't like that I am a loudmouth, a rabble rouser. And they want to fucking lock me up and throw away the key.
Issue of anti-Semitism, because we wanted to have you both on together because you are working together on ways to address the rise in anti-Semitism in the U.S. Congressman Gottheimer, I understand the value in lawmakers drawing attention to some of the really vile incidents that we have seen in this country lately. The stabbing of a Jewish man on the streets of New York, the shooting at the Capitol Jewish Museum here in Washington. But what can Congress realistically do about this problem?
Well, we know since October 7th and Hamas's terrorist attacks, anti-Semitic incidents in the country are up 70%. Mike and I in both our states have some of the top anti-Semitic numbers of anti-Semitic incidents in the entire country. It's totally unacceptable. And what's happening now is it's far too often in our politics on both sides, right? Whether it's Hasan Piker, who's a streamer on the left, or Candace Owens on the right, who are campaigning with candidates around the country, actually encouraging some of the most vile anti-Semitic language, like Hasan Piker, who calls
in your
Jews
party
pig dogs, Candace Owens, who denies
in your
the
party
Holocaust. We've got
in your party, you're a Democrat. In your party, it's an anti-Trump initiative. Oh, I'm sorry that we're putting up fighters to fight for the Democrats, to advance this cause against Israel, which 90% of the Democratic base agrees on. They're on my side, Josh, not on yours.
candidates on both sides who've embraced them, who've made insane comments, like the woman in Texas this past week, a Democratic candidate who said that Jews should be in camps. You've got Dan Bilzerian in Florida, who said we should exterminate Jews. None of this should be acceptable. And Mike and I, whether it's through the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which we passed out of the House last Congress on defining anti-Semitism and have introduced again this Congress, or both of us condemning Piker and Owens in legislation, both of us believe deeply that we need to stand up to this. And Mike's been very outspoken, as have others, and our leadership on both sides needs to make it very clear time and again that you don't stand with people like Owens and Piker, and they're not welcome in our districts, and none of this language is acceptable either. I think it's very important.
Congressman Lawler, why do you believe that fringe candidates like the one that Congressman Gottheimer just mentioned sense that there is a market for that sort of hate to begin with? Is there some kind of permission structure that has been created in both of your parties?
Well, I don't think there's any question that anti-Semitism...
Dude. First of all, it's ironic that he's talking about how I'm such a malign force or malignant force in American politics. But then also at the same time, he brings up Maureen Galindo, which is not a candidate that I've endorsed. So that doesn't really make sense, does it? Like if this is what I like, I would probably endorse her, right? Well, I didn't. This is just it. These guys don't have a fucking leg to stand on. They're just chirping. The problem is, even though the overwhelming majority of the population don't believe the chirp, don't agree with the chirp, and actually despise this kind of chirping, it still doesn't matter, right? Because the machine, yeah, by the way, they mentioned Candace Owens very little in this conversation. Have you guys noticed that? They literally say Candace Owens is a Holocaust denier and move on. As though that's not a far, far bigger offense than what they try to hit me with. And then the rest of the conversation is just about me, which goes to show the point here is not to fucking disavow Candace Owens. That's just to save face. They want to attach this bill to someone who is actually anti-Semitic so they can call me an anti-Semite. And they're not even interested in the actual anti-Semitism at all. They're more so interested in me, a person who is not fucking anti-Semitic, but is being called one because I'm anti-Israel. Because these guys do not give a shit about anti-Semitism. They care about anti-Zionism.
Has been, condoned by folks across the political aisle. And from my vantage point, it is something that all of us have a responsibility to push back against, regardless of party. These candidates are coming forward. They feel it is okay to blame Jews for whatever ills there are in the world. Obviously, I experienced just last week Rand Paul's son screaming at me in a bar because he thought I was Jewish. When in fact I'm Irish, Italian, Catholic. And regardless of whether I was or I wasn't Jewish, the idea
He has apologized for that,
people feel
correct?
it is okay to engage in.
I like that she's correcting him on Rand Paul's son, but no corrections are issued when Josh Gottheimer is like, Hasan Piker is an anti-Semite. You know? That's cool. I'm glad that you're correcting the record on Rand Paul's son. He's like, well, he's apologized for it. Oh, okay, nice. That's cool. Because he actually, I'm noticing a trend here. Have you guys noticed? I'm noticing a trend here where the actual instances of anti-Semitism are just brushed aside. The actual instances of anti-Semitism are just brushed aside, and everybody pisses their fucking pants about someone who's objectively not anti-Semitic, fights against anti-Semitism, but is uncompromisingly anti-Israel, anti-Zionist. Interesting.
That he did ultimately, but the idea that people feel it's okay to engage in that type of conduct is shameful. And I think what Josh and I are trying to do in putting this resolution forward is to say enough and to say to both parties, we have to police our own. We cannot allow this. We cannot support candidates who engage in rank, vile anti-Semitism. The Jewish population is about 2% of the United States, and meanwhile, it's over 50% of the hate crimes that are experienced. Something's got to give.
Got it. I do want to.
It is pretty crazy that they're just like, yeah, he called all Jews pig dogs or something. That's not the case. Like, that's not a thing that happened, okay? You just, again, made that shit up, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. Tiny nation, tiny nation. You don't police Trump at all? Fuck off, Mike. No, Mike loves Trump. What do you mean? Mike is begging Daddy Trump to come in and defend Mike's chances at re-election.
He fucking hates his sons. I think it's literally because they're ugly as shit. They're losers, but also they're ugly as shit, and I think Trump hates that.
The Trump White House is going after left-wing political influencer and Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, and it is absolutely ridiculous. So in this video, I'm going to break down what happened, speculate maybe why it happened now, discuss the right-wing influencer.
Oh God, I hope Rational National doesn't think that this happened because I had Ashley St. Clair on the broadcast, because this kind of stuff doesn't happen overnight. These 3 Fox News guests say they want Cuba to become a second Israel. Oh, God. It's not just that you're an anti-Zionist. They recognize that Democrats and young people are against Israel, but they see you campaigning with candidates who are anti-Israel and they are winning their races. Yeah, that's what it is. I think that's what is like genuinely pushing. These guys hate fucking democracy so much, dude. They hate democracy so much. The democratic wishes of the public can never be met, okay? The wishes of the majority can never be heard, all right? And they do a very good job of subverting democracy all the time. AIPAC does a very good job at this. They dump tens of millions of dollars. Look at what happened with Thomas Massie. Now, there is a counter to that faucet, that barrage of misinformation that actively subverts the democratic process. Now there is a platform for people who have these sorts of opinions. A platform that is competitive, maybe not as sizable or as vast as the entirety of the mainstream media, but a platform that is capable of reaching out to a lot of young voters and tying those young voters to politicians that actually want to listen to the demands of those young voters. Right? That's what the problem is here. It's not even just about Cuba. Okay? It's not even just about Israel in general. It's about a collection of corporate interests. For the longest time, corporations could purchase goodwill and influence by buying ads on mainstream media. And most of the people would get their information from mainstream media. It was a consolidation, right? It was all coming from hand-selected, totally gate-kept, and oftentimes reliable vectors of communication, right? At first, there was a couple channels on TV. Then there were more, but there was still a selection process that you didn't just like arrive in front of a camera randomly overnight. You elevated in your career by going through the ranks, maybe playing ball with your management, saying certain things, not saying certain things, right? So there was a flow. There was a control over the flow of information that the public got. The public received information from what they perceived to be a diverse array of news outlets that would, at times, when it's necessary, totally consolidate around a singular frame. We saw this with the justifications for waging an illegal war with Iraq, right? Back in the day. New York Times, as well as all the right-wing newspapers and all the liberal newspapers, were creating consent. Were creating a permission structure to go and invade Iraq illegally. And it worked to a certain degree. And it's not just about waging foreign wars, it's also about protecting corporate interests. There's a reason why the overwhelming majority of Americans want free healthcare, socialized medicine, and yet they never receive it, and yet you never hear that perspective in mainstream outlets. It's not just about Israel. It's not just about Iraq. These are foreign policy issues that are currently top of mind, but I'm using that as an analog. I'm using that to deliver a broader point because it goes beyond that, right? It goes beyond that. It's everything. It's labor rights. It's Medicare for all. It's anything that actually hits centers of profit. It's any institution that paywalls certain amenities, certain things that are necessary for survival. The media has has had a very good time, quote unquote, educating people this way, right? Making sure that the masses are subservient, making sure that the masses feel like change is not happening for one reason or another. Now, because of the internet and because of independent media, people can get information in real time from sources on the ground directly, and massive platforms such as my own that are not accountable to any corporate interest, that are simply accountable to their own audience and accountable to the truth. And some don't follow through on that promise, of course, but I do. Can just cut through that noise. And there's clearly a market for it. There's clearly a demand for it. And that's a threat. That's a threat to very powerful entities. It's a threat to billionaires who want to keep the masses sedated. However, beyond that, I've done the unthinkable. I didn't just stick to this platform. I started aiding insurgent campaigns. Okay? I didn't just stick to this platform. I'm very pragmatic. And I started working within the ranks of the Democratic Party, or within the primary system within the Democratic Party, candidates who are anti-Zionist. Candidates who place the interests of the population over the interests of the interests of corporations and the interests of corporate profit. And they started winning. They started winning. Okay? That is terrifying. That's terrifying for a lot of powerful entities. That's why I keep repeatedly saying the Trump thing, which is that they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. I'm just standing in the way. And it's true. If I just stuck to my own corner of the internet and I didn't actively work with, insurgency campaigns within the Democratic Party's primary system and find some success there, they wouldn't give a shit. They would just say, oh, he's just another guy who's irrelevant. He's just truly trying to farm as much revenue as possible. If I was the guy that my haters claim that I am, many of which are simply projecting their own lack of moral courage or moral clarity, for the record. They're all mercenaries, so they assume I am just the same. But if I was that grifter, this wouldn't be happening. It just wouldn't be happening. We are now at the precipice of 21st century McCarthyism. This is pure McCarthyism. The U.S. government is persecuting prominent left-wing anti-war voices for daring to challenge the empire's murderous illegal blockade of Cuba. This comes at a time when numerous reports say the U.S. military is preparing for a potential war in Cuba. This is fundamentally at odds with the spirit of America. This is fundamentally at odds with the First Amendment. It is completely unconstitutional and completely and utterly immoral and ridiculous. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you. And what's crazy about it is it's not going to stop with me. It's not going to stop with me at all. So I'm shocked. I'm genuinely shocked that there would be so many people, K-hivers and people on the internet. They're not regular libs, by the way. These guys don't have a base. The pro-Israel ranks are definitely overrepresented on Twitter. The pro-Israel Democrats, if you were to just look at if you were to just look at the internet, if you were to look at Twitter, for example, you would think that 90% of the Democratic Party's base is Israel first. Okay? You would arrive at a very wrong conclusion. You would think that every anti-Zionist is an ultra. Anyone and everyone that's critical of Israel is also a third worldist. And that the Democrats themselves, like Democratic Party's base of support, the voters, are all Israel first. That's what you would think. Which is interesting because sometimes the ultras are the ones who are making that argument. Right? And yet, in the real world, if you were to ask the average liberal, if you were to ask your parents, if you were to ask, you know, people that you see at No Kings rallies and whatnot, how they feel about this, contrary to the celebrations of some of these unbelievably annoying, supposedly liberal-minded people, they would be horrified by it. In the real world, if you were to encounter a lifelong Democratic Party voter and ask them, hey, I know you don't like Donald Trump. You say you don't like Donald Trump. Donald Trump and his administration is trying to actively prosecute a humanitarian aid mission while we're in the process of destroying this country known as Cuba. Most liberals would hear that and be horrified. They'd be like, what the fuck? That's unacceptable. Not the liberals on the internet. This is it. Have fun with that, buddy. And it's me talking about Israel, saying Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would one-to-one do the exact same shit in Israel, which is true. And they love posting this clip. And it's very obvious that I'm like not talking about everything. I have said over and over again that, of course, there's very significant differences between Kamala Harris, or even marginal differences that are significant for real life consequences between between Harris and between the Democrats and the Republicans. But this is not one of them, right? This is unfortunately not one of them. And the fact that we are trying to change that, and they're this upset about it, because like I'm trying to change it. Many of you in this community are trying to change that reality. We're trying to make the Democratic Party an anti-Israel party, right? We're trying to get people elected that will actually push for an arms embargo on Israel, that will push for accountability on Israel for doing a genocide, right? But this guy basically proves that point. I said this clip was about the Democrats and Republicans' unipolarity on Israel, and it's the only thing you care about, which is why you're currently defending the Trump admin trying to jail dissidents for delivering humanitarian aid to a country we're starving. He proves the point. Liberals that post this clip prove the point. That they only care about Israel, like straight up. They only care about Israel, but they don't want to say it out loud. So they try to masquerade as though they're just unbelievable Kamala Harris defenders. Like they really love Kamala Harris. They really love the establishment wing of the Democratic Party, and that I was actively arguing against it. I was actively arguing against the Democrats and not saying Kamala Harris needs to communicate better how different she will be than Donald Trump on a litany of different issues, including but not limited to Israel. But this is proof. If you're Israel first, you will celebrate this decision. Yeah. Leftists trying to rally support for liberals they've spent their entire career attacking. No one expected you to stand up to Trump's fascist regime. That's what we've been saying, and you're proving the fucking point. I voted against Trump. Hasan urges viewers not to. I never urged my viewers not to vote for Kamala Harris, by the way. And that's a lie, but it doesn't even fucking matter, right? I never endorsed Kamala Harris. The only person I urged people not to vote for was Donald Trump. There was simply no way for you to twist an argument away from those simple facts. Sorry. Hasan urged viewers not to vote for Trump every day of the 2024 election. He just wouldn't tell them to vote for Kamala Harris when she was unwilling to call Israel's actions in Palestine a genocide or commit to ending aid to Israel. He even voted for Kamala and told people that openly. Like, none of it matters because here's the thing. I've gone through this cycle already. I didn't endorse Kamala Harris. I refuse to do so. Okay? But here's what's important. Here's what's important. In the past, I had endorsed Joe Biden. In the past, I had endorsed Hillary Rodham Clinton. And liberals still yelled at me, saying I was a Bernie bro. And if you asked them why back then, they would say it's because you weren't excited enough in your endorsement of Hillary Clinton or Joseph Robinette Brandon. Right? So it's actually not about endorsements or voting at all. Because if they actually sincerely were worried about the pain that Trump is causing, as I was, and I still am, they would have demanded that the Harris campaign actually take this shit seriously. Right? But they don't care. One of the first things that a lot of liberals did on the timeline after Donald Trump became president was openly salivating at the prospect of getting their Latino neighbors deported. And if you recall back then, what did I say? I said, this is ridiculous. You are no better than the fascist Republicans if you actually agitate and actively lean in to the deportations regime that the fascist Republicans are implementing. If you are anti-fascist, you should not aid and abet the fascist regime. You should oppose it, even if it's someone that you dislike, even if its victims are people who you personally believe legitimately played a role in the election of Donald Trump. They were, of course, referencing Latino neighbors that had undocumented family members who had voted for Donald Trump. And there was plenty of them, right? That's what they were talking about. They were like, oh, I know my neighbor, one of my neighbors is undocumented. Their son or their father voted for Donald Trump, and I'm going to call ICE on them. That's what liberals were saying. For me, when the admin came after Jimmy Kimmel, what did I say? When the admin came after Jimmy Kimmel, I said, look, I don't agree with Jimmy Kimmel, but it doesn't fucking matter. It's irrelevant. This is a violation of the First Amendment. This is having a chilling effect on free speech, because I could understand that an administration that was attacking Jimmy Kimmel would just as easily throw my ass in prison. You know? But a lot of these guys, at least on the internet, don't see it that way. They think they will be spared. They think that they won't be sent to the concentration camps. And they're wrong. They are wrong. So you might be excited at the prospect of your favorite cult leader's least favorite content creator, me, potentially rotting in a federal prison. But you'll be there by my side in short order. I might be going to the camps, but you're going to be there too, buddy. This dude posted another 9-second out of context.
So much for the protest vote against Kamala just made it worse. This is such a...
Hasan Piker wouldn't be able to say comma. What? Hasan Piker wouldn't be able to say if Kamala would do the same. Curious, he keeps turning Democrats to save him, though. I love that they're literally like, this is 9 seconds now.
Regardless of the hypothetical reality where Kamala Harris would not be as bad as Donald Trump, which we have no proof for, regardless of the
Unbelievable. That's not even a full sentence. Who the fuck would believe this?
stupid attitude to have, because one, there's no inclination that Kamala Harris was the only thing that we knew about Kamala Harris was that she was literally doing the same exact thing that Joe Biden was doing, even if it actually harmed her electoral chances. Okay, that's number one. And number two, I maintain the position that Donald Trump was going to be worse than Kamala Harris. You're coming to someone who literally openly recognized that this was going to happen. I warned of this happening. And at the time, Kamala Harris, or at least any liberal that wanted to win, could have been like, yeah, we're going to actually put an end to this. We're going to put a stop to what Joe Biden is doing. And they chose not to. Okay? So saying that like, oh, so much for the protest vote, especially when Kamala Harris lost by wider margins than the people that voted for someone else, is just idiotic.
That's the clip. That's the reason why it's 9 seconds long. Because if he were to play a 1 minute length clip, if he were to play the entire clip, many liberals would be very reasonable. They would go, wait a minute. He's not saying Kamala Harris is worse than Trump. He's not saying that that Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are the same at all, as a matter of fact. He's saying that Kamala Harris did not do her job to communicate that difference adequately to as broad a public audience as possible. And what's also ironic about this is that these guys are trying to actively get liberals to be in favor of the Trump administration's attacks on free speech, which will end up harming them too. But even if I literally did say Kamala Harris fucking sucks, she's the worst president, Trump is better than Kamala Harris, which I never did because I don't believe that. But even if I were to have said that, would it be appropriate for the Trump administration to put me in jail? That's the question. That's the question people have to ask themselves. I don't think so. There are plenty of people who I don't fuck with at all, who I'm at odds with, who I'm ideologically against, from Jim Comey to Jimmy Kimmel, all the Jims. And I have defended them. I've defended them over and over again when the Trump administration decided to do insane things that put them in harm's way, that tried to, take their jobs away or tried to put them in jail. I don't like fucking Jim Comey at all. Because I understand the dangers of eroding certain safety nets. I understand the dangers of eroding certain defenses that the average citizen has against the government. There are many redeemable aspects of American life and even in the Constitution. This administration is tackling those redeemable aspects. This administration is tackling those phenomenal aspects of American theoretical democracy. Marked safe from being a disciple of a guy who would cheer on a Zionist fascist regime going after people who aided a communist country because I have interpersonal beef with one of their targets. If this doesn't make you rethink who you support, then you're fully beclowning yourself. You will twist yourself in the pretzel saying supporting Dems entryism makes you a Zionist, but supporting Miriam Adelson's bitch does not. Yeah. I hate posting him, but you even defended Sex Pestini's free speech.
Covered by free speech. Yes, I do. Everything that he's saying here is incisive deliberately. But what he's very clearly trying to say is that, like, Donald Trump needs to lower the temperature. That's what he's trying to say. It's ridiculous for liberals to...
Yeah. They will never offer me the same fucking charity, which, for the record, I don't even want, okay? You are going to jail, you little bitch, smiling, crying. Okay, chatter. We all know my distaste for Hasan. He literally has demanded Trump deport me in the past. But do we really trust the regime that has lied constantly and used lawfare to silence any political enemy to launch an actual investigation into anything? They'll just define anything vaguely liberal as terrorism next. At least this fucking dumbass is smart enough, possibly because he's Canadian. I don't trust them, but Hasan would never go to bat for liberals who get oppressed by the Trump regime. He should not receive our help. Yeah, our help. Bitch, you have no motion anyway. Okay? This is me trying to help you save yourself. Okay? This is me trying to pull you back to the fucking real world, dumbass. And yeah, they're wrong. I have defended. When Donald Trump tried to go after Destiny, I even defended that. When Donald Trump and his administration went after Jimmy Kimmel, I defended Jimmy Kimmel. When they went after Jim Comey, I defended Jim Comey. Because I have fucking principles. It's so ironic that these people legitimately don't have any fucking principles and spend a good deal of time claiming that I do not and trying to clip things in a way to suit that propaganda purpose. Don Lemon too, exactly. They can't comprehend someone having a moral foundation that they truly abide by, a code of conduct that they truly abide by. It's virtually impossible for them to comprehend this. That's the difference. But fear not. This is just what you're seeing on the internet. And not even all over the internet, because even r/politics, which is comprised mostly of neoliberals that usually despise me, are still very much aware of how damaging this is for free speech. Okay? The overwhelming majority of liberals, when they see this kind of thing happening, they don't like it. Okay? It's just the people that are chirping, that have the loudest voices online, specifically on Twitter, that have this kind of attitude, and they have actively radicalized themselves with radical centrism, radical liberalism, if you want to call it that, into believing that they have the numbers, into believing that like the party's base, the Democratic Party's base of self-identifying liberals agree with them, especially when it comes to Israel, and certainly when it comes to things like this. They're wrong. They're hysterical. They're in this very strange, unbelievably right-wing echo chamber on Twitter that, of course, is going to turn me into a major villain. It's Elon Musk's platform. He fucking despises me, right? And these guys have seen it on their algorithms so much that they're defending the Trump administration. They're actively supporting the Trump administration, not just harming a person that they perceive to be an enemy, but harming themselves. Because when I swing from the gallows, I won't be there alone. Okay? You will be there. They'll put you up there too. This is not about radical commentary. This is not about communism. This is not about socialism. This is about dissent. Dissent against a fascist government. It will not stand. Do you understand? Dissent against the fascist government will not stand, which is precisely the reason why they will punish any and all matter of dissent, which includes you as well, unless you decide that you yourself are a fascist too. Here's a funny tweet. I'm on Chuck Schumer's comms team. We're workshopping a Hasan Piker belongs in jail, but under a Democratic president's administration press release. We're on our 37th draft, and someone's placing an order for Chinese. Yeah, Malcolm X. As long as Uncle Sam is against you, you know you're a good man. Malcolm X to Fidel Castro. I was never your biggest fan of Hasan because I personally don't like how you sometimes flaunt your wealth, but do appreciate. Chatter, I promise you, I don't flaunt my wealth. Okay? This is what I mean. I don't flaunt my wealth. Other people will go to unbelievable lengths to try to identify how much each individual article of clothing I've purchased without even knowing where I've purchased that article of clothing or how I've acquired that article of clothing or whether it is at odds with my worldview at all to create this idea that I love flaunting my wealth. You think I wanted my house to be doxxed when I purchased it for myself and my family? No, of course not. This is what I mean. Like right now, I'm wearing Zegna pants. They're very, I'm sure they're vintage, but I'm sure when they were first sold, they were pretty expensive. I got them for $30. But in the future, if they figure out what brand of pants I'm wearing, they'll say these were $700 pants. I got it for $30. Secondhand, thrifted. But it doesn't matter, right? Zegna. Ermenegildo Zegna. Yeah, sounds fancy, like Obama's fancy mustard.
ABC News Chief Washington.
Anyway, let's get to the latest Iran deal. Trump is saying it's been largely negotiated. I told you, once the ink is dried and the troops have pulled out, I'll believe it. Until the last moment, I will not believe it. But there are some signs that we're moving in the appropriate direction. Now, the reason why I say that is because the pro-Israel side, the Israel firsters in America, and obviously the Zionists in Israel are fucking crying. They're crying up and down the timeline.
Correspondent Jonathan Karl will be hosting This Week later this morning. John, good morning to you. Great to see you. So President Trump says a deal with Iran has been largely negotiated. Still no official response from Tehran. But what are your sources telling you about how close a deal could be and what's actually included?
Well, it's not the...
They backtracked already? Oh, God. Israel came in again, I guess.
First time that the president has said we're close to a deal. He said it over and over again and it hasn't come to fruition. But this does seem to be a genuine inflection point. My sources in the region say that a deal is very close. The only question is whether or not the Iranians sign on. The president did a call with our allies in the region yesterday, and they were largely encouraging him to approach this deal, to make this offer to the Iranians. Here's what it is, though, Whit. It is not an end to all the conflict in terms of how to approach the nuclear program. It opens the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranians stop blocking the strait. The U.S. lifts the naval blockade, and then it leaves a period of time, I'm told 30 to 60 days, to negotiate those issues that still have not been worked out about Iran's nuclear program.
Yeah, so still some critical discussions and phases ahead. John, I do want to turn to the proposed $1.8 billion fund for President Trump's political allies. It's very controversial, running into serious opposition, including from Senate Republicans. So what happens next with this?
Look, this was open revolt on Capitol Hill, particularly in the Senate. You had a meeting that Senator Ted Cruz described as one of the most contentious meetings that he had seen in all his time in Congress, where Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche went up to defend this fund in a private meeting with Senate Republicans. And according to Cruz, the senators, the Republicans, many of them were actually yelling, screaming at the acting attorney general, saying this was entirely inappropriate. What's next? Well, they've gone on recess. Congress needs to pass this this border security bill that Republicans can do solely on Republican votes, but that is now in doubt because there will be amendments offered to eviscerate this fund, and if those come up for a vote, you will see a lot of Republicans support it. So President Trump still calls it a top priority for him, but there is massive opposition among Republicans on Capitol Hill.
Okay, we'll see how it all plays out. John Karl, you'll have a busy show coming up later on This Week, John interviews Representatives Tom Suozzi and Brian Fitzpatrick about their bipartisan bill to stop the DOJ's anti-weaponization fund.
President Trump and White House officials say they are close to a deal with Iran to end the conflict in the Persian Gulf and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Let's bring in Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst with the very latest in Tel Aviv. Hello, Trey.
Yeah, hey, Shannon, good morning. We're getting new details on a memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran that is expected to be announced soon. A regional source who reviewed the agreement telling Fox News, quote, the deal states that U.S. forces will stay in the proximity of Iran for 30 days. The context here is that it signals for Iran the military option remains on the table if nuclear issues aren't resolved or the interim agreement is violated. The source added that as part of the deal, Iran will receive oil sanctions waivers. Iran will also have frozen funds and assets released worth billions of dollars. This is contingent on the broader deal being verified. Now, on Saturday, President Trump held a call that included leaders from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, and Pakistan, aimed at reaching a broader understanding. A separate regional diplomat told Fox News the call was very positive. Good progress is being made, adding that regional leaders were supportive of the progress and of the breakthrough President Trump achieved with the talks. Overnight, President Trump announced that an agreement with Iran has been largely negotiated. The president indicated there are still final aspects and details being discussed. President Trump also spoke last night with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but we've not yet heard any public statements from the Israelis. The issue of Iran's nuclear program remains a key topic of conversation and is expected to be discussed in the weeks ahead. Shannon?
All right, Trey, we know you will be on every detail. Thank you so much for the updates.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
For all the false starts on an end to this war, something more definitive, if still cautious, from the U.S. Secretary of State this morning.
With regards to the straits and with regards to a process that can ultimately leave us where the president wants us to be, and that is a world that no longer has to be in fear or worry about an Iranian nuclear weapon. And so I do think there's some good news on that front, but not final news on that front.
Stronger still from President Trump, posting, an agreement has largely been negotiated. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened. But this afternoon, Trump appearing to put the brakes on again, saying the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports would remain in place, that both sides had to take their time to get it right. If signed, the deal would reportedly see the strait reopened for shipping without Iranian tolls, potentially over a 30-day period. But a senior Iranian official today...
I'm having creatine. Netanyahu tweet saying nuclear enrichment is a no-no and Israel has a right to bomb Lebanon. Yeah, I'm drinking my Metamucil. Even my biggest haters are defending me. Okay, good. At least some... This actually shows, like, the varying depths of madness on Twitter. I mean, this guy fucking despises me. He's literally written extensively about how much I cape for communism and whatnot. But at least he still also maintains the level of intelligence not to come across like a psycho. Yeah, it seems like it seems like Israel. This is why I said there was, look, this is why I said this deal was promising, mostly because, the reason why I said Israel is, this is promising is because, Israel was chirping quite a bit. Okay? Israel was chirping quite a bit, and that Israel only chirps when America's actually nearing a deal, like when they're actually close to closing. And it's so And that's such a, that is such a significant problem that the Iranian envoys openly communicated yesterday by their state, by their state news media, Fars News, that America and Israel actually found a decent arrangement. However, Israel is trying to spoil it. They openly stated that, right? Trump asked Middle East leaders to sign a peace deal with Israel after the Iran war ends. Okay? U.S. demands capitulation. Iran's not agreeing? No. I think you're wrong. I think Iran got what it was looking for out of this deal, which meant capitulation from the American side, and then Israel came in and said, you can't do this. So if this deal falls apart, it is absolutely because of Israel. It is not Lebanon that is emerging as a weak link in the memorandum, but rather Israel. Once again, Israel refuses to be bound by any regional ceasefire and wants to include clauses that allows it to turn the ceasefire into Swiss cheese, just as it has in Gaza and in Lebanon before. It wants to render the ceasefire void of any meaning. So far, the Iranians are standing firm, not just because it needs to defend its standing amongst the Axis and not appear as having betrayed them, but also because the entire agreement won't be worth the paper it's written on if Trump, even before the agreement comes into effect, starts to cave to Israeli pressure. No U.S.-Iran agreement will be useful if the United States cannot rein in Israel. This will be a test for Trump, America first or Israel first. If you recall, for the last 86 days, what have I said? After the second week, when Iran came out with their 10-point plan for a long-standing ceasefire, I told you, I weighed the priorities here, and I weighed the most difficult elements of this deal. And the least difficult concession that Iran would give to the Americans, if you recall, was restricting their enrichment capabilities. This is not, regardless of the American side's maximalist demands on this issue, this wasn't that consequential because they had already conceded on it. And the only reason why the nuclear grade enriched uranium even exists in Iran was simply so they can have leverage to get sanctions relief down the line. And that's what happened with the JCPOA. That's clearly what they wanted to do. They said yes to that, even to the maximalist demands that the American side was making before Operation Epic Fury was launched through perfidy 86 days ago. Okay? And I told you that the highest priority, or the most difficult to achieve concession from the American side, would be Lebanon. And I told you it wasn't about Lebanon at all. And I've had conversations with Trita Parsi on this broadcast as well. It's not that Iran truly loves Hezbollah or sees them as Shia brothers or because they think that this is a war for survival or anything like that. I mean, I'm sure that's part of the motivation, right? But the reason why Iran wanted Lebanon to be a part of this deal was because that would mean America would have to forcibly restrain Israel because Iran demanded it. And if a deal was reached of this sort, which I still think it will, it would be a major strategic defeat for Israel, as Trita also agrees. Here is his analysis. I addressed Trump's pending deal with Iran and the meltdown of the warmongers in this piece. But while Israel supporters openly attack Trump, Israeli officials may keep a lower profile given Israel's elections and Trump's ability to hurt them politically in Israel. But make no mistake, if a deal is reached, it will be a major strategic defeat for Israel. And Israel knows this. That's why they're chirping. That's why its Hasbara agents are chirping. That's why its biggest defenders in America were losing their minds last night. Because this would mean that Iran was capable of forcing America to restrain Israel. Something that America has not done since October 7. It's that simple. Israel's two wars have paradoxically strengthened Iran's deterrence posture, exposed Israel's inability to confront Iran without overwhelming American military backing, and inflicted incalculable damage on America's global standing and aura of military supremacy. At the same time, support for Israel within the United States has eroded dramatically across nearly every demographic group except older Republican voters. Most importantly, sanctions relief would liberate Iran's economy from decades of constriction and gradually shift the regional balance of power away from Israel and its vision of a greater Israel. For precisely that reason, Israel will almost certainly do everything within its power behind the scenes to sabotage the agreement before it becomes irreversible. Okay? FT. Oh, thank you, Foundation for Defending Democracy, says Harrison Berger from American Conservative Magazine. Iran war could add billions of dollars in interest payments to U.S. debt. Government borrowing costs have reached their highest level since 2007 after 3 months of the conflict. Yeah, this iteration, this last conflict is entirely because of Israel. Okay? Straight up. Anyone that doesn't recognize that is either a fool or lying to you. Okay? Hold on. Ali Hasham reporting on the major holdups. Oh, yeah, here. Ali Hasham from Al Jazeera English says, less than 24 hours after optimism emerged around a possible Iran-U.S. memorandum, negative vibes are already surfacing. A well-informed Iranian source tells me there are signs of U.S. retreat on two central issues, the mechanism for unfreezing Iranian assets and the scope of a ceasefire in Lebanon. I think even unfreezing Iranian assets is more doable than restraining Israel. Maybe I'm wrong, but if you recall, I said that unfreezing Iranian assets would be a tough, a tough concession for America to eat. But the most difficult one would be to restrain Israel. Do you think Trump will reign in Israel? I think he has to. I just don't know if he is capable of doing this for one reason or another. Can you clarify? Israel doesn't control the U.S. It's the other way around. They're the U.S.'s greatest vassal state? No. For one reason or another, we have now let Israel take complete control over our foreign policy initiatives in the Middle Eastern region. That's it. I'm sorry, but it's not like this is, it's ridiculous to not recognize that. I'm Mr. Israel is the unsinkable aircraft carrier. Obviously, America controls Israel. Israel is America's attack dog. But this last iteration with the Trump administration has been different. It's different. Trump 1 was different too. But this is very different. Okay? Trump 1 was a significant shift. Trump 1 represented a significant shift where we went from allowing Israel to play a very important advisory role in our Middle Eastern endeavors to one that basically started driving the vehicle of our imperialism in the Middle East. We moved the embassy to Jerusalem. The Abraham Accords were kickstarted. All this stuff. That was new. That was unique. And then Biden came in. And Biden was also an ultra-Zionist. And Biden never reversed any of the Trump decisions on Israel. Not even a little bit. And then October 7 happened, and we saw the depravity. the immorality of the Biden administration on this issue. The bear hug strategy. Many people criticized it, but Biden stayed the course. Fake red lines were issued over and over again. Israel violated them. Israel humiliated the Democrats. And the Democrats were seemingly nowhere to be found. They never restrained. Did they have the power to restrain Israel? Of course they did. Of course they did. They always do. They still do to this day. It's still a one phone call style situation. Then Trump 2 happened. And Trump, especially in the second term, is even weaker and therefore more compromised than ever before. And the proof here is exactly what has taken place in the last 86 days. You think Benjamin Netanyahu didn't always want to invade Iran? Of course he did. Numerous former presidents came out and said the same. Hillary Clinton even said the same. Okay? This was always a goal for Israel. This was always the final goal for Israel. They've always wanted to destroy Iran. And yet, no American president prior to Trump 2 specifically, had ever taken that leap. Part of the reason why they didn't take that leap is because they knew that what's happening currently was a very realistic scenario. Okay? Obama said as such, straight up. If you don't want to take my word for it, take Obama's word for it. If you trust him more than me, he literally said it. We've always had advisors and minders and people who are perhaps a little too invested in Israeli foreign policy, maybe more so than American foreign policy, deeply embedded in the blob. Okay? And America's goals in the region have almost always been in cooperation with Israel's goals in the region, right? They've never really truly been at odds with one another. Or even if Israel actually bites off more than it can chew, it's not that big of a problem for America. America can solve it, right? Because we're the big bad military machine. We can come in here and we can fix it. But there are certain red lines that no American leadership prior to Trump 2 had ever taken. And that red line was invading Iran militarily or attacking Iran in the way that we did in cooperation with Israel. This created a divergence of interests, a significant one that everyone around the world could see. It's a very important distinction, which is why I say this is different. Israel absolutely controls the American foreign policy vehicle as it stands currently. Israel is the reason why we are bleeding the rest of the world right now. Israel's the reason why we are bleeding here in the United States of America with unprecedented inflationary crises, with gas prices skyrocketing for everyday Americans, and all of the other things that we purchase that we get from the Asian markets that are screaming bloody murder because of the energy crisis that they're experiencing. Again, because the Strait of Hormuz is blocked. Why is the Strait of Hormuz blocked? Well, because we attacked Iran. Interests are currently at odds. Israel has, and I've said this from the start, a very different set of goals with Iran than the United States of America has. Does the United States of America like the idea of a destabilized Iran? Absolutely. But as the hegemon, the U.S. has a very different level of international responsibilities, one of which is to ensure that trade continues, to ensure that this delicate system of global capital that we have designed is unimpeded. And if you can't militarily defeat Iran, as we have seen, we can't militarily defeat Iran, you have to negotiate with Iran. And I think America recognizes that. Plenty in the intelligence community recognize that. Neocons recognize that. That's why Robert Kagan is screaming bloody murder. I mean, these are people who have spent their entire lives demanding that we attack Iran at the behest of Israel or at the behest of American interests, to attack Iran and to defeat Iran and to destroy Iran. So why are they all now saying, you got to stop? You have to stop. We are bleeding far too much. It's because it's true. Iran defeated us. Iran defeated the United States of America. And Iran didn't just defeat the United States of America. Iran defeated the United States of America in this most public way possible, in an incredibly swift manner. It was expeditious. It was fast. And America recognizes that, or at least our intelligence community recognizes that. Our military leadership recognizes that. They recognize that this would be dangerous from the start. And yet, Israel was able to push Trump into doing this. Perhaps with faulty intelligence, perhaps by leaning into his own personal ambitions, saying, this is going to be just like Venezuela. Perhaps they really greatly overemphasized how much Iran was trying to assassinate Donald Trump and goaded him into doing it. Whatever, right? But it's very clear that his own guys, our generals at Central Command, and our military analysts and our intelligence analysts warned Trump of this imminent failure, this threat of waging war with Iran and what that could do to the global energy markets and what that could do to American force projection capabilities. And now we are watching it. We're watching it unfold. So America's lost and Iran has won. What comes next is America recognizing that loss. And I think Trump does recognize it now. He wants to end this. He doesn't like how long this has taken. He went to China. He got, he had to make major concessions to the Chinese government already. I think it's $14 billion, if I'm not mistaken, of arms purchases that were supposed to be shipped over to Taiwan are no longer going. I mean, that's a huge concession that he gave to Xi Jinping. It's a huge deal. That is a recognition of American weakness. So there is definitely a recognition there. Trump recognizes it. And he wanted to pack this up. He wanted to end this. And yet, Israel still came in, it seems, in the last moment and is trying to sully the deal. Just open with saying this stuff, says Curtis Mills, the executive director of American Conservative Magazine. The anti-war conservatives, and they are actually anti-war conservatives for the record. They're certainly against this war. A major military achievement for Israel. The United States is not even perfunctorily referenced. Mark Dubowitz, one of the FDD guys, FDD, Foundation for Defending Democracy, for those of you who don't know, is an Israeli cutout. Okay? Openly saying the pending deal looks bad. I hope final terms are far better than the leaks suggest. That said, this remains a major military achievement for Israel. Iran's ballistic missile program, a severe strategic threat to Israel, has been significantly degraded and set back for years. Now, that's a lie, but it doesn't matter, right? That's just cope. But the very fact that an American foreign policy lobby is openly saying Israel's military objectives have been achieved is fucking awesome. You're an American, aren't you? One of your guys is currently sitting in the American negotiations team. And yet here you are saying the quiet part out loud, that this is, a strategic victory for Israel, and that's all you care about. How interesting. Wait 1 second. Since the fall of the USSR and pan-Arabism, Iran easily is the greatest backer of Palestine and the greatest enemy of Israel. If Iran bent the knee to Israel like the Arab states, sanctions would be relieved tomorrow and they could breathe easier. Do you think Iran genuinely views itself as an anti-imperialist vanguard in the Middle East? Is that its motivation? Maybe not necessarily an anti-imperialist vanguard. Or, I mean, I think there is that element to it. Yeah, I mean, that's what the Islamic Republic is. That's what the spirit of the Islamic Revolution was. Like the Iranian Revolution was that. It was like the inception of the Islamic Republic comes from an anti-imperialist revolution against Western superpower. So yeah, I think that is something that motivates them, certainly. But outside of that, I mean, they look at what's going on with the Gulf states and they don't like it. They don't want to be like that. So they want to maintain sovereignty. Iran is so primarily invested in sovereignty that at times they haven't even fucking gotten allegiances from countries that are opposed to the United States of America to the degree that they easily could have secured. I'm talking, of course, about the USSR, or even in the last decade with China, right? They want their own sovereignty. They don't want to create like long-standing allegiances with other countries that would then cause them to be under the influence of another pole in the world. They want to maintain sovereignty above all else. Okay? They're very proud. They're a very proud nation. Now, things might change with the current IRGC leadership with, allegiances to China. I don't know. I can't speak on that, but they have always wanted to have zero dependencies. They'll have some strategic partnerships with Russia and even with China, but ultimately they want very little dependencies. They want to be self-sufficient. Ironically enough, it is very Jusha in some ways. Ending the Hormuz crisis through diplomacy is a position the entire region and most of the world agree on, except for Israel. Even the UAE joined other Gulf states in pushing for this, despite growing tensions over recent months. Probably wasn't a good idea for Netanyahu to publicly embarrass Abu Dhabi recently. All that said, the biggest challenge for Trump continues to be whether he can get Netanyahu under control or whether Netanyahu and his friends in D.C. will instead seek to control Trump. The time for Trump to show actual strength is now. By telling Netanyahu to shut up and shove it, most of the world would applaud him. Yeah. UAE is a joke country, yes, but it's still important. Even joke countries are saying it's the right thing to do. Hold on, I have to send this text message. One second. Did MBS move away from Israel? They do say pride comes before the fall. Sometimes I feel like these conflicts are individual nations destroying their own personal power to attack others. Sure. Our deal is the opposite of Obama's, but nobody has seen it or knows what it is. It hasn't even been negotiated. I don't even know if it's real. If I make a deal with Iran, it will be a good and proper one, not like the one made by Obama, which gave Iran massive amounts of cash and a clear and open path to a nuclear weapon. Our deal is the exact opposite, but nobody has seen it or knows what it is. It isn't even fully negotiated yet. So don't listen to the losers who are critical about something they know nothing about. Unlike those before me who should have solved this problem many years ago, I don't make bad deals. President DJT. Incredible. Anyway, if you want to understand what's like spoiling the fucking deal, they say it's 95% done. Senior administration officials say the Iran deal is 95% done, but still several days away. 2 essential phases. 1, open the Strait of Hormuz to all commerce with zero threats or tolls. 2, dust for dollars. Iran must give up all nuclear dust in order to receive any dollars. At a minimum, gas prices will likely plummet in the coming days. Admin believes more moderate voices have taken power in Iran and want a deal. Radical elements in the IRGC are often using pro-Iran reporters and outlets to work to deal with inaccurate propaganda. It's ironic because that's what the Iranian side is saying. The Iranian side keeps consistently mentioning that, 1, they are united, and 2, that America has given major concessions to their demands, and that Donald Trump is just trying to save face and to not listen to him, and that even the American mediators have told the Iranian side not to listen to Donald Trump. and his tweets and his statements. One of the biggest challenges with getting a deal done, per senior admin, is it often takes days for Iran's leaders to respond because they are in hiding and often communicating with the equivalent of carrier pigeons. Yeah. It's humiliating. We haven't been able to open the Strait of Hormuz with the world's most powerful military, but it's actually them that are humiliated here somehow. They're so scared. That's what it is. Unbelievable cope. Incredible. Top advisor to Iran's supreme leader, U.S. is trapped with Hormuz. Top advisor to Iran's supreme leader, U.S. is trapped with Hormuz and will never return to America or before. Mohsen Rezai, who commanded the RGC for 16 years, the longest tenure in organization's history, and currently serves as a military advisor to Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, told Tasnim News that Iran has secured a historic strategic victory against the United States as negotiations continue toward a deal to end the war. For the first time since World War II, America's superpower status has collapsed. America, after the Ramadan War, will never return to the America it was before, and we have brought about America's decline in the Middle East. This is true, by the way. This is not just like propaganda. The U.S. military designed the recent battle to last in the most pessimistic scenario, 15 days, and deployed forces accordingly. After failing in the early days, they sought a unilateral ceasefire to rebuild their strength, but Iran's strategy prevented their escape, and the aggressors became trapped in their strategic snare in the Strait of Hormuz. If the war expands from the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz to the Sea of Oman, Bab el-Mandab, and the Indian Ocean, it will take on vast, uncontrollable dimensions. The enemies, understanding the end of this dark corridor, fear entering the war and have turned to the negotiating table. Iran has strong legal and security justifications for its sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz. This management is not to block free trade, but to prevent insecurity and military campaigns. I suspect that it's currently a little bit more difficult for Iran to also transit their and ship out their weapons to Ansar Allah, which is part of the reason why the Ansar Allah have been far more restrained, because I assume, again, total speculation, but the reason why Ansar Allah has not shut off Bab el-Mandeb to apply even more pressure to the American forces is not because Iran is so kind and so restrained or whatever, but it's mostly because they want to keep their stockpiles ready for Iran to go up the escalation ladder. Because as it stands currently, Iran can't easily ship weapons and missiles to the Houthis. So the Houthis have stockpiles, but that's a card that they're not going to play until America forces their hand. And America must know this. There's no way America doesn't know this, right? Like, that's part of the reason why they're not going back into straight conflict here. According to their source, the memorandum includes, anyway, this is Ali Hasham describing what the issues are on the American side and what they are slow rolling, right? According to the source, the memorandum includes a Lebanon ceasefire framework, but Israel is reportedly uncomfortable with the arrangement and is pushing Washington to include language allowing it to carry out military operations in Lebanon under the justification of responding to any threat. Iran is rejecting that formulation and insisting on a sustainable and lasting ceasefire. Tehran has informed all mediators, including Pakistan, that it will not sign the memorandum unless all clauses are fully agreed and guaranteed. Pakistan reportedly suggested moving forward with agreed sections while postponing contentious points, but Iran rejected that approach, insisting the disputed clauses are fundamental and non-negotiable. The overall picture suggests Tehran increasingly views Washington as backing away from earlier understandings reached through mediators. Benjamin Netanyahu, Big Yahoo, also chimed in. I spoke last night with President real Donald Trump about the memorandum of understanding to reopen the Straits of Hormuz and the upcoming negotiations towards a final agreement with Iran's nuclear program. I express my deep appreciation to President Trump for his unwavering commitment to Israel's security, including during Operation Roaring Lion and Epic Fury, when American and Israeli forces fought shoulder to shoulder against the Iranian threat. President Trump and I agreed that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate nuclear danger. That means dismantling... Oh, God, look at this. President Trump also reaffirmed Israel's right to defend itself against threats at every front, including Lebanon. The partnership between us and our two countries has been proven on the battlefield and has never been stronger. My policy, like President Trump's, remains unchanged. Iran will not have any nuclear weapons. I am Tel Aviv unimpressed. Okay, Dennis Citrinowicz from the Atlantic Council reports off of Phil Gordon's take. Okay. Phil Gordon says the fact that so many proponents of the Iran war are criticizing Trump's looming deal is less an indictment of the deal than it is of the war. It means they can't defend the results of the policy they advocated for so long, so are reduced to claiming that the victory would have been around the corner if only Trump had stayed the course, which only they seem to believe. Trump doesn't even believe that. They are right that the deal will leave the U.S. worse off than before the war, but fail to recognize, or at least refuse to admit, that the mistake was the war and not the deal. Danny also works off of that, saying, from the Atlantic Council, saying, it is also important to acknowledge that there are people whose entire careers depend on the continuation of the confrontation with Iran. Admitting that this strategy has failed would inevitably force a reckoning, not only with the collapse of a long-held policy concept, but also with the fact that their own professional future may suddenly become uncertain. Important to note. That is why many of them will continue arguing that just a little more pressure would have worked, that there's always one more idea to topple the regime, that Iran is supposedly on the verge of economic collapse, that its oil infrastructure is about to fail, that one more strike, one more round of sanctions, one more covert campaign will finally break the system. But these arguments avoid the central lesson that should already be obvious. There is no purely kinetic solution to the problem called Iran. Everyone understands this reality except for Israel. And Israel is doing everything it can with the unprecedented amount of access and influence it has with the Trump administration, with the Trump regime, to sully this deal that will allow the United States to exit this quagmire once and fucking for all. And then go back to basics to lick their fucking wounds, but they won't do it. Anyway, let's continue.
Said Iran would continue to manage the strait, calling that its legal right.
We are ready to assure the world that we're not seeking nuclear weapons. We're not seeking instability in the region. The source of the instability in the region is Israel. Certainly, we and those participating in the negotiations will in no way compromise on the country's dignity and honor.
Within the flux of changing US war aims, preventing Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon has perhaps been the most constant. But Iran had already committed to just that under the JCPOA, the nuclear deal President Trump withdrew from in 2018. Key to a final deal, the fate of Iran's current stockpile of highly enriched uranium, in Trump's terminology, the nuclear dust that he insists be removed from the country. Iran reported to have given a verbal commitment on the scope of its potential concessions during 60 days of talks to come. In the meantime, US forces would remain in the region, signaling their readiness to restart the war, the president perhaps trying to signal his on his Truth Social platform today. But if that's to be his leverage, Tehran well aware that Trump will be 60 days closer to November's midterm elections, raising the cost of restarting an already unpopular war. His chief economic advisor already selling the upside.
I'll let the president decide on whether he thinks the deal is ready to go this week or not. But the bottom line is once the straits are open, then the tankers are going to go back and they're going to refill the refineries almost right away.
Another man facing elections this year, Benjamin Netanyahu, for whom the outcome of a war he's so long campaigned for is even more critical. Today, he posted on X that he and President Trump agreed that any final agreement with Iran must eliminate the nuclear danger, including removing its enriched nuclear material from its territory. President Trump also reaffirmed Israel's right.
When is Molly Crabapple coming out? I'm trying to get the bund in so they can do promo. Oh my God. Later, okay? Like around 7 p.m., 6:30 to 7 p.m. Chat Fox News talking about the Islamists and Marxists as we speak, killing myself. They're so dumb.
To defend itself against threats on every front, including Lebanon. Tehran, though, understood to be insisting that any deal with the US would also immediately end the fighting in Lebanon. Just one point among several on which, for all the talk of imminent agreement, key differences remain.
Well, joining me now live from Houston, Texas, is Ben Tablu, a senior director of the Iran program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you so much for joining us. Just what do you make of what has happened over the last 20 years?
It's awesome. They were like, hey, we just wanted to have an agent of Israel that nonetheless works in the American security apparatus, but is genuinely, as I've described with great detail, an agent of the Israeli security apparatus, an agent of the Israeli foreign policy apparatus. This is not an American citizen speaking for American foreign policy. This is a direct Israeli cutout, okay? Just remember that whenever we talk about Foundation for Defending Democracy.
4 hours. We've had Donald Trump saying that a deal was largely negotiated. Then a few hours ago, he's telling his diplomats not to rush. What's going on?
Well, it's a pleasure to be with you. Both of these things can be true at the same time, but the boundaries or the distance of the difference is actually considerably less than before. If you remember, the 50-50 between what Donald Trump used to say versus what would happen would be either a deal or war, and now it's either a deal soon or a deal later. So certainly things are moving in the direction that the president wants, which is some sort of a diplomatic resolution to this crisis. The question really is, what is the substance of that diplomatic resolution? Here in the States, they're calling it a memorandum of understanding. It's not officially agreed to, and because of that, nail-biter-led process till we actually get this thing across the finish line. It reminds me of a line from the 2015 Iran nuclear negotiations in a deal which the president then opposed. And the line or the mantra about those talks was, nothing is agreed until everything is agreed. And I think we're quite literally living that out today in the headlines.
And as you say, it's being reported that there's not much detail at all. But what do you think are the sticking points that will still remain in these negotiations? The Strait, for example?
Well, there's the Strait, but there's also phasing over the Strait, whether the Iranians pull back and allow for a demining mission immediately or a counter-mining and minesweeping mission immediately, and who is composed of that minesweeping mission? Is it just the U.S.? Is it the U.S.?
I'm sorry. I never thought I would see the day where Jon Favreau has fallen on such hardship and such hard times that he decided to join the Israeli think tank Foundation for Defending Democracy. I mean, this guy is a fantastic director, right? Like, he's great. He was in Marvel. I mean, he directed Marvel movies and was also an actor. How did you fall off so hard that you are now working for a Foundation for Defending Democracy? What the fuck?
And its international partners. These are some of the more minor or finer sticking points because it
doesn't look like him at all. This doesn't look like Jon Favreau. Are you serious? He made Chef, chatter. He looks like skinny Jon Favreau. Dude, literally, okay, here. I rest my case. Barely Babes? Put glasses on him, it's the same guy. It looks like a mixture of him and John Kiriakou.
to be that both sides have agreed in principle, reportedly, to trade leverage for leverage in the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians pulling back, the Americans pulling back the blockade, and then trying to buy time or create political space for 30 to 60 days of nuclear negotiations. The Americans are saying the Iranians have...
You're insane. I'm unsubscribing. Okay, please don't unsubscribe, especially right now. This is if there's one moment where you should subscribe to the Hasanabi broadcast, it's literally right now, okay? I'm definitely going to need it. So please do not unsubscribe. This is the one instance where I need more subscriptions, not less. Okay, I am. Anyway, the left is eating itself online, and it's so incredibly depressing. Is the solution just ignoring it and going outside? Yes, it always is. Luigi's fade. Thank you. Bye Moon. Thank you for the 5 gifted. The People's Broadcasting Service is under attack by the federal government. Okay? Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, the People's Broadcasting Service.
Promised to give up the highly enriched uranium. Some more recent reports talk about a total inventory of enriched uranium. So that includes the low enriched as well, not just the 60% and even the 20%. The Iranians have pushed back on this selectively in their press. Conversely, the Iranians, in 2 semi-official hardline media outlets today, have been pouring cold water over the administration's understandings over sanctions relief and how quickly, if at all, they can get the frozen assets. So this thing is still not at all near done, despite the hype in the news cycle yesterday.
Sure. And what about Lebanon in all of this? Netanyahu wants freedom to be able to attack Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Iran wants military action against their allies to be stopped. Can that gap be closed in these negotiations, do you think?
Well, I do think this is on the docket, shall we say. You know, it was Iranian pressure last time. I know I have some friends and colleagues in Washington who disagree with me, but it was Iranian pressure last time that got the Lebanese issue with Hezbollah on the docket that led to the U.S. and the Israelis flipping the script on Hezbollah and on Iran and trying to push for some kind of meeting, even a ambassadorial meeting between the Israelis and the Lebanese in Washington, hosted by Marco Rubio. So sure, the Iranians will push for that again. I do think the Trump administration will want to connect the fronts, connect the dots between the various fronts of fighting. What that will achieve, I'm not quite sure, especially if a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah still allows
just
Israel
finally,
to
can
go
I just
back in.
ask, what's your sense of how long this will take?
Well, I think it could come as early as this week if there is an agreement. But if not, again, the U.S. should be comfortable holding the line on the blockade. This is the single greatest non-kinetic source of leverage against the Islamic Republic. You know, the CENTCOM coalition has intercepted over 100 vessels going to and from Iran's ports. If the U.S. wants to get into tough negotiations with this regime over things that have been very difficult to tackle before, I don't know how it'll do so without this blockade.
Ben and Ben Tablu, thank you very much for joining us and for your time today. Thank you. Appreciated.
Thank you.
To Cuba, where the U.S. recent deployment of an aircraft carrier in the Caribbean and indictment of Raul Castro are fueling fears that Washington may be preparing for possible military action against the island. In response, Havana has called the...
It's so crazy that they're like, our hands are in already like we're already in the swamp, deep in the cut with Iran. And we're trying to pack that up so we can hastily go over to Cuba. What the fuck's wrong with us, dude? Seriously. It doesn't make any sense. It's just such a strange thing to do. Like, there are a million problems in the United States of America, and this is what this admin is focused on. This is what this admin wants to advance. Cuba is even dumber than Venezuela, because at least with Venezuela, there's like, you know, the world's largest known natural reserves of oil, right? So at least with Venezuela, there is like some kind of immediate material reason. You could even pair that up with what we're doing in the Gulf as a long-term project to make the rest of the world, including China, more dependent on U.S. oil shipments so that America's leverage against China and every other world power trying to become a regional power or maybe a competitive superpower, like these growing peer adversary and near peer adversaries, America might want to have leverage over them, right? Either as a market competitor with Russia or as a sole provider of oil with China. That's not the case right now, but it could be, right? That could be in the cards in the future, and the actions in the Gulf, if it was successful, would play a role in that, right? However, the Cuba thing doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's just like advancing boomer grievances. Boomer grievances paired up with Trump's investment into finding an easy W here, okay? He wants something to hold on to. He recognizes he lost in Iran and it was embarrassing. So he wants to regain the confidence, both within his base, for those who even care about this kind of thing. And I think with Cuba, not many do. Not many know about it. And amongst those who do, there's a very tiny number of people, Miami Cubans specifically, that want this to happen. But outside of that, there isn't really a lot of appetite to fucking wage war against Cuba, right? There is no strategic purpose, even indecent strategic purpose, to pursuing Cuba militarily. If you wanted to liberalize the Cuban markets, there's a way to do that. It's through negotiations. I know for a fact that they are willing to do this because they have done this with Barack Obama in the past, ironically enough. And Jason Hickel reports on this, and he's right, as always. Love Jason Hickel. Israel massacred 6 medics in Lebanon today. This was 2 days ago. But Western media didn't cover it because they're too busy trying to manufacture consent for an illegal U.S. invasion of Cuba. Also, Ben Rhodes has some choice words on Iran, but let's move on from that and let's get to Cuba.
Recent developments, a pretext for a US invasion, and has even circulated a family guide for protection against military aggression to its citizens. Earlier, I spoke to our Havana correspondent, Ed Augustine, who explained the tensions in Cuba at the moment amid increased US military pressure on the island. Take a listen.
It's kind of the oldest joke going in Cuba when the Americans come, right? Because the government's been talking about it for literally 2/3 of a century.
It's Ed Augustine. That's my friend. He's a wonderful guy. One of the brave and resilient reporters that are stationed in Havana still, that does the tireless and oftentimes thankless work of, working on the ground and getting the rest of the world to know what's up, know what's taking place in Havana, in Cuba.
And a lot of people here have traditionally seen it as a bit of a pretext, a bit of, we've heard that one before. What's changed in the last week or so is that a lot of the population, even people that don't really tune into politics too much, are now taking this seriously. The crucial inflection point was on Wednesday when the United States Department of Justice indicted Raul Castro. Raul Castro is still the most powerful political figure in the country. And the Cuban government points out that there was an indictment, or there were claims by the Department of Justice prior to the abduction of Nicolas Maduro that he was a narco-terrorist. And so it was, in their view, a pretext to...
This is what's so crazy is like, I tried to explain to people, like, a country that can violate all norms and all international law and decide to set up a sham trial for Nicolas Maduro, the head of a sovereign state, right, can just as easily do this to its own citizens. And now we're seeing that. a lot of Americans don't understand, where they're like, oh, who cares? Like, it's fucking, this guy's a tyrant, he's a dictator, he's cruel, blah, 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 all this shit. Like, none of that matters. If that was the case, then there's a way to advance that, okay? There's a way to file your grievances. There's a way to engage diplomatically. There's a way to do this kind of stuff. But America doesn't do that. America is a rogue state. So what happens when the architect of Western-backed international rule-based order behaves like a rogue state? Well, we're living through it currently. Nah, we shouldn't have done that in the first place. No, I know. I'm not saying it was appropriate for this administration to do any of that. I'm just simply trying to explain to Americans who weren't paying attention or were paying attention and were like, well, the media told me Maduro's a bad guy, so isn't this a good thing overall? My warning to them was, if we're doing that to the head of a sovereign state, what makes you think that the administration won't do that to you? You're a regular person. I'm a regular person. You know, we're just regular American citizens. They can do that to a whole ass fucking sovereign leader, the head of a state with a fucking standing military. They can easily do that to you, Chatter.
To be able to decapitate the Venezuelan government, and we all see now that oil is effectively under US control since then. And
now they're doing it to Cuba.
An interesting note to viewers: a few days after the president of Venezuela was snatched, the Department of Justice recognized that the drug organization that he was supposedly the kingpin of, El Cartel de los Soles, didn't even exist. They said it was more a culture.
Just hours after the U.S. Embassy issued the urgent security alert warning of a potential massive...
Oh, yeah, Russia's been pummeling. Russia's been deploying Oreshniks as well.
Air attack, Russia launching one of the heaviest overnight attacks from the air, sea and land, using hundreds of missiles and drones, including the powerful hypersonic Oreshnik ballistic missile, which is capable of carrying nuclear warheads. Russian President Vladimir Putin claims this type of missile is impossible to intercept. Kyiv's mayor Vitaly Klitschko...
I mean, that's not like a ridiculous claim. It's just reality. U.S. Embassy in Kyiv issues security alert. Russia launching heavy attack on Russia from air, sea, and land. On Russia? Damn. I wouldn't go that far. Good morning, America. Jesus Christ. ABC News already decided Ukraine is Russia. That's a bit crazy. Closer POV. Yeah, here. You want to see this? The fact that he's still up, the fact that he's still standing and is still filming is insane, by the way. Yeah, boy. He just ate that shit. Yeah. The Lukyanivka district of Kyiv saw heavy damage with a shopping center office complex taking a direct missile hit.
Saying the capital came under heavy attack and at least 4 people were killed and more than 100 others injured across the country. That number is expected to rise. And this comes after Putin was threatening to retaliate after accusing Ukraine of carrying out a deadly attack on a student dormitory in an occupied part of eastern Ukraine, killing 21 people. Ukraine denies hitting civilian infrastructure. Remember, it was just over a week ago Russia launched the largest sustained drone and missile attack since the war began, hitting energy, water and transport infrastructure as well as residential buildings. Putin had suggested the conflict was coming to an end. After last night's attack, Russia's war is far from over. Rhiannon?
Far from over. Lama Hassan, thank you for that.
The gunfire overnight outside the White House while President Trump was inside the executive mansion.
Oh, another ballroom, for the record. Another ballroom incident. I mean, this happens so frequently at this point that, like, people don't even give a shit anymore. People just look at this and go, oh, okay, got to build the ballroom, I guess. Even supporters of Trump don't even try to defend this anymore. They just kind of look at you and go, ballroom? Question mark? Isn't this wild? Golden Kappa train at level 2. Let's go. If you'd like a golden Kappa that you can use, it's time to give subs and subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. I like how he's completely safe inside the White House during this whole thing and still thinks he needs a stupid ass ballroom. Yeah.
Let's get the very latest now from ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang, who heard those shots.
They need the ballroom to stop communist Twitch streamers. I'll stop. He's right. If they build the ballroom, it's over for me. You know, I'll stop. I can't dare. An American president, I can criticize. An American president with a ballroom, it's a bridge too far. A ballroom too far. What is this? That's insane, dude.
Fired. Selena, we all saw your video. Very, very scary. Glad you're safe. Good morning to you.
Thanks, Gio. Good morning to you, too. Yeah, it was a really scary night. I mean, I was getting ready to go live for World News Tonight right here from this exact camera position. When I heard the shots ring out, we immediately ducked for cover. The team and I that we heard.
When you're telling your conservative congressman that someone just took shots at the great, big, beautiful president and they just hit you with the ballroom question mark stare. Yeah.
Yelling from Secret Service for us to immediately evacuate to the press briefing room. We sprinted over there where we were locked down for more than 30 minutes. The president was at the White House while the shooting incident was unfolding. I'm told that the president has been briefed on the incident and he's doing fine. Overnight, gunshots fired near the White House, multiple rounds ringing out.
Doesn't this prove that the ballroom is unnecessary, just like the White House Correspondents' Dinner attempt? Both of these attempts were failures. Okay? Both of these fucking attempts were failures. So obviously, it's proof that there is no need for a fucking ballroom. That, like, they have the capacity to handle this shit without the ballroom.
Law enforcement swarming to the scene, barricading off the surrounding area.
Oh, let's go. 91, respond for a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest.
The Secret Service telling ABC News a man approached a security checkpoint just outside the White House, took a gun out of a bag, and fired shots at officers. I was there preparing to go live when I heard a flurry of shots fired. Close, only for the two sides to remain far apart. The shots ringing out shortly after 6 p.m. My crew and I quickly ducking for cover.
We have to evacuate shooting. We have to evacuate shooting. We have to evacuate shooting.
We sprinted over to the press briefing room along with the rest of the report.
Trump literally did what you said, though. Trump uses shooting outside the White House to demand his big ballroom. Netanyahu's ballroom. Oh, the boomer jokes are... God. Boomer memes. Why do you hate the big, beautiful ballroom? This is why they're going to arrest you, because you're anti-ballroom. Honestly, if it means the federal government won't come after me, I'll say fucking build the ballroom, you know? I love it. Please, Mr. President.
Orders at the White House North Lawn. Officers firing back, killing the individual. Secret Service personnel were not injured, but a bystander was struck by gunfire. Officials say the suspect has a history of incidents involving the White House. He encountered law enforcement in June 2025 for blocking a point of entry at the White House. He was detained and involuntarily committed for a mental evaluation. 1 month later, he was arrested after he attempted to enter a White House checkpoint, telling officers he was Jesus Christ and that he wanted to get arrested. Court records showing a judge ordered he stay away from White House grounds. Trump was at the White House working in the Oval Office with his aides at the time of the shooting. And early this morning, President Trump praised law enforcement and the Secret Service for their quick action at the scene. It was just weeks ago when we ducked and covered at the White House Correspondents' Dinner as we heard gunshots ringing out. Gio?
Yeah, you were there for both of those, and those videos truly show how terrifying this was. Selena Wang, thank you for your reporting.
Now let's go to Madeline Rivera in Washington on the shooting outside the White House yesterday. Maddie, what can you tell us?
Hi, good morning, guys. So this happened around 6 p.m. local time. So for those that don't know, that's usually around the time that correspondents at the White House are preparing for their evening live shots. So many of them actually heard the shots, and some of them scrambled to the ground for cover. The White House was placed on lockdown for nearly an hour.
The ballroom lists White House, by the way. Okay? Not just any White House. But a White House devoid of a ballroom. A fact that I know is displeasing to hear, which is part of the reason why I think Fox News is not saying it, but they should be brave enough to say it. Okay? Fox News, be brave, be bold, be beautiful. By the way, Golden Capitrain is at level 8. Thank you for all the gifteds.
Secret Service spokesperson says a person came to the checkpoint near 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, and per their preliminary investigation, they say as the man walked up, he took a gun from his bag and began firing at officers. The Secret Service, they shot back and hit the suspect, who later died at a local hospital. Multiple sources now tell Fox News Digital the suspect was identified as 21-year-old Nazir Best from Maryland. Best allegedly had multiple run-ins with the Secret Service and had a history of mental health issues. He was reportedly detained by Secret Service on June 26 last year for flagging down agents and making threats, and again the next month for entering a restricted area. President Trump was at the White House when this happened, but he was not affected. The president later reacting onto social, saying this: "Thank you to our great Secret Service and law enforcement for the swift and professional action taken this evening against a gunman near the White House who had a violent history and possible obsession with our country's most cherished structure. The gunman is dead after an exchange of gunfire with Secret Service agents near the White House gates." This event is 1 month removed from the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooting and goes to show how important it is for all future presidents to get what will be the most safe and secure space of its kind ever built in Washington, D.C. The president there appearing to refer to the White House ballroom. White House aide Stephen Chung says the president continued working through the evening, posting, "It's 9:30 p.m. on a Saturday night, and President Trump is still in the Oval Office working hard for the American people. He's simply one of one." The Secret Service says a bystander was shot during the incident, but it's unclear whether they were initially hit by the suspect or during the crossfire. Charlie, Rachel, and Griff.
Thank you, Maddie. With that, let's bring in retired Secret Service agent Jeff James. Joins us now. Thank you for joining us this morning, Jeff. Based on what the information that we have right now, and there have been a number of run-ins with this suspect over the past year and a half, do we think that the obsession of this shooter, this gunman, had to do with President Trump specifically, or just the presidency and the White House? Is there anything that gives us any indication about that?
You know, nothing initially, but that'll be figured out. And in my career, I did 2 years as an intelligence specialist in our intelligence division. And we would see that. We would see people who were obsessed with the presidency, period, not just one person. That goes all the way back to John Hinckley. John Hinckley actually had plans to shoot President Ford before he eventually shot President Reagan. So it wouldn't be unusual to see an obsession with the White House and the presidency as a whole rather than one president.
So, Jeff, let me ask you.
Thank you, Flying Server, for the gifted subs.
When we look at the actual location, which I believe is 17th in Pennsylvania, where the gunman was able to at least get to and fire off shots, what do you make of where this occurred? And does it call for even more hardened
It's very funny to do this from Talladega.
security around the White House by Secret Service?
Well, the first thing I want to point out is that, you know, the security measures work. This person didn't get inside the perimeter. He shot through the fence. You know, the fence line from the north portico, you have about 70 yards to Pennsylvania Avenue, and then this was down on the corner. So you're a good couple hundred yards away from the White House itself by the time you get to 17th Street. You know, we can't continue. If we tried to move the cordon out any farther. At that point, we're starting to encompass businesses, which really lends itself to less security when you encompass a place where more people have to come and go. So the perimeter, the 18 acres that the White House covers, the perimeters are literally pushed out as far as they can go, right in the center of D.C. there.
All right.
All right, Jeff James, thank you for joining us and for all those details. Appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows.
A race against time in Southern California as a large pressurized tank filled with a...
Dude, everything is so dog shit, man. Just chaos everywhere. Wars, death, destruction, no ballroom. Obviously, that's probably the worst thing that any president or any country could ever withstand, not having a fucking ballroom. And you know, this also on top of that, right? Like Orange County, massive fucking toxic chemical blast, or a potential for a toxic chemical blast. There's chemical leaks that have taken place already. There's real worry that it could pollute the water supply. And there's no ballroom. Worst of all, there is no fucking ballroom yet. Stop being a doomer. It's kind of tough for where I'm standing, chatter. I'm gonna keep it a bead. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. If only this chemical plant had a ballroom that could protect it and others. It could keep the toxic pollutants contained, you know? I hear news stories about things that are happening. Level 9, almost at level 10, 30 seconds remaining. Oh, God. We have now reached level 10 on the hype train, on the Golden Kappa hype train. Thank you, everybody, for subscribing to the Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people, as always. Thank you. Your subscriptions allow me to maintain my editorial independence, which at times puts me in the crosshairs of some very wealthy and very powerful people, whether it be the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk, or even the wealthiest government on the planet, the United States of America. I was already an op of another foreign government, Israel. But now officially I can say the American government are my ops as well, at least for the time being. You know, the country that I am a citizen of, the country that I was born in, the United States of America. When are we getting the Piker ballroom service? I don't have a ballroom. That's why I'm actually under fire. Think about that. If Dems defended you, you wouldn't have to be scared. Yeah. No, that's true. If there was at least a competent opposition party, if there was a competent opposition party and that competent opposition party was opposing the administration right now, I would feel a little less worried. That hasn't happened yet. I still have to hold out hope that it will. Just as everyone showed support to Jimmy Kimmel, including ourselves. I hope. Felix or Noah today? Noah's not here. Felix will be on the broadcast. And then we will head over to Molly Crabapple Studio so we can learn about the Jewish Bund and the history of Jewish anti-Zionism.
Toxic chemical is at risk of imminent failure.
This is as real as it gets. It's the worst case scenario I've ever faced in my career.
The governor declaring a state of emergency. A tank located.
Your subpoena ain't even getting you views. Shaking my head. 2 L's. Wait, what? It's a Sunday, chatter. Are you okay? I'd rather have no views and no subpoena. You know what I mean?
At a manufacturing plant called GKN Aerospace started leaking due to a broken valve. The tank is estimated to contain 7,000 gallons of methyl methacrylate, a highly volatile substance used in the production of plastic.
It could pose problems. It can irritate the respiratory tract, and repeat exposure can lead to organ or neurological damage.
The plant is located 35 miles from Los Angeles. At least 50,000 residents were forced to evacuate.
Police officers came into our area telling everyone to leave, and so, yeah, we all went, and it was kind of stressful because, like, where are we gonna go?
This is the command center, and the key players here decided the evacuation zone needs to be roughly 10 square miles due to concerns of toxic fumes or a dangerous fireball.
Fire and hazmat teams working around the clock to cool the tank on Saturday, putting their lives on the line to neutralize the chemical inside, all in an attempt to prevent an explosion. Authorities warning of another likely scenario. The tank could spill.
If we burn down a bunch of buildings and a bunch of homes, that's a disaster. But if we allow this to make it to the ocean and make it an ecological disaster, we don't want that as well.
So it's essentially one or the other?
It could be both.
Officials say they are preparing for the tank's imminent failure and urging residents to take this seriously.
Our goal is not to just save our communities, it's also to save our environment.
And as for a timeline as to when this tank could fail, authorities say they have no idea. There is simply no precedent for this, but they are working to try to find a solution. Rhiannon.
What a scary situation. Jacqueline Lee, thank you for that.
Katie,
Yeah, there was one good news from the court system. Federal judge dismisses Kilmar Abrego Garcia's human smuggling case in Nashville for an unprecedented and very, very rare reason. But before I get to that, Rick Scott, my favorite senator, Rick Scott of Florida, is back on the timeline complaining. He quote retweeted the Fox News piece saying, "Good. Hasan Piker and co-Pink went to Cuba, stayed in 5-star hotels, cozied up with thugs in the communist regime, and completely ignored the innocent political prisoners being starved and tortured. They should be thoroughly investigated and held accountable for any laws broken in doing so." To which I replied with, "You were investigated by the feds for doing Medicare fraud. If I got investigated, it would be for delivering medical supplies, you demon." Also, it's so funny to be like, Cuba arrests dissidents and tortures them, which is why we should arrest and torture our dissidents. When Cuba does it, it's wrong. When we do it, it's right. Buddy, we literally arrest and torture our dissidents in Cuba. What do you think Guantanamo Bay is? Not only are you advocating for this to happen in America right now with that statement, but you also forget that we do that in Cuba, in Guantanamo Bay. Every part of this is hypocritical and idiotic. Was your hype train top score? I don't know, but we're at 11, and it doesn't seem to. It seems that it's going to end because there's only 10 seconds remaining on the Golden Kappa train. So I guess for today it'll be 11, unless people do a last second. Oh my God! With 3 seconds remaining, 10 gifted subs, but it will not. It will not be enough, and the hype train ends here. Hype chest open. Reward Golden Kappa for 24 hours. Shared. Missed the buzzer beater, dude. Laura Loomer's absolutely spiraling after Ashley St. Clair appeared on a Hasan Piker stream. Is she? She's been going nutty mode. Bet she's loving that I'm in trouble. Always ahead of the curve. If Code Pink is being subpoenaed and their co-founders photograph the leader of Hamas, why do they still have a 501c3 tax-deductible status? I've been calling this out forever, and only now people are catching up. Even better, Scott Besson should just take away Code Pink's 501c3. Oh my God. They're so aggressively trying to do everything they can. Again, we are a nation of rules and laws for the time being. Okay? This is something that's what is this? As I said before, follow the Turkish money. Remember what I told you? My CIA source told me about Pakistan taking money from Turkey. The names of all involved will be out soon. Seems like I'm months ahead of even members of Congress on these Islamic foreign influence operations online. For all the bravado, Hasan clearly understands this is serious. I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's not great. The news is not great, okay? I mean, it's bullshit, but it's still not great that they're after your boy. They're up my ass. He then joked about viewers chanting, free me, responding, free me, free me. I can't believe I'm saying that. For all the bravado, Hasan clearly understands this is serious. Hasan calls the scrutiny pure evil, then casually acknowledges photo with Code Pink founder Jody Evans, who is also reportedly under investigation. This is Jody Evans, who I took a photo with. They love this photo for some reason. I don't know why. She's one of the co-founders of Code Pink. She's wonderful. He also mocks the DSA connection. The DSA does not promote me as a headline member, but you know, fuck it, we ball. So I understand why Fox frames him as DSA adjacent, and I also understand why Hasan wants to push back on being described as a headline member. But the connection is not imaginary. DSA's own NPC has credited Hasan with helping drive the merchandise sales, which tells you they see his platform as valuable, whether or not he wants the formal label. I'd also remind people that I was covering Hasan's Cuba trip before he even arrived. Wait, this is what the guy looks like? This is what Stu Smith looks like? The red flags were visible before the delegation even landed. What? I have a thread on National Lawyers Guild clips on this exact issue, including their own advice for Americans traveling to Cuba. I disagree fundamentally with almost everything he believes, but in perspective, not one person of the co-conspirators of Epstein are in handcuffs. Until then, it's free Hasan. Can't believe I'm typing this consciously and hitting reply. I'm confused as to what exactly is illegal about his behavior, whether recently or in the past. I can't understand that people don't like it. I can understand that people don't like it, but is there anything illegal to subpoena him for? Yeah. Charging people for what seemed to be mostly being an annoying asshole leftist media figure isn't the best look for the government. Yes, he likely broke some laws related to Cuba, but this will still look like a political case. Yeah. Hopefully Cenk gets caught up in the investigation too. I like that these guys just straight up are like, yeah, I want the federal government to literally arrest, depose, prosecute, and jail and you know, create like a fake criminal charge against people that I'm annoyed by on the internet. That's cool, man. You know, you're never getting health care. Life sucks dick. The president doesn't give a shit about you. Openly says, I don't care about your economic situation at all. I must wage war with Iran at the behest of Israel. And you're over here being like, well, you might as well just like, you know, kill someone that I don't like on the internet. Here's a real solution for you. Tune me the fuck out. You don't have to hear what I have to say, man. Why the fuck are you purposefully tuning in to get annoyed over and over again? Why are you going to outlets that constantly clip shit from my broadcast to piss you off? I don't understand this at all. That's what I do. There are plenty of fucking people who annoy me. Guess what I do? I tune it out. I like that every fucking like ultra has to preface every ultra has to preface this with like Whatever you think of very valid criticisms of Hasan Piker, he's the canary in the coal mine. If they hurt him, they will hurt us all. Yeah, dude. I know. All of your very valid criticisms of me is that I'm not like sincerely trying to change this system, right? Well, it turns out the federal government has a very different opinion on that issue than you do. Okay? Just take the W no matter how small, dude. Yeah, it's just really is very funny that these people are like Hasan is a fake, he's a phony, he's performative, he's not a real activist at all. He doesn't do any activism. Well, it turns out the fucking federal government has a very different opinion. I wish they also thought that way, for the record. It would be nice. Anyway, let's get back to Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
Thank you. Right now, breaking news as a federal judge in Nashville drops human smuggling charges against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. His case made national headlines after the Trump administration mistakenly deported him back to his home country of El Salvador in March of 2025, and then was forced to bring him back to the U.S. The human trafficking charges were brought upon his return. Fox 17 News' Karen Aguilar has been on this case from the jump, is in studio now with reaction as well as an explanation of why the judge dropped these charges.
Scott, Kilmar Abrego Garcia became the poster child for the broader national debate over immigration, sparking interest from both sides of this issue. Friday, a federal judge for the Middle District of Tennessee dismisses Kilmar Abrego Garcia's human smuggling charges, leading to a celebration for some and disappointment in the system for others. Sarah, who doesn't want to use her last name, is an activist for the group Children of Immigrants.
With this victory, there's so much more peace. There's hope. There's joy.
So where do y'all live at? Abrego Garcia's charges stem from this 2022 traffic stop in Cookeville. Judge Waverly Crenshaw wrote in his opinion, the evidence before this court sadly reflects an abuse of prosecuting power. Crenshaw ruled the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Middle District of Tennessee led a vindictive prosecution against Abrego Garcia. This comes after the Trump administration mistakenly deported Abrego Garcia to El Salvador. The prosecution then indicted Abrego Garcia on the human smuggling charges in May 2025, bringing him back into the country. Crenshaw writes, the objective evidence here shows that absent Abrego's successful lawsuit challenging his removal to El Salvador, the government would not have brought this prosecution. Sarah believes Crenshaw dismissing Abrego Garcia's case has bigger implications for undocumented immigrants.
And hopefully there's more cases out there that will be taken out and overthrown and more people that are able to be set free.
The U.S. District Attorney's Office sent us a statement which reads in part, the undisputed evidence shows that the decision to charge Abrego was made by a career prosecutor based solely on the facts and the substantial evidence that a serious crime had been committed and deserved prosecution. While we respectfully disagree with the decision to dismiss this case. Abrego Garcia's attorney also sent us a statement which reads in part, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a victim of a politicized, vindictive White House. We are so pleased that he is a free man. The U.S. Attorney's Office of the Middle District of Tennessee tells me they are looking to appeal. We'll keep you updated on that. Karen Aguilar, Fox 17 News, your Code Red station.
The South Carolina state legislature is poised to eliminate Congressman James Clyburn's district. And this redistricting for a lot of people,
Dude, it's full frontal. It's actually insane. This is a war that they're waging on every institution across the board. Like on the redistricting front, it's about denying black people any sort of political voice. On the court side, they're aggressively pursuing people. They're doing McCarthyism. With Iran, they're replaying the failures of Vietnam, but in a much faster way. This administration is hitting every piece of regression in American history in real time in only a matter of 2 years. They're just straight up waging war on what remains of American democracy, the democratic process, the courts, the people, sometimes directly militarily waging war like they did in Minneapolis. It's actually incredible to watch. And I still think so many people are sleepwalking through it. House leaders, what is this? House leaders have planned to vote on the bill to create NIL standard amid chaos of college sports, but CBC said it would oppose the bill unless SEC schools spoke up on the gerrymandering in their states, and some calling for black athletes to boycott SEC schools. Republicans are furious, and some Ds are in a jam. This is great. The Congressional Black Caucus is using their influence here to raise the salience of this issue because it's a ginormous issue. This is about rolling back the clock on the civil rights struggle. It's crazy. And because there is like some degree of outrage fatigue here where people can't pay attention to everything that's going on, this is something that's just getting left behind.
Fight, it feels different because
I
it
gotta
isn't just
pee.
a partisan power grab. It's the direct targeting of one of the most, if not the most, influential voices for Black Democrats and Democrats as a whole, really, in modern American politics. Clyburn has spent decades as a kingmaker in the Democratic Party. His endorsement in 2020 helped rescue Joe Biden's campaign and cleared a path for him to the White House. But if Clyburn's district is eliminated, the story it's bigger than Clyburn. It's about whether Black Democrats will be able to elect a representative of their choice in South Carolina for years, for decades to come. My family lives in South Carolina. I know this well. Clyburn was only the 9th Black member of Congress ever elected from South Kakalaki. And as he writes in his book, the first 8 served during Reconstruction right after the Civil War. Then came Jim Crow, voter suppression, racial gerrymandering. And for generations, no Black South Carolinian returned to Congress. That history is why Clyburn himself has called this redistricting push Jim Crow 2.0. Because it could be decades until another Black Democrat can be elected from South Carolina, all because of how Republicans drew their lines. If that happens, the state could be on the verge of repeating a chapter of its history, a dark chapter, that took more than a century to undo. For more analysis like this, conversations like these, you can check out my podcast, Clock It, with Miss Simone Sanders Townsend. Have the link in the bio to follow.
And then this big week for us here, new exclusive polling from Pix 11, The Hill, and Emerson College on the 3 most hotly contested primaries in the city here in New York's 7th, 10th, and 12th congressional districts, showing 2 toss-ups and 1 potential blowout. Our Henry Brossoff has those numbers.
In the 10th Congressional District, that's lower Manhattan and Brooklyn neighborhoods like Park Slope and Sunset Park, Congressman Dan Goldman is well behind in our poll as he seeks a 3rd term. Former Comptroller Brad Lander is ahead by 34 points, leading Goldman 57% to 23%, with 20% of voters undecided. Goldman's team says his internal numbers have things much tighter. The consensus among political watchers is that Lander, backed by Mayor Mamdani, might be ahead, but no one was expecting it to be by this much. In the 12th Congressional District, that's Midtown and the Upper East and Upper West Sides, there's a battle to replace outgoing Congressman Jerry Nadler. Nadler's protege, Assemblyman Micah Lasher, is leading our poll at 22%. Assemblyman Alex Boris, who talks a lot about the future of AI, is at 20%. Then social media commentator and grandson of President Kennedy, Jack Schlossberg, is at 11%. He's followed by Republican-turned-Democrat and President Trump critic George Conway, who's running on an impeach Trump platform. But note, still a lot of undecided voters at 32%. Next is New York 7 along the waterfront in Park.
Yeah, I mean, it's Brad Lander's got this in the fucking bag.
Of Queens and
on New York 12, they're all terrible. Boris could potentially be a unique one. He could have been a good candidate, but he is so bad on Israel. He's just so unbelievably bad. I mean, he's better than the other ones. He's better than the rest. Cam Caskey dropped out, yeah.
Brooklyn, where Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez is retired.
Yeah, New York has its own real California style situation. Maybe for New York 12, they're all excited about it. But Mamdani approval strong among Democratic primary voters across districts. The majority of voters feel safe in their neighborhood. And in the 12th district, Mamdani support is at 66, which is lower than other districts. Tomorrow I'll be linking up with Dara Lisa, who's not in any of these Emerson polls, unfortunately. I don't think they polled her, but
Mamdani is once again flexing his political muscles. He's backing fellow Democratic Socialist Assemblywoman Claire Valdez, who's at 23%. Velázquez's chosen successor, who has a lot of experience in local politics, is Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso at 21%. Councilmember Julie Wan is at 13%. Once again, a high number of undecided voters at 43%. The mayor is broadly popular among Democratic voters in all three of these districts, and he's putting a lot of time and effort, in particular, to support Valdez in the 7th.
And now to dig deeper into those polls and more, we're joined by our picks panel, our own senior political reporter, Henry Rossoff, professor at University of Mount St. Vincent, J.C. Polanco, and the politics reporter for New York Focus, Nick Garber. So great to have all three of you with us. Let's get into these poll numbers. All really interesting numbers here. A lot of undecided, so there's a lot of still of game to play here. The biggest surprise, though, I think came from the comptroller, Brad Lander, and the Congressman Dan Goldman race, and just the kind of overwhelming number going for Brad Lander. So how much of it, Henry, let me start with you, has to do with the candidates themselves here?
I think quite a bit, actually, in this particular case. I mean, Lander's represented at least parts of this district for a long time in the city council. He was a citywide official as comptroller. He's backed by Mayor Mamdani. He's got a really big well of goodwill in this district, where I think Mamdani is, has 80% job approval among Democrats. The poll also showed. And then Congressman Goldman is a step out of touch with where the Democratic Party is going on his position on funding Israel, supporting Israel, and those politics in general. So on immigration, they kind of go back and forth, but both have done different things that are both in the minds of Democratic voters I would consider probably laudable. But the real flashpoint is Israel and the well of goodwill that Lander built up last year.
Yeah, I guess, JC, when you look at this, is there anything have to do with what Henry was just talking about, right? There's the Mamdani effect for Brad Lander, who endorsed him right away. And Kathy Hochul came out for Dan Goldman. So it's kind of like you have the governor and the mayor at odds here. Does any of that matter?
It is everything.
Yeah.
Look, Mayor Mamdani is incredibly popular amongst the Democrats in that district. That endorsement is gold. What you're seeing in that poll, it's not because Goldman is a bad Democrat. Goldman is one of the leading Democrats in Congress against the Trump administration. He's made a career out of making sure that they hold Trump accountable. He's with the district on abortion, on immigration, on taxes, ICE, everything. The only difference is that he did not support Mayor Mamdani when he was just an assemblyman a year ago today. Had he endorsed Assemblyman Mamdani, this would not be happening today. That's just a fact. So I think it goes a lot to say with the cult of personality around Mayor Mamdani and the power of his endorsement. I think that the only person that rivals that kind of wielding that kind of power in the party is President Trump. That endorsement from President Trump in the Republican primary is gold, just like Mayor Mamdani's endorsement.
I mean, it's quite stunning to see someone without scandal. I mean, Goldman's been scandal-free well in Congress. To be behind by 34 points in a primary, I mean, that's just a stunning fact of the matter here.
And then you have that race, and then you kind of hop over to New York 7,
Dude,
where again you have
Mamdani is the mayor of New York, but also the president of New York. Okay, in New York City, He's the motherfucking president, pretty much. I think, once again, I'm in Mamdanistan right now, and I will say it, he should straight up put all of his clout and support into the entire DSA slate and not pick and choose some of the races where he doesn't mind moving his influence or moving his weight around, but all of them.
A relatively unknown in Claire Valdez, Nick, against the Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso and a Councilwoman Julie Wan. And in a normal circumstance, you'd think the Brooklyn Borough President would kind of go all the way on this one. But again, the mayor here with his influence kind of endorsing and going with Claire Valdez has kind of launched her now to the top of the line. What do we know much about her and how does she differ from the others?
Yeah, I mean, Mayor Mamdani, there was, as has been documented, there was kind of a messy process that led up to his endorsement of Claire Valdez. She's not, incredibly well known, even in the district where she, partially represents in the assembly. She's only been in office a couple of years. There was a question that, maybe he could have come to more of a consensus with outgoing Congresswoman Velasquez and, reached a candidate who they could have both supported.
Well, Velasquez herself went after Reynoso. I mean, that was her.
Totally, but I think before that, there was a question that maybe they could have settled on someone like Tiffany Caban, who's in the city council, is DSA, is also Latina, and has been, has sort of deep.
I think these events will turn out positive for you. A lot of people can't comprehend that even that a Twitch streamer got subpoenaed. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure they'll figure out a way to be like, no, it's actually good, and he should go to fucking prison. I've seen too much of that. Yeah, Mayor Zoran Mamdani stops in Maria Hernandez Park in Bushwick to fire up a crowd of canvassers for Claire Valdez on a rainy, cloudy afternoon. Claire is where we want her to be, in the lead. And for the record, Zoran is not the fucking kingmaker here. And neither am I, obviously. But Zoran does have a lot of clout. Especially in New York. And he should swing it around. In the same way that he's doing. What is this? Here, Claire Valdez Zoran, he does not want to go against those that support him. I mean, he is going against someone who supported him, though. The outgoing Congresswoman, Nydia Velasquez, had a different hand-selected pick here, Antonio Reynoso. So if he doesn't mind sticking his neck out here, he should do so with Espaillat in the Dar Elisa race as well. Claire Valdez speaks, explaining how New York-based groups collect money to fund the ongoing displacement of violence against Palestinians. Oh yeah, this was the Not on Our Dime Act. What is this? Ashley St. Clair, the mother of Elon Musk's kids, sits down with Luke Beasley for a shocking expose, disturbing corruption, workplace abuse, and MAGA sexuality, hypocrisy, all revealed. Out now on YouTube. Is no one trying to primary Richie Torres? Michael Blake is trying to primary Richie Torres. Reynoso supported Zoran day one too? Yeah. You got subpoenaed when? I haven't yet officially. I haven't officially been subpoenaed. Fox News claims I've been subpoenaed. But I expect it to happen. Anyway.
roots in the district. Yeah, I mean, based on the poll, it seems like maybe not an ideal result for Antonio Reynoso. That you would think that starting out this early in the campaign, he as the borough president would have the initial lead, but not even. Yeah.
I can't believe what I'm seeing in that poll. Claire Valdez is a newcomer. She came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The borough president has been there forever. He's been now a two-term borough president, before that two-term member of the city council, before that chief of staff in the city council. It goes to show you that cult of personality support of having Mayor Mamdani's endorsement. No other planet would this be happening. Someone that just came from Texas.
Is it the case of that,
couple of years ago?
Or is it that people don't want so-called establishment, and Reynoso might kind of fall into that category, even though he's a relatively young guy?
Dan, that's not the case. I just explained to you, not only is he a young guy, but he's incredibly progressive. I mean, right off the bat, on everything, he's ultra progressive. The fact is he did not get the endorsement of Mayor Mamdani, and that's just incredible to me. That kind of power that Mayor Mamdani is wielding in some of these districts.
I do think voters are still wondering what to make of Valdez, because it's not like she's running away with this thing. That particular congressional race in our polling had the highest number of undecideds, I think, in the neighborhood of 43%. So I think the voters themselves are like, wait, I know Antonio, Mayor Mamdani, what's wrong with Antonio? And he's pointing to this other woman, okay, tell me more about her. So I think that race is the most fluid, we're seeing in our polling.
Yeah, I forgot that. You go ahead.
You know what's interesting? I think that in all of these cases that we're watching, the third person on that poll is going to have incredible influence at the end. You're looking at in the Reynoso seat. Julie Wan has that around 11%. If she sees the writing on the wall, she sees that she may not be pulling this off, then she could give her endorsement to Reynoso and really change the.
I mean, although she makes the case, that this district's a lot about immigration issues. It's just I'm the only immigrant on this ballot. I'm the only true immigrant story on this ballot. And that's not worth nothing. There was a big flash.
I mean, it's New York City, and I think all three are either children of immigrants or like have a deep connection in their immediate family to immigration into this country. So, right? Isn't Claire also? Claire herself is not an immigrant, but like I think her parents are first generation, right?
Point on Wyckoff Hospital at the immigration issue. In this very
this guy's talking a lot of shit for wearing the exact same glasses that Claire wears.
District. So
let's leave it there because we're gonna talk.
Everything I'm saying is common sense. We've just.
Oh my God! I heard he talked shit about me on this too.
Lost it in Los Angeles.
Spencer Pratt says if he doesn't win mayor of Los Angeles, America's second largest city, is doomed.
4 more years, LA is cooked. Like done, burnt, cooked. Is Karen Bass targeting fire victims who...
Pratt's aggressive social media videos.
Nobody in charge will listen. I will.
Reaching millions around the world.
Why I'm resonating is because people have eyeballs.
Some of his supporters see the one-time reality show.
Oh my God. He looks very different. He is magnified completely. It's actually remarkable how much of a Timu Trump situation it is. I'm gonna be honest, dude. There's a lot of outside money backing Spencer Pratt. There's a lot of like national MAGA that wants to get like any kind of W they can. They know Karen Bass is weak. They know there's no like viable, real, solid, reliable alternative. So it's just a very it's a very interesting situation, Pratt wins, you finally move to New York. Buddy, I might have to move to whichever fucking federal prison I'm going to. You know what I mean?
Villain as a sort of superhero, including one fan who created this AI video reposted by Pratt.
They know I'm not a politician. They know if they didn't burn my house down, I wouldn't be running for mayor.
Pratt's home was among the almost 7,000 structures that burned during the Palisades fire last January. LA Mayor Karen Bass was in Ghana.
I can't believe how bad American politics is because, and Tim Dillon is right for what he's about to say here. Spencer Pratt already inked a fucking reality TV deal with Boardwalk Pictures to roll cameras as he runs for mayor. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about anything. And it's crazy that there are enough dumbasses in Los Angeles, it seems, that look at this situation and go, you know, I don't really care. Fuck it. Why not? He is clearly a fucking con man in every way, shape, and form. Trust fund baby, loses all of his money, bankrupts his businesses, sells crystals, is MAGA, loves Alex Jones, pro fucking ICE, pro Trump. What are we doing? Los Angeles has like what, 10% support for Trump at this point? And they have a higher percentage for Spencer Pratt, who is a worse version of Donald Trump, a watered down version of Donald Trump, who will have direct impact on your lives.
Time, despite warnings about fire weather conditions for days before the blaze. In my interview with Mayor Bass, she claimed she didn't know about the extent of the warnings and wished she never made the trip.
When I talked to the chief when I got home, basically the response was, well, we always have Santa Ana winds. We didn't anticipate them being this bad.
At least 12 people died during the Palisades fire, according to city officials.
You cannot just move on and act like, oh, I was in Ghana, oopsie daisies. Like, no, you should have resigned. You should have admitted to your failures.
This is where Mayor Bass lives. You notice something?
In a recent ad, Pratt visited Bass's official residence, and then his burnt out lot.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down.
But TMZ reports that Pratt hasn't ever lived in that Airstream behind him, and often stays at the pricey Hotel Bel Air, or at a family home in Santa Barbara County.
I don't live at the Hotel Bel Air, and I don't live in Santa Barbara. I live in that dirt, and that's my fight. And I had to take a minute to run for mayor. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air.
Spencer mocked the TMZ story in a parody of Will Smith's Fresh Prince of Bel Air opening theme.
It's so ridiculous that anyone is focusing on whether my Airstream is parked in my dirt lot or I drive it to the Hotel Bel Air.
TMZ also reported that he signed a deal to film a reality show with his family about his political run.
Like if I had a Netflix show, it wouldn't be getting broken by Harvey Levin. I would have made my own videos.
Pratt says as LA mayor, he'd try to fight future fires faster by...
Yeah, he's denying it. I definitely don't believe it. I definitely believe that he has inked a deal. Remember when Spencer Pratt leaked photos of an intoxicated Mary-Kate Olsen for a few bucks? Once a scumbag, always a scumbag. Okay, that's not a few bucks. That's $50,000. That's a lot of few bucks. A lot of the tepid neoliberalism and the centrism has obviously opened up for the first time ever a unique opportunity for the left to have these insurgent campaigns and win, right? But also, we're not the only ones who are recognizing how weak the Democrats are. Unfortunately, right-wing populists are also trying to take advantage of that weakness. And it's created this like very unstable environment where if there isn't a strong contender on the left that everyone can unite behind, you have people like Spencer Pratt taking advantage of that opportunity.
Installing more water drop sites for firefighting aircraft.
We put 20 dip sites around these communities because right now, if we have these dip sites, they hit the water, boom, they hit the water, and then we also connect pools.
In terms of LA's homelessness crisis, he vows to enforce the laws already on the books.
This isn't happening in Beverly Hills. You could go have dinner there.
Why do you think that is?
Because they enforce their laws.
Pratt says many on the street are addicted to drugs. He'd create a new place to take.
Oh, yeah, by the way, you know, YIMBYism, NIMBYism, whatever, okay? The reality of the matter is there is a third alternative worse than both of those different ideologies in terms of how we must build new housing units. And that is, of course, people who claim that people are homeless not because they're priced out of the housing market, but because they're fucking drug addicts and they're mentally ill and they kind of deserved it. And that, unfortunately, is the Spencer Pratt method. And, of course, that's the one that's that's the one that's getting a lot of attention.
Take them, calling it treatment and recovery first.
It's time to radically go in a new direction with mandatory treatment. And it's going to be incredible. This isn't like a jail. This is a place where people are going to go and have a chance to come back in society.
Pratt says his center would include treatment, workforce training, and be located on federal land outside of Los Angeles.
It's going to be somewhere where people will go and they go, thank God for Spencer. This is the greatest thing in the United States of America. Everyone needs to copy this model.
Who pays for that?
I have literal billionaires. I've met with 30 of them lined up. Not to mention my
They're
plan.
going to pay for it themselves.
They are ready to go.
Privately funded.
It doesn't need to be all privately funded.
But you know there's going to be all sorts of pushback. There's going to be people on the city council that pushes back. There's going to be folks that are homeless advocates that are pushing back.
You know the bigger system that's going to push back even harder? The communities that are being destroyed, being endangered by this giant system.
So where would Spencer and his family live if he wins? Getty House in Hancock Park has been the official residence of the LA mayor since 1977.
Would you live at the mayor's home, the residence in Hancock Park?
Absolutely not, because we have a housing bed issue. So I'm going to use all the beds in that mansion for these single mothers that we keep hearing about that are living on the street.
And where would you live?
I will be at where they are very upset that I'm not at every night in the Palisades.
Okay.
But I need a fence. We need to connect the water.
Pratt has been sharing out AI-generated videos created by his fans on his own social media.
What is the thought process for you in terms of what you share out and what you don't share out?
The amount of things that I'm getting tagged in a day, like I will, if somebody says, vote for Spencer Pratt, he'll say that's a repost. You know, obviously I could vet things more.
One AI video shows residents throwing tomatoes at Bass.
It is absolutely 150% fiction. But what's worrying me now is that his social media is now taking on a
AI famously popular in Hollywood right now. Dude, I know everyone in town hates this shit. But honestly, I'm telling you, man, people are that fucking fed up and that dumb. I think Karen Bass likes a matchup between her and Spencer Pratt. Karen Bass, on the other hand, does not like a matchup between her and even Nithya, which I think she still has a shot at defeating Nithya as well. Because Nithya, unfortunately, is also uniquely weak on rhetoric. She hasn't received support from her own organization, DSA-LA, to the same degree that's necessary to like push her over the edge. I'm being very sober in my assessment here. I'm being very honest. But Nithya would present a challenge to Karen Bass, whereas Spencer Pratt also represents a challenge to Karen Bass, but she's just relying on the don't vote for Trump voters in Los Angeles if she matches up against Nithya or matches up against Spencer Pratt rather than Nithya Raman.
a violent turn.
Which is the funniest thing I've ever heard coming from the lady who allowed 12 people to burn alive, and she's worrying about AI.
So can Spencer Pratt actually win as mayor of Los Angeles? Clearly, there are signs of support for him all over Pacific Palisades. The challenge is, Palisades is a relatively small part of the massive city of Los Angeles. Nearly 4 million residents, and an estimated 2/3 of them are Democrats. Pratt is a registered Republican.
In LA city elections, a candidate's political party is not listed on the ballot. But 4 years ago, Bass and her allies ran countless ads on TV and social media reminding voters of her opponent, Rick Caruso's Republican past. It worked. Bass won that election by nearly 10 points.
Do you fear that they're going to do that same thing to you? That there's going to be a massive onslaught of money to tell everybody that you're a Republican?
They could do skywriting all day long. I'm about to do skywriting, so I got to mute that now. So they could do anything they want. Everyone that supports me is a Democrat. Democrats do not want naked drug addicts in front of their kids at the park and school, period.
Why are you a Republican?
Well, you want
to... I mean, he's anything and everything that suits his purpose. What is this? Hasan Piker's leftist rivals are already throwing him under the bus. I bet these guys DM. I'm completely at the disposal of the Trump administration if any more information on Marxist communist Hasan Piker is needed. Good point. I hate it when my rivals throw me under the bus. That is so unexpected of rivals. He's memeing? Oh, dude, he's memeing? Was he memeing when he was taking credit literally yesterday for all of the anti-Graham Plattner rhetoric and all of the anti-Hasan rhetoric that's been the talk of the town, and at the heart of this discourse is apparently bad empanada? No, he's just a fucking narcissistic weirdo, dude. I mean, yeah, he's memeing right there, but he doesn't give a shit about anything. Like, a lot of people ironically think that he is this sincere revolutionary, when in fact, he does less than even I do and is unbelievably toxic and also seemingly a slop merchant himself. He got a little taste of that drama culture, and he leaned into it pretty heavily. He went from doing videos about how easy it is to grift, to say like fuck Hasan, to doing that leftistly, and many people actually fell for it. There are decent amounts of people in this community that literally fucking fell for it. He's become the same as Sex Pestany. No discernible worldview, just singular focus on improving his bottom line. He's lost his damn mind. Yeah, it doesn't even deserve my addressing it at all. Let's be real. He's like desperate. He's so desperate, begging Noah to have him on the fucking fundraising stream. Please have me on. He derails every conversation to whatever his like personal project is. And he does ironically use, and this is perhaps like the most disgusting element, he uses the genocide of the Palestinians to make it seem like he's actually tackling the issue from a moral perspective. But his hyper focus clearly betrays how important this issue is to everyone, including himself. Anyway, he literally went from, if Hasan was a sincere issue, if Hasan was like a real, he went from making this video, Hasan Piker obsession is not normal, please seek help, 10 months ago, to literally leaning into that obsession. And then his fan base is, marginal for the most part. But instead of like trying to advance the cause of Palestinians, instead of advancing anti-Zionism, many in his community think that like the best possible way to do it is like direct hatred at those he has put in his crosshairs. Sometimes those who he puts in his crosshairs are actually Zionists. In many instances, they used to be liberal Zionists and Zionists alike, ultra Zionists to liberal Zionists. Now he's decided there's maybe a better market to carve out a niche for himself, which is to go after other critics of Israel, more prominent critics of Israel than he, and try to eat away at that market share in his mind, I guess. I don't think about it in these terms, but it's very clear he does. It's very strange. So yeah, I think he is, memeing. But if he hadn't fallen off the fucking deep end, I think this would probably be a turning point for him where he would say, yeah, honestly, this is a bridge too far. It's very clear that, Trump is prosecuting political dissidents and doing it on the basis of like internationalism, like any sort of real physical commitment to helping those who are in the crosshairs of American imperialism is met with this level of federal government scrutiny. This is very clearly the American empire reinforcing its cruelty not only upon people unfortunate enough to be born in the periphery, but also even people who are trying to support them in some way, shape, or form. But instead of doing that, because he's not like in any way, shape, or form committed to anything, just as he spent months and months leading up to the Cuba aid convoy, disparaging it over and over again, he has redoubled his efforts in memeing about how Donald Trump is doing the right thing.
Break some news here.
Sure.
Anyway.
It's in my, I've told this before, and this is the only time I've ever said this, so this is breaking news. Everyone's gonna freak out. When I was a hated reality star, I got so many death threats. I had so much security and police, and what did they tell me to do? Get a gun. This is real. I know people don't like guns, but LA was dangerous if you're hated. So I got a gun. My wife got a gun. And then we needed CCWs.
A CCW is a legal permit to carry a concealed weapon in California.
The only people that supported a CCW was the Republican. That was what I aligned with, my safety, my personal safety, my family's safety. I know people don't like guns, but when people are threatening your life and your own security is telling you you need to have home protection, train to, it's not like just I went to the, go through the proper steps. That was my,
impetus.
That's it.
And
Period.
that was it. And you
That's
felt
it.
like that party was more pro Second Amendment.
And I know that's a very hot button, but here's the thing. I'm also going to be the mayor that puts LAPD in front of every school to make schools safe from guns.
Who is your political role model?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I mean, that's what.
He
Yeah,
was a
your-
politician. He had
yeah.
to, he had to go in and.
Are there any modern?
Dude, he is farming so fucking hard. It's crazy. Oh my Lord. My political role model is Jesus Christ is wild, okay? He does not give a fuck about any of this stuff. It's so transparent. It is crazy. God, he's not even that good at being a crook, and yet people eat it up.
Politicians that you're especially studying or drawn to?
No, I'm not a politician. I don't want to be a politician. I want to be a fighter for the people.
But you've mentioned, though, that...
Obama, I'm most similar to Obama.
What is one word that separates you from your competitors?
Truth.
And he says the Obama comparison because they are both community advocates. So we sat with Pratt for nearly an hour. I encourage you, check out the full unedited conversation. And
all right, Felix is here. We're gonna be moving to we're gonna be moving to Molly Crabapple's studio. We're gonna make haste and get over there ASAP. So I'm gonna swap over the camera monitor real quick, and then you can take the other. You can take the camera. Everything should be charged and ready. I hope it's not fucking broken and busted, because that would be devastating. But yeah, I'm gonna bust open the noise gate here. So we're gonna be using the noise gate. Sorry, it's gonna be loud for a second, chatters. But I'm gonna have to use the regular mic for a brief moment while we swap over as Felix gets in. Okay. And I'm gonna leave Felix with you for a second to say what up to the community while I go pee real quick. All right.
On it.
Felix Biederman, everybody.
Hello, everyone. It's been a while. All right. Okay, buddy. That's not your fucking name. Elix Michelson. Alex. Elix Michelson. I don't look. It's clearly not this guy's fault. His parents were doing something. They thought that the pressure of having a first name that began with an A would be too much for him, or they wanted to differentiate him. But in any event, I don't like that spelling. I'm going to be honest with you. What are you guys fans of this Elix Michelson guy? Sound off. It's been raining all day, okay? I'm not fixing my hair. Spent a lot of time in vehicles today and in and out of doors. People like Elix Michelson, I'm saying. Elix is nice. Okay. Well, I'm willing to have an open mind. I don't want to like fuck with this too much, but we're gonna hit play.
All week long, we bring you extended.
This guy looks
profiles on
great.
leading candidates for LA mayor.
I really
watch races in the country. Today, we have the third and final installment.
Okay,
with LA City
okay.
Council member Nithya Rama. She's a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. She once supported Mayor Karen
She
Bass,
should be
but
a
now
member
says
of the
city
garbage.
needs a change of leadership.
She should be a member of the dumpster. Thrown into
He didn't even swap over to the you couldn't even see what he was reacting to.
Oh, well, that's my style of streaming.
Yeah, I heard from afar what you were looking at, and I was like, I had
That's
to
podcast-
run.
that's
I had to
podcast
run
style.
over, pissing everywhere. I was like, ah.
That's podcast style React content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they got to experience it in real time. The glory.
Yeah.
Felix
I get-
Biederman. Today we're gonna be
I guess my hair does look kind of like Hitler-y today. Yeah,
that's crazy. Okay, well,
I'm not like intentionally. I'm not trying to be like him.
Say hi to the Fox
I've seen-
News,
yeah.
the Fox News producers that apparently sit in my chat, and also what's his name, Stu Smith from the Manhattan Institute. They got a couple guys that just like sit in here now and get paid to watch me, and also probably the FBI, as well.
I never like moments like this. Anyone who has a career in media has moments like this. You never like things like this where multiple people you like are going at each other.
Yeah.
I'm friends with the Manhattan Institute. I'm friends, of course, with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
I thought you were going to say Bad Empanada and Destiny.
But yeah, who do you think my roommates are?
Yeah.
Why do you think I never talk about my personal life?
Yeah, he loves white Latinos. That's his tendency.
I used to, as a child, I thought about killing myself to come back as one, but they told me it didn't work that way.
Yeah.
But that's life. But you have to get used to it. You have to get used to it. You can't adjudicate things for people. You just got to let things play out. Look. What's the deal with this Elix Michelson guy? I sort of immediately seized on his name.
I like him.
A non-standardly spelled name is sort of a gold mine for an entertainer.
Yeah, he's. I've known him for years. He's an inoffensive Fox 11 local news correspondent. He's risen through the ranks. He's on CNN now. He's their like main LA bureau guy.
He looks awesome. Like
he does the late night. He's taller than me.
Is he really?
Yeah, he mogs me. Like whenever we stand next to one another, he always mogs me.
He looks like, I forgot the name of the guy in ABC who I love, but he's
with the long face. Yeah. He has a much more normal like face shape.
Yeah.
Are we ready to go? By the way, you can. Oh, you've been able to pull the camera out. I already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this whole time I was on the laptop camera.
Yeah, like if they made the movie like Armageddon now, he would be like the news guy in that movie. I love how he looks.
He's very handsome.
David Muir.
Yeah, David Muir. The hands. He's so handsome.
He looks great.
Dude, what? Yeah. I've been thinking about how you guys keep saying that there's only two forces on the planet that have been able to defeat Trumpism. It's the IRGC and China. It's certainly not the Democrats. But what do you think about the new ceasefire deal that this time doesn't seem like a Barack Ravid special, but like genuinely does seem close?
Yeah.
Until yesterday when Benjamin Netanyahu made a boss call.
Yeah, boss call was made, but yeah, where the direct reference to the thing from the Boosie tweet, not the incident in the White House. That kind of boss call. No, I don't know. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to say because, like, you know, if you're Miriam, you know, you spent all this fucking money for something, right?
Yeah.
But also, you do. They haven't suspended elections yet, and they need to do fucking something, right? And nothing short of like, okay, we can go back to doing the Trump one special. Let's go back to doing the thing that we were doing before that I ran against and under a different name. Like when he renamed NAFTA the USMC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
So, yeah.
that was dope. He's renaming the JCPOA right now. I mean, depending on how things go with, are we ready to go? Wait, did you put the shotgun mic on?
Where is that? Oh,
it's in the bag, that one on the ground right there.
This one?
Yeah. He renamed the JCPOA to whatever is going to take place with Iran. It's a much nicer deal for Iran. At the end of it, like, once he basically imprisons the Foundation for Defending Democracy, guys, because I feel like that's where this is going to head. Like, the more Israel pushes, like, there has to come a point where Donald Trump basically goes, okay, Miriam gave me a lot of money. Okay, I'm the most compromised president of all time. But also, this is ridiculous. Like, I'm getting destroyed here. I'm getting Jamie Dimon boss calls on a daily basis now. The economy is tits up. Everything is dog shit. And the number of my fans that are trying to assassinate me have like...
My fans keep getting bored.
Yeah, my fans keep getting bored. And yeah, let's bring both in the splitter too, though.
Splitter? Oh,
Yeah.
got a splitter.
Yeah, but actually, you know what? No, let's just go with the fucking shotgun mic. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Is there a less violent name for that technology?
Yeah. Well, I abhor violence. All right, I'm gonna run you this interview while we transit real quick. Hold on, let me put the address in, and then we're gonna be heading over to Molly Crabapple Studio to talk about the Jewish Bund movement. And I thought to myself, you know, Felix would learn a thing or two.
I have a bunch
today.
of like, I've been, you know, after the court-ordered sessions, I'm pretty ready for this.
Yeah, this is Felix's Marjorie Taylor Greene goes to the Holocaust Museum and writes a book report moment.
I'll do right. I think they all would have been believers, like what Justin Bieber. People got too mad at him for that. He was a little boy.
He also meant it in a positive way.
Yeah, that's like the best thing you can be.
Yeah.
Me and my brother went to a Holocaust museum. Not like the, you know, I don't know how serious you guys are about rankings. I don't know if Watch Mojo has a video, like the 10 best, the 10 most respectful museums. But we went to the one in DC, like one of the more reputable ones. And this was like 15, 20 years ago. And we were walking around and we went, yeah, this is kind of like, you know, basically, like, we know all this shit. Like, we learned we were fucking AP US losers. This isn't so great. And then we heard this woman 10 feet from us look at one of these giant pictures on the wall, like one of these just stultifying images, and go, oh my God, they didn't let them even wear makeup back then. And we went, oh, like that's who this is for.
Yep.
That's who they have these museums
it's
for like that woman.
Midwestern,
like not for us, you know?
Midwestern moms. Like that's and that is the primary takeaway, that they wouldn't even let people do makeup. All right.
James Charles would have taken Hitler out.
Oh, jeez.
Wouldn't have gone that far.
Okay, let's all right, I'm gonna leave you guys with this video. And we're heading. Oops, turned the wrong thing off. And see you on the other side, chat.
Changes if you're in charge.
Urgency, accountability, and focus.
LA City Council member Nitya Raman, who endorsed LA Mayor Karen Bass in her last election, is now running against her.
We have a city that feels rudderless.
Recent polls show Raman and reality show star turned community activist Spencer Pratt battling it out for second place behind Bass. If no one gets above 50% on June 2nd, the top two advance to a runoff in November.
Degeneracy of the homeless drug zombies that Karen Basura and Nithya Raman let roam free.
Pratt is getting by far the most clicks on his social media content.
I don't want this kind of language in my city. I don't want this injected into my politics. And I hope Angelenos stand up on June 2nd and reject it.
Free childcare, cleaner streets, and safer neighborhoods.
Like New York Mayor Zoran Mandani, Raman is a member of the Democratic Socialists of America.
How do you see the comparisons between the two of you?
You know, I appreciate his urgency on making sure that the city is working for working people. And I share that urgency, and I appreciate that comparison because I think that is a shared idea about what the city should be doing.
Raman is a mother of two who got her bachelor's from Harvard, a master's in urban planning from MIT. Her husband wrote and produced for ABC's Modern Family. She's been on the city council since 2020.
Does the city get more progressive if you're mayor?
I think that the city, I am a proud progressive, but to me, I think the most progressive thing you can want is a city that really functions to help people. And on every single metric that the city is supposed to be providing essential services, our city has gone in the wrong direction instead of in the right direction under her leadership. Our streets are worse. We have more potholes. We have tens of thousands of streetlights out across the city.
Bass is also under fire for her trip to Ghana to represent President Biden in January 2025, despite high winds at the time. While she was away, the Palisades fire exploded, killing 12 people, burning nearly 7,000 structures. Bass says she did not get adequate warnings about the fire in advance, but left Ghana early when she learned about the extent of the fire.
The city knew, the mayor knew that historic winds were coming. There had been a fire there the week prior. Why weren't trucks pre-deployed to the Palisades? Why was an entire shift of firefighters allowed to go home?
Raman filed to run for mayor in the final hours of the last day to submit paperwork.
First of all, it was a surprise.
Shocking many in LA's political world, including the incumbent mayor herself.
What do you make of her campaign? And what do you see as the biggest?
One of these days I'll understand it because I don't understand it now. This is somebody who endorsed me publicly.
She didn't really know why you were running. Why are you running?
I share the frustration that I see across the city that so many Angelenos are feeling right now.
And did you feel like nobody else is stepping up, so I've got to?
I mean, there wasn't. This was going to be a campaign that was going to be between our very broken status quo that everyone acknowledges is broken and moving in the wrong direction, and a MAGA Republican who is out of touch with the needs of Angelenos.
This is unacceptable.
Pratt jumped into the race 1 year after his home burned in the Palisades fire.
What do you make of Spencer Pratt?
I'm deeply empathetic. He lost his home in the Palisades. He and his family have faced incredible trauma, and I think he's running because he's frustrated with the state of leadership here in this city. I empathize with that. I feel that too. But I don't think he is presenting realistic solutions to the problems that we're facing here.
What do you think is the biggest thing he's saying that's not realistic?
I think he thinks that our response to our homelessness crisis is easy, that there is one thing that you can do that will eliminate homelessness across Los Angeles. There isn't. But we need to do all the things.
On the council, Raman ran the committee overseeing homelessness. Bass says that means she's had the opportunity to fix the problem. Raman says Bass should have appointed a homelessness czar.
We are spending hundreds of millions of dollars every year on homelessness. And right now in City Hall, there's no one overseeing those dollars. The cost of housing is immensely high here.
Raman says she'd also appoint a deputy mayor of housing.
I would tell the departments that are right now taking years to approve new developments, adding millions of dollars in costs, that we simply cannot do that anymore. There is a deadline for permit applications for new housing that every department must follow.
If you had to pick one word that separates you from your opponents in this race, what is that?
Courage, because I've had the courage to stand up and tell it when it's wrong. And that is what I think the city needs right now, is a courageous leader who is willing to stand up and fight for the people.
You can watch our full, unedited conversations with all three of the leading candidates for LA Mayor right now on my YouTube channel. That includes my one-on-one with current LA Mayor Karen Bass and our one-on-one with former reality TV star Spencer Pratt. Hear him explain why he's running for mayor. Watch all three of those conversations in full, youtube.com/Alex Michelson.
We are less than 2 weeks away from the June 2nd primary, and the candidates for LA mayor are working hard to rally supporters and win over those undecided voters.
Several of those candidates fanning out across the city today. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell joining us now with how they're trying to garner support. Josh.
Well, Mark, once again, homelessness is one of the biggest issues in the race for Los Angeles mayor, and we've had the unique opportunity the last 2 weeks to talk with the candidates in depth about how they would address the homeless crisis. The candidates in the Los Angeles mayor's race spending the day campaigning all over the city. Mayor Karen Bass in Westlake, where Churla, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, endorsed her. Spencer Pratt was in San Pedro, where he met with community members at a restaurant. And Nithya Raman attended an event in Baldwin Hills with former LAPD Chief Bernard Parks. Over the last 2 weeks, the candidates answered our questions about how they would solve the homeless crisis.
The number one thing that has been lacking is the services. So once we get people off the street, making sure that we address why they fell on.
We got another almost, we got 20 more minutes on this ride. All right, swapped it. Okay, we're back. Can you guys hear us? Can you guys see us? I don't know. I'm going to take a look real quick.
Life is just it's a different series of rooms, vehicles, transits.
It's a little bit dark too.
Yeah.
If you want to boost it.
Trying to remember how.
Yeah, you just scroll. Yep.
Yep. There you go.
Should be better now. I can't see. Scatter. We can hear you. We can see you. Okay, good. What's up, everybody? We're back. Fox is watching the stream. Oh, they are. They wrote an article about it.
Oh boy.
After your boy, Hasan Piker lashes out over Fed probe into Cuba trip.
That's like...
It's crazy.
That's okay. That's barely... That's not worth an article. I'm sorry. Like,
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
Piker told followers during a live stream on Twitch Sunday afternoon that he's being targeted for being a loudmouth and a rabble-rouser, criticizing Israel and the fascist United States. Fox's usual reporter Saturday that the Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets Control has sent administrative subpoenas to Piker. It's actually kind of wild because, like, oh fuck, the light went off. Oh no.
Do you think that's like their official editorial line, that he was for criticizing the fascist United States? Like, they agree with that premise?
I mean, they heard me say it, so they were like...
Did they put it in quotations, though?
They did, yeah.
Ah,
of course.
letdown.
Wait, what kind of... Does it use a USB-C?
It does, yeah.
Can we use your USB-C charger, sir? Is that possible?
USB-C?
Yes, please.
Like the Apple iPhone charger.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. This one?
Let's see. It's, there are both.
The other one. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Let's see. Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll work? Okay.
Yeah.
And then...
Get in this angle here. Ooh.
I would just not. Yeah. I would just use it without a light for now.
Yep. All right, chat.
And then... see if there's any juice in it, and then we'll flip it on.
What's like the lowest threshold that they would write an article about you? Like, if you like
Thank you, sir, for the charger.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
If you like your gain was too high and you went to take a leak and you could hear it.
Yeah, I think at this point
would that be an article?
We're close to that, I think.
I've really been, I've been pilloried for doing that before, I'll tell you. People said disgusting things about me. It sounded like lentil soup being poured on aluminum foil.
I've done that with at the DNC. When I was at the DNC, I had a mic on, and I had a real pissgate moment where I just went into the bathroom and started pissing, and there was like 75,000 people listening to my healthy streams.
Such an anxiety dream for me.
Yeah.
I had a really traumatic moment in high school when like our friend's basement that we would all drink in, My friend heard me pissing in the sink. I wasn't like being antisocial pissing in the sink. We all pissed. This is the sink you were supposed to piss in.
Oh, it was the
like
piss sink.
Perfect
Classic,
voice
classic,
level.
classic.
Perfect. But he said, "Oh, it's a really like weak sounding stream. You probably have a small dick." And ever since then, it's like I hope no one ever hears it in case, you know, what if he's right? I don't know. The science didn't really make a lot of sense to me because, like, would a bigger dick create more pressure? I don't really know. I think physicists who can tell, like, if you have a bigger dick with
We get some
smaller
doctors in the
urethra,
chat. They can inform us.
But it did. I was definitely self-conscious about it, and you know, ever since then, I've really been afraid of everyone except for the people who are closest to me hearing what it sounds like when I do that. But I think that would probably be an article. Would they do it? Would they run an article if you like I don't know. Would you like you'd have to be in a real crisis to be playing Valorant, right? I think, right?
Yeah.
If you were playing Valorant and you were like, fuck, this sucks, and you like rage quit, that would probably be an article, I think.
This is like, I mean, you know this term, A-logging.
Yeah.
You're familiar, you know, like...
I'm doing it to a bunch of people who aren't even, like, media. I'm doing it to normal people.
Yeah. Well, that's what...
Make them freak out.
It's... Fox News has turned into A-loggers at this point.
Yeah.
Where they just, like, sit around on the stream and behave in the same exact way that some of the least healthy individuals in society behave.
I think it's a fine way to behave. They A-logged us once. They were watching... Listen, you know, we don't do a lot of streaming, but when we do, it's some of the best streams. Matt Christman's positively infamous. Love everyone.
Oh, yes. When he got
love
hammered.
everyone you know. That was all
funny.
over conservative media.
That was awesome.
I was such a pussy back then. I was like, oh no, we're gonna lose everything. Now I would think it's hilarious, but like, at the time I was like, oh no. But no, we've never. I think Fox News like got bored of us. We've only had like one article about us, and then Tucker like mentioned us once when he was still on Fox for like not talking about Zelda Disney enough. I think that was it, really.
Wait, Tucker Carlson got mad at you guys for not being supportive enough of Ukraine?
No, it was the opposite. He was like, "Oh, Zelda Disney like got all this money to fucking I don't know." It was one of the early Ukraine channels. It was just like too boring for me to follow.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Is Chapo Trap House talking about this?"
What's going on?
Yeah.
Why is Chapo Trap House not talking?
It's like, buddy, why don't you mind your own beeswax? That was it, yeah. I think it's like, they don't want to talk about a show where there's more than 4 episodes of the show are about the show Tulsa King. Like, even for them, they're like, it's, this is beneath us to talk about these guys. Even if we did something really crazy.
Oh my God, dude, I'm sorry, I read through the entire report, and it is just a summarization beat by beat of the stream. But with
content.
like a smarmy tone, where it's like here, I'm gonna read you a choice quote from this.
All right.
Hold on. Wait, fuck, I lost it. Someone link it to me again, chat, because I lost it. But it was like, later Piker scoffed at, did you know Mike Lawler and Josh Gottheimer went on like one of those Sunday news programs and did the whole like anti-Semitism is on the rise because of Hasan shit again?
Oh my God, do they have like
today of all days too, right after the subpoena? So they're like, this is our opportunity to really dig in. And it's crazy because like Candace Owens, they bring up one time in the entire thing and they just totally give the game away, where it's like they just tied that to the bill, so there was like a little bit of legitimacy to the accusations. and they bring up that they're like, and Candace Owens is a Holocaust denier, and then they move on and never bring her up again, and then the rest of the conversation is about me.
It's just like, if you're Judge Gottheimer, and he's retiring, right? Like he's...
No, I don't think so. No, I think he's...
Oh, I got him mixed up with another guy who's like it. Jared Golden.
Jared Golden.
I got him mixed up with Jared Golden. But, I don't know. It's just, whenever we do like 2 Meghan McArdle article segments within 6 months of each other, I think like, you know, I should, you know, I'm a hack for this. But they're just like same shit. We're gonna keep doing the same Hasan content, and they're in Congress.
Yeah.
They should be held to a higher standard of content.
I feel like their content is always mid, though.
Nah, there's some good.
And the ones
good
that do,
guys in
and the
Congress.
ones that do churn out good content, they get axed out, like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No, Clay Higgins is still there.
Clay Higgins is still there. True. He's beast mode. He's the last good content congressperson.
I mean, talk about a guy who had a great video about anti-Semitism.
Oh my God, tying it back to DHS funding.
Yeah, and where he's the way it starts, it's so artistic. It's like you're watching a Scanner Darkly or one of those movies.
Yeah,
it's like railroads, and you're thinking these could be railroads anywhere, and his narration comes on. They could be railroads anywhere, but it's in Auschwitz. That could be like the best content ever made by an elected official.
I agree. He's beast mode.
In my ideal world where I'm, you know, I achieve all central authority, he's the only guy in my parliament.
Piker later moved on to a segment supporting the Islamic Republic of Iran in its talks with the U.S. and Israel to end the war in Iran, mocking the Israel delegation's chirping, critiquing U.S. foreign policy for allegedly letting Israel take control of her entire Middle East policy, and moving the focus of his monologue to a critique of the Zionist state of Israel and the rogue United States.
It's an opinion that Israel is a Zionist state.
Yeah,
I love this thing. I mean,
like they put the Zionist in air quotes when referencing Israel.
Yeah, quote unquote Zionist state of Israel.
Yeah, some people are saying it's crazy.
That's always been the lowest form of content.
Yeah.
Back when there was money in East Coast media, there was like an equivalent to that when they would just, you know, someone's entire job was to watch shows like Fox and Friends. And,
Media Matters?
Oh, yeah. Not even that. Like, they're just actual, when blogs were like a thing, and actual media companies had blogs. Media Matters was like, I always felt like a lot of sympathy for people who did that as a job. Maybe I shouldn't have, but it just seemed like they knew that it's like, you know, you're not even in 2016, you're not like blowing anyone's mind by going, oh my God, they fucking lied on Fox and Friends.
Yeah, it's good to have a resource, in my opinion. I relied on it at the time, but I feel like I don't know what happened.
I got cracked by David Brock. Yeah.
Did Soros' money run out? What happened to Media Matters? Are they still in operation?
Still around. They've got to be, right?
I think so.
I don't remember, but I know that a couple people lost their jobs, like Brendan.
Oh no, tons of people did.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody makes media plays and everybody fails. You know, Daily Wire, Washington Post. Oh my God, have you seen the Washington Post videos? Like the podcast videos that they do? They get like 12 views.
That's pretty good shit. Imagine 12 people in a room. Suddenly it's not such a small amount of people. Any amount of interest is good. I wish them luck building up their audience.
Yeah.
Who's on the Washington Post podcast?
I have no idea, but it's very funny because like they also do the same thing Fox News is doing, because like Jeff Bezos' editorial direction is very clear, where they're like, just do right-wing slop. But also because they're Washington Post, they still have to have like a level of I guess intellectualism associated with it, because they do have reporters, right? Still, like, you know, John Hudson's still breaking stories and stuff, the ones that remain. And it's really interesting because it's like, it's what, you good?
No, yeah, I was just laughing at something.
Yeah. And they're coming to the same foregone conclusion that just like right wingers don't read at all. Like that's the last, like, readership in general is tanking, it's plummeting. Everyone is illiterate, it's in fashion, and it's gonna get worse with AI. But if there's one group of people that do not care at all to consume media in that format, it's right wingers. Even if it's good, even if it's like AmCon mag, you know, like who's...
It would, like, if you were like any of the great reactionary writers in history, like if you were Celine today, that would be the worst possible thing, because you could be amazing, but no one gives a shit. There's too many Substacks. Half of all articles are machine created. You would have to like do a collab with Vitaly to get your book out there with Celine
to catch
today.
pedophiles.
Yeah, and he didn't, like, you know, he was French, so who knows what that meant for him.
Yeah, that would be tough.
Yeah,
that'd be a tough pill to swallow.
It could be like Predator could mean anything to him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I didn't know the guy. I don't like to make judgments.
He would do the reverse, where they would go after people who have no age gap in their relationships.
Is that
that are old?
Yeah.
He's like, what is this?
Oh, that's good that he didn't.
34-year-old and 35-year-old.
Yeah,
why not pedophile?
I would love to see a debate between Vitaly and the situationalists about
Foucault.
all of that stuff. Yeah, Foucault. Foucault was kind of like, he was kind of like Vitaly for back then. That's how much more of a literate culture we were. That's how people talked about him.
Yeah. Now I mean, look, we got Chud the Builder.
Yeah.
This is actually something I want to hear your take on. I feel like, so Ben Shapiro, a lot of people think like, oh, Ben Shapiro lost all of his audience because he's like super pro-Israel, and I think there's obviously, that was like the final blow for the Daily Wire for sure. But it started before then, in my opinion. It started when the right wing, like in 2016, the right actually still was holding on to like a nerdy guy, like a pseudo-intellectual that would make like a convincing case with logic and reasoning as to why you should support, you know, reactionary opinions.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, you got Jordan Peterson, like people who were people who wouldn't even say that they're like right wing at that time, or would try to like tackle the issue from you know, objective perspectives, like they would claim to be objective.
Conceptual James said he voted for Hillary.
I did not.
I always think that's crazy.
Yeah,
there's so many of those guys.
So, but there was, you're right. The never Trump Republican, like Ted Cruz.
Yeah, or they weren't even never Trump Republicans a lot of time. They were like, oh, I'm a Democrat, but I think like the best way to stop Trump is to like not be woke, but also to privatize Social Security.
Yeah, but then I think the different eras of like market demand on the Republican side moved away from that like nerdy pseudo-intellectual commentary and debate culture to, I guess debate culture never fully went away, but it moved into the direction of Andrew Tate. So I think that was the first blow, when people were like, wait, we could just have like a jock.
Yeah.
Like we can have like a jock style guy be like, you know, a real representative of all of our values of what we associate with like masculinity, fast cars, OnlyFans models, and all that good stuff. And I think that was the first blow to Ben Shapiro's audience, because he could never be that guy. He could never portray himself as that at all.
It was also during a moment when I mean, this was a bunch of things, just sort of pre-Tate, but it was a moment when everything, all online media just became like a constant game of escalation where you had to keep upping the ante. I mean, Trump was kind of that, because Trump crossed all these lines that were supposed to be uncrossable in American politics.
Yeah.
And the conventional knowledge would be that you get him out of there for that. You'll never see him again. And when that didn't happen, that fundamentally altered all political media and all media in general. And I don't know, yeah, like that type of like, I guess Andrew Tate was kind of a watershed thing, because that type of content was largely seen as like apolitical back then.
Yeah.
And then it became, yeah.
And then it consumed the entirety of like right-wing culture, and that's why like they redoubled their efforts on fomenting gender wars, and like, you know, anti-feminist rhetoric was always a part of, you know, Ben Shapiro's commentary as well, but
Yeah.
I think it was never the primary focus, and it was never so crude.
Right. He would never like have a podcast where he has like 20 18-year-old girls, and they're all like,
they all have OnlyFans.
Yeah,
and they're all like, they're there to be humiliated
They're
by
like,
a deeply insecure guy.
Yeah, like some like homeschooled girl going like, I don't know what geometry is, and Ben Shapiro screams in her face, "You're a fucking idiot!"
Yeah,
like he wouldn't lower himself to doing that type of content.
Yeah. But then now we're in the next stage of that evolution, where I think like people want even further representation. So I think Andrew Tate was an aspirational figure. Ben Shapiro was an aspirational figure intellectually. Andrew Tate was an aspirational figure physically in the way he carried himself.
And lifestyle-wise, yeah.
And lifestyle-wise. And now I think the conservative movement has moved to, instead of an aspirational figure, to representational figures. On the
Interesting.
And that's why Asmongold has had this massive rise.
And Jelly Roll being their Lizzo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they want, like, you know, trailer park guys.
Yeah.
And even if they're not trailer park guys, right? Like it's the Kid Rock phenomena as well. Like people who portray themselves as, you know, guys that are, you know, the everyman, the everyday
like
working.
Tom McDonald. They know Tom McDonald is from fucking Canada.
Yeah.
And like he still wears he is a long COVID guy, because it's like his girlfriend like has diabetes or something, and he's a long COVID guy? Yeah. I read this really long profile of him, and he's like really afraid of COVID.
I thought, that's very Canadian of him, though.
But he's not like openly like it, but he is.
Oh yeah, he would never. They would cancel him.
Yeah,
they would cancel him.
Yeah, but I like that whole thing, the Judd Builder thing. I remember just trying to not see that much about it, because the concept of it, the basic concept of it, it really put me in this bad mood, because only 9 or 10 years ago, you would read an article about like what the internet is like in some, Latvia, and it's like they have a guy named like Drogon the Rapist, and he's doing the same type of thing. It's like, oh, I find Albanians and I say like the worst thing to them, and the people get mad at me and I get thrown out of places, and you're like, that's so stupid. I'm so glad we don't have that. And now we just have that. It's just us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can hide the camera, or at least like put your hand over it or
Give
something.
it to Luigi.
Now, I don't know if they'll be able to hear it.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I can point the. How about now?
Okay, that should be fine. That's a brilliant maneuvering.
It's just, it's just constantly upping the ante, and I don't know where you go after this, right?
Yeah, and no, we do have like, I mean, this is like the outrage farming is all the rage on the internet with like clip culture, and this is the conservative version of that, the conservative slant of that. What do you think the leftist version of outrage farming would be? Like going out.
Leftist version of the show, whatever.
Yeah, like what's the leftist version of the show, whatever?
That's a good. Oh man.
20 health insurance executives.
No, you'd have. Okay, no, I have a great idea. It's like a bunch of like dumb 19-year-old like boys, and then like you can't actually have Andrea Dworkin because she died many years ago, but like someone who's like trained under her or whatever.
Uh-huh.
And she's just like, you're a fucking idiot. You're a loser. Like, this patriarchy can't even help you.
Oh, so
yeah.
she's not even making an argument.
Yeah, she's just doing the same thing.
She's just yelling.
Yeah, I'm not saying Andrea Dworkin would do that. If Andrea Dworkin did a gender-inverted version of the Whatever podcast, it would be a great show.
Oh, another marker that like there is a real crisis of like no need for intellectualism in the right is Nick Shirley. Like, if I'm James O'Keefe, I'm killing myself, right? Because you actually had a relatively sophisticated hatchet operation.
He had costumes.
And he had costumes. He had
so
hidden
much shit,
cameras. There was at least a little bit of like there was pre-planning associated with this. There was a clear-cut ideology, a goal, and then all of a sudden Nick Shirley comes in, no prep whatsoever, just straight up going up to kindergartens and being like, I want to see the children. If you don't show me the kids inside, and me and all of my adult friends here, then you must be weird and scary. You must be doing something weird in there.
Yo, can I have a spelling contest with your class? I haven't seen any, but yeah, no. He's, I always feel bad for Tyler Oliveira, because he's like ripping off Tyler Oliveira.
Yeah.
And Tyler Oliveira puts way more effort in. I saw this great Tyler Oliveira video that it was about, like, the smiley face killer urban legend.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
And he tries to, he's like, oh, I'm gonna prove that no one could drown in this river in Austin, Texas. So he just gets really drunk and jumps in the river and goes, I feel fine.
Can you grab this?
Yeah.
Almost there, chat. Almost there. Hopefully we didn't lose you.
Alright, that's a waste. We're gonna go up some stairs.
Yeah, it's a walk.
Like that. Yeah.
I really love these aerial escalators. They don't get all the way to the table. Who owns this building? Chaucer? Because it has a lot of stories.
Almost there.
Dude, hey.
Hi.
Welcome. Likewise, likewise.
You take your shoes
Hey.
off or no?
Hey, dude, 15 fucking years we've
I don't think
been-
we've ever formally met.
Yeah, exactly. It's insane.
Yeah. Hi.
Hey, hey.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Veronica.
This is
Pleasure. Hey, man.
What can we show here? Everything?
Yeah, you can show pretty much everything.
Okay. All right.
Like maybe not the computer
Fred.
area over there because it's boring and unattractive,
Nice
but
to
everything
meet
else
you.
you can show.
Are we? Is
Amazing.
this a shoes off household? What are we doing?
You don't have to take your shoes off, but
Okay.
you're welcome to if you want to.
Wow, we the escalators that we took.
Do you want some water?
I'm good. You want water, Felix?
I always love water.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do it yourself escalator.
Yeah.
Do you want me to put
Thank
some
you.
water aside?
I'm good. I have a bottle with me. Thank you. Appreciate
Let's
it.
see if this is.
Had 20%.
Oh, 20%?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Okay, that's not bad. That's actually
That's
pretty,
pretty good. Yeah, you want to use it here or?
Yeah, we
go
can
the way
use
back?
it here.
Cool.
I think.
I'll pop in the middle.
It's not gonna fit in the middle.
Aye, okay, I see.
That's why. Why'd you put it on the?
Because I didn't want to
It's
block
fine.
the screen. All right, I'll do that in a second.
Will these lights bother you?
No, it's good. Okay. Great. We need some light. This is sick. This is a sick
Yeah, this is
apartment.
really.
Can you show us around?
Really cool.
Yeah, sure. It's I mean, it's not.
We're live right now, by the way.
It's not like too much space because it's New York, but this is where I work. And if you've ever seen those like videos that I make where it's like my hand shot from overhead, ta-da! That's the rig for the camera.
Wow.
Yeah, those are all the lights for it.
That's sick.
Wow.
Thank you. And this is where Fred works, and Fred is doing he's doing Toxic Avenger right now with Matt.
Yeah.
Boomers.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
Can we show what's on the table?
You already.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already showing it. Not much. Yeah, not much there yet. It's about to be a double-page spread fight scene with an evil robot.
Cool.
Go.
Thank you. And yeah, then if you want to, like the only other thing that's to show is we have a book
I
room
wheeled
on the
out. Okay.
front.
Coming.
I known that
Wow.
And
Wow.
Fred fucking built this for me. This is like what true love is, to have a man that can build you floor-to-ceiling bookshelves.
Wow. Look at that. Any favorites in here?
I mean, so many of them. I pulled out all of the like old school Yiddish books to show Hasan, but oh my God, what are my?
Incredible. Well, I guess we'll see those.
Yeah, you'll see those, but a million
Cool.
favorites in here.
Incredible. Oh, what a legend.
Yeah,
Several. Okay, let's get back in there. Wow. Beautiful work here.
Thank you. Me and Fred, we basically built this all ourselves inside.
Incredible.
Like walking. Yeah.
It's like a trauma
So,
version of Nemesis.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Yeah,
put you
and
in
the
the
trauma
main chair
people
because you're
love it.
tall, and Hannah rejected this idea.
Yeah. No. Listen. I mean, I can sit in whichever one. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna hang my coat. Felix, you want to hang your coat here?
Oh yeah. Sorry, 1 second.
Oh, sorry. Here, if you want to put it right there. All right. What should we do? We'll just sit like this. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You sit in the nice chair.
I did a whole art show just of my friends sitting in this chair.
We should have a higher angle. We did that with the Effie interview too, and that was the editor note for me.
Got it.
Do you want to like
I'll just
switch?
hold it.
Do you want to switch out this low thing for that stool over there?
Sure.
Yeah, it might be.
Oh, that's one? Yeah, this one? Good idea.
So many booba art. That's what people's takeaway is.
There's so many fucking boobs in this apartment.
There you go. I'll let you. Thank you.
Yeah. We're gonna put you in the middle, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, you get in the middle, Felix. Where did you get a bev?
Oh, Molly gave.
I just offered. Do you want one?
No, I'm good. All right. Well, we're excited. You have a new book that came out.
I do.
Here, where we live, is our country, and I wanted to learn about the history of anti-Zionism and within the history of Jewish movements in general. And I also brought Felix here so that he can also learn about this.
It's part of my court ordered thing.
Yes. He has. This is basically a combating anti-Semitism seminar for Felix as well.
Yeah.
Where's your ankle monitor, man?
Stuff gets complicated. I have that same ankle bloating thing that Trump does. It just blew off. It was like
Who's that?
Who's the guy in Suicide Squad? The crocodile guy? It's like what they do to him when they try to imprison him. Who does anyone in chat know who the crocodile guy in Suicide Squad was?
Doc Ock.
That can't be his name.
Oh no, Doc Ock was the spider.
That's an octopus. It's like
or no,
completely
what
different
am I
animal.
talking about? King Croc.
King Croc, yeah.
Killer Croc? Killer Croc. Yeah, okay, well, I fucked that up, didn't I?
Yeah, well, we got there.
It's the decor of my apartment.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move the mic to the other shoe.
Oh.
Give me 1 sec.
Okay. Where do we begin? If Jake Tapper is an expert on this matter, Zionism and Judaism is inseparable. Why do you not believe that?
I mean, it's so fucking stupid, right? Judaism is 2,000 years old. Zionism is a 100 and some odd year old batshit political ideology that is currently implicated in a genocide. But it's not just that, it's also like Jewish people have a massive fucking history, right? That's all over the world, that is diverse, that's disputatious. In Europe, it is basically the history of the left also. And Zionism can't claim that. They can't colonize our history.
Okay. I mean, a lot of... so why do you think that this is a forgotten chapter almost of Jewish history when, at least in my experience, in my development, there are a lot of formative Jewish thinkers, and yet I feel like in the last 100 years or so, there has been an erasure of, or at least a separation of like revolutionary thought and Jewish culture and Jewish history. Do you feel like Zionism is the reason for that, or is there a separate reason?
I mean, researching the story of the Bund, right? So the Bund was a secular, socialist, Jewish revolutionary org that was born in the Tsarist Empire, a place where it was extremely, extremely shitty to be Jewish. And they took part in forming the party that...
I'm sorry, I have to stop you there.
No cursing?
Upper East Side is probably the most... or Upper West Side.
That's the most dangerous?
I think, well, that's what they keep telling me. Felix...
It depends on which one I'm living in.
Okay. It's the... I feel like that's a little... Maybe that's a little bit more dangerous.
No, but look, getting back on topic, the Bund was very important to my family. They were paid to not associate with them. I'm just kidding. That didn't happen. No one knew who they were. But, no. Look, whether you're in Tsarist Russia or Upper Manhattan, it's kind of the same struggle.
Yeah.
The same
The same stuff is going on.
I think one's worse than the other. I won't say which.
Yeah, 3rd Street's really hilly.
Yeah. It's New York City.
Yeah. You think it's going to be all flat, and then it's like, oh, great.
And sometimes you imagine there's a dirty look, but the person wasn't really looking at you, but that hurt worse.
Yeah. Or, like, I'll think someone is looking at me anti-Semitically, and it turns out that it's just because of something I've said or done. And, you know, you can argue over whether I deserve it or not.
I feel like that's anti-Semitism in and of itself.
Right. I should know that it's due to my actions and my words.
But anyway, I'm going to go back to Schill in my book. Sorry, Felix. So, this revolutionary party, they helped found the party that became the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. They took part in the Russian Revolution. They helped lead the Warsaw Ghetto Revolt. And they opposed Zionism from the very, very, very start. They saw it as essentially acquiescence to the same bigots and racists that wanted to kick Jews out of Europe. And when Zionism got in bed with the British Empire after the Balfour Declaration, the Bund opposed it because they thought it was fucking imperialist. And because, as socialists, they were against any ideology that involved kicking people out of their homes and deliberately impoverishing them because of their race.
Wasn't the only Jewish person in British Parliament at the time the only opposition as well, like the lone voice in opposition to the Balfour Declaration?
Yeah, absolutely. Because if you think about it, in Europe at that time, you had all of these anti-Jewish racists that were saying that Jews are these swarthy Oriental subversives that ought to get the fuck off to somewhere else. And then you have the Zionists agreeing with them. They're saying, yeah, we are foreigners. We don't have a place here. We should get the fuck off to somewhere else.
So how do you feel like that identity shift happened? Because one of the things that I find a little bit annoying is whenever people talk about the concept of a Jewish diaspora, because I feel like there's a hidden implication, and you can correct me on this, and maybe I'm wrong in my assessment, but the hidden implication there is that all Jews belong to Israel, and every Jewish person that lives outside of Israel is actually living in diaspora away from Israel. And it's almost like a reinforcement. Is this an evolution, or is this like a concept that always existed?
I mean, I think the concept of the Jewish diaspora pretty much always existed, but I agree with you the way that it's used now. It's used to kind of say that you're like lesser, you're unsafe because you're living in the place that you were born. I mean, it's so crazy to me. Like, I'm from New York City. Like, my family lived in New York for 120 years. Like, my mom is born in Coney Island. And I love the city so much. And just like the idea that I'm less than because I live in this fucking magnificent city, it's crazy to me.
So you didn't plan to move out when Zohar Mamdani won?
Yeah, when I was knocking on the fucking doors in the world's hottest housing projects on the world's hottest day, I was thinking, like, God, if he comes here, I'm gonna have to flee. It was a long game. It was a long game.
Yeah.
Well, anything to break a lease.
Well, I was gonna say I didn't hate it when everyone was like, "Oh, we're gonna have to leave our apartments." I was like, "That's free real estate."
Dude, when the billionaires started saying that they were going to leave their pied-à-terres because they were going to have to pay some rinky-dink tax, I was like, please.
Yeah, open up the market a little bit. He's fixing the housing crisis. So getting back to, so you were talking about diaspora. You said like this concept has always existed, but now it's being purposely bastardized or utilized to create a justification for the Zionist project, that like Jews are unsafe everywhere, they're second-class citizens everywhere they live. What are some of the other evolutions that have taken place that might have existed in Jewish culture that have now been utilized to prop up Zionism in Israel?
I mean, the truth is, like, Jews in Europe were historically a super persecuted group. I mean, this book that I wrote, the reason that the Bund had to form as a separate Jewish party was they were dealing with racist laws against them, right? That constrained their futures, that said where they could live, where they could work, where they could go to university. And they're dealing with like real violence against them. And like my book, it's a real history of the incredibly blood-soaked first half of the 20th century, which hit Jews and Roma people in Europe most of all. But this very real and incredibly deadly history of violence against Jews and of genocide against Jews is constantly evoked by Israel to justify a genocide they're now committing against Palestinians in Gaza. And it's so disgusting, right? To take all of this pain and all of this bloodshed and all of this trauma that our ancestors went through and try to invoke that to go on rape and mass murder and genocide sprees against other people.
This is like kind of like a bitch of a question, because it's like I always hate people who do this to me and are like, how would you like unfuck up the 150 years of this thing? And I always go, I just woke up. Can you fuck off? But I don't. Look, I mean, I don't want to overgeneralize. I did not grow up particularly or at all religious. We didn't do like barely anything. None of us were bar mitzvah. My great grandfather did it back in the Russian Empire, and he hated it so much that he said, "We're never doing that here." And then the other side of the family were unsuccessful heroin dealers.
Only unsuccessful heroin dealers.
It had just come out, but they were really stupid. They were really stupid people.
They were shattering stereotypes.
Yeah, they really were. They were really bad at it. I mean, this is what we have intuited from my grandmother, who's still alive. She's 106. She's so old. But it does seem like, at least in America and the EU, that the vast majority of like Jewish civic institutions, if they do not exist primarily to indoctrinate younger Jewish people at varying degrees of religiosity into Zionism, they exist as to provide some sort of cover this is more of like, for some of them, this is more of like a 2014 thing. They've since sort of backpedaled on it in the last 3 years. But a lot of organizations that popped up in the last 15 years were, to try to like pink wash or add some sort of patina of like modern identity politics to it. How do you think that could be undone? I mean, at least here. Do you think it's possible?
I mean, I want to complicate that a little bit. So we're in Williamsburg, right? This is Satmar neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Satmar are not Zionist. And they are, I think, like 15% of the Jews in New York City right now. It's, I think, the fastest growing group of Jews. Whatever other, I'm not someone who would ever want that degree of religiosity in my life, but these are not a group that are Zionist, and they are not implicated in the Zionist project. And I also think that it's worth saying that a lot of these, institutions like ADL or whatever, like, did I fucking vote for him? Did you vote for him? These aren't like democratic positions.
Did.
You did? You did twice.
Great job, asshole.
I love Jonathan Greenblatt. He loves me.
I mean, he does actually. He spends a lot of time.
Yeah, he loves talking about me.
He has like a little shrine, some pictures.
Yeah, he went on MSNBC the other day. It was like, this is, we got to put a stop to Hasan Piker again. But, it is what it is. But I think Felix poses a really great question. Yes, there are definitely, I think, theological arguments against it. Because I feel like the Satmar and Neturei Karta, like some of the Orthodox sects have opposition for religious reasons, right? Mm-hmm. But I feel like secular Judaism, which is like the most robust, the most common form of Judaism in America, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure about that, but I might be talking. I might be talking out my ass. I don't know.
Okay, well, I live in LA, so I mean, actually, there are a lot of conservative Jews as well.
You know what? Conservative. Like, no offense to anyone in chat who is conservative Jewish, but it is the funniest thing you can be. I'm sorry, but it's reform, except they want all service to be in Hebrew. So like they're doing the opposite of the Reformation. Like, they don't really learn Hebrew, but they also like don't want to understand the service.
They're like trad caths.
Yeah, I know. One of my friends grew up conservative, and I always told him such hilarious, like, lived out reform stuff.
His name? Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, Felix, like, what I want to say is that a lot of this thing, when they're like when people say all of these institutions are not democratic. These institutions are like, a lot of them, they exist to give sinecures for incredibly mediocre men so they can go and like masturbate at their Hasan Piker shrine. And so I don't understand why we're pretending that these institutions that we didn't fucking vote for, right, that get, money from some of the worst billionaire scumbags, but that me and you had nothing to do with. Why are we pretending that these institutions are like the be-all and end-all of Jewish life?
I mean, because who knows? I am always skeptical on issue polling, right?
Yeah.
When someone asks how an individual policy in America it goes, you always have to look at how it is posed. But I think it's pretty safe to say that among Jews in America, that more of them break Zionism than not.
If they even know what it means. I mean, I feel like one of the problems with people in general is that they don't fucking reconcile their thoughts, right? They don't follow things to their fucking conclusions. They feel like they have a nice feeling in their belly, and they don't think like, wow, that nice feeling in my belly that I got from going to Hebrew school is leading to Palestinians being dispossessed and murdered. They don't line up the logic in their head, which is a human failing, but it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone who says that is a genocidal brute beating up an old Palestinian grandma with an axe handle.
I mean, there's certainly like torts, like there's degrees of wrong, but I would even argue though that there are Jews of many different races all throughout the world, but like in America, the majority of Ashkenazi Jews grew up in liberal enclaves. I would say that for people who are Zionists, there's a more deliberate thought process
Well,
of like
now, because there's been 3 years of a live stream genocide, right?
but even before that, of wanting to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah. Well, liberal Zionism is moronic. Like, it's an absolutely moronic thing that cannot stand meeting with reality.
Oh no, definitely. But I mean, sort of like for this, and this is sort of a liberal Zionist phenomenon. This thing where like if you are like an Ashkenazi like liberal in America, like you do get like the best of all worlds. You get like all you are like you're white. We're white. We became white in America. Like, and it happened many years before any of us were born. And also at the same time, if you are in academia or you work in any type of like liberal, anything in the liberal world, you can still, there's this card you can try and play to throw at people, especially for liberal Zionists. So I do think that at least for that, and obviously it's a shrinking constituency because it is so inherently self-contradictory, and you can no longer just keep doing this thing of like, oh, once the settlements stop, it'll be fine.
Exactly.
But I do unfortunately think that it is a more conscious thing for a lot of people. And I think that unfortunately a lot of people do get off on that self-victimization aspect of it. That a lot of
I agree with you. No, I definitely agree with you on that. You mean like Shai Davidai acting like
Absolutely.
he's in 1939 Germany? No,
Yeah.
it's fucking pathetic. I mean, I remember there were these crazy people that they made like an Instagram thing that was like, "Would you hide me?" As if they were
that was
Anne
my
Frank.
favorite.
That was
Yeah.
the best hashtag.
It was awesome because it was like, again, like very wealthy Instagram influencers
Yeah.
or TikTok influencers that are like getting in and out of Ubers and being like, this is a devastating day for me personally in New York.
No, it's crazy. It's
Would you
crazy.
hide me?
It's crazy. I don't understand the pleasure these people seem to get out of imagining that they're in this situation of persecution that they in no way are. Like, the only thing that might happen to them is that they might say something deeply offensive and fucked up and in support of this fucking project, and then someone will be like, you're wrong.
Yeah. It's so. I always think like, do you ever get this thought where you see that and you go like, okay, like even if you were like a purely cynical actor and you were doing this to sort of like just mask your sense of like racial animus and feelings of ethnic chauvinism and superiority, like aren't you embarrassed to like go out there and be like, oh my god, I saw a fucking Palestinian flag on a Delta flight, I'm gonna kill myself? Like, isn't that like embarrassing to do, like a little bit?
I mean, you kind of have to choose a lane, whether you're going to be a crying small bean or whether you're going to support a state doing genocide. But in terms of like unfucking it, right? So this is something that and this is going to sound so self-aggrandizing, the chat is going to like skewer me on this, but I think it's true. So I think that my book is an attempt at a small contribution to that. And part of the reason is that one of the things that Zionism did is it tried to take all of Jewish history, all 2,000 years of this like very fucking diverse global history of arguing and fighting and disagreeing, and say it's all theirs. And they also try to do this other thing where they say that all of this history between when the Romans burned the temple and when the Palmach did the Nakba, all of that fucking history is just ash and weak Jews getting gassed. And they try to say that to be an Israeli is to be strong and to live, and that whatever war crimes they do are justified by that. And, it's funny. So this book, it debuted at number 4 on the New York Times bestseller list. It's really popular. And that...
Beat our shitty book.
I'm sure it didn't.
No, we were like number 7.
Oh my
we started
God.
number 7. No, you beat us.
Well, I'm illiterate, so I lose by default. Go on.
But the comments that I get, because it's it's a popular book, it's an anti-Zionist book, there are all these people that are like, LOL, the Bund was gassed, Darwin Awards, ha ha ha, objectively hilarious. And, this is so common that like my socials are just, I can't even read the comment sections in my socials because it's just like this endlessly. And if you think about it, what they're doing, it just shows this total contempt for anything they view as weakness, right?
Yeah.
They're deflecting the fault for the murders of 6 million Jews away from the Nazis onto socialists, because they believed in human solidarity, because they believed that they could work alongside other people. And I think that there's something very psychologically telling about their ability to spit on their own ancestors in this way.
Yeah. Isn't this also like a real issue in Israel as well? Sorry to cut you off. Like the mistreatment of Holocaust survivors in Israel, and then also like the cultural attitude towards it, where it's not even necessarily like, oh, you survived, so you should have some semblance of guilt, but more so that you were weak. Like that there's this false understanding, this false perception that Jews were sent to the concentration camps, and like in certain instances like knowingly went in because they were too weak and too feeble, and that's like diametrically the opposite of what Israel is supposed to represent now, like a strong nation that's like unbelievably militant and is constantly destroying its enemies. That's like, how much of that is the guiding resentment here?
I mean, that's all of it. They used to nickname Holocaust survivors soap, sabon, in Israel. Yeah. There is one anecdote I found. It was this Holocaust survivor. I'm sorry, it was a partisan. She fought throughout the whole Holocaust, and she was a Zionist, and she went to Israel afterwards, and she was giving a public speech about, how she had fought Nazis. And this is like 1946, 1947. David Ben-Gurion heckled her for speaking Yiddish. This is a guy who never did anything like that. There's just this like total contempt for the European diaspora, for survivors, for the Yiddish language, which is just, that was the language of Eastern European Jews, right? Total contempt for it. It was like really suppressed in Israel for a time. And yeah, it's just this erasure of the past. And one of the things with the Bund that's crazy, and I think it's part of the reason that Zionists have hated them so much, is that they actually weren't weak. They had armed self-defense groups for their entire history. They fought against pogroms.
Which I condemn.
You condemn.
Of course. Any kind of militant uprising against a militarized state is condemnable behavior. I just wanted to say.
I'm glad you clarified, Hasan.
Yeah. Just kidding, of course. Let's continue.
So they beat back pogroms, right, in interwar Poland, where there were like just racist mobs backed by the state that are going through Jewish neighborhoods screaming Jews to Palestine. The Bund fought them. They fought them with guns. They fought them with brass knuckles. And they also fought in the resistance against the Nazis. And I think that that's part of why Zionists hate them so much, because it shows the lie, right, that Zionists have the monopoly on strength. And it also, like, when they talk about the Bund and when they're literally spitting on the graves of these people, when they're laughing at their murders, the real thing that they also hate is that the Bund believed in human solidarity. They believed that you could fight alongside Russian and Polish workers. They were proud Jews. They supported their own culture. They supported their own like newspapers, publishing houses, but they fundamentally believed in human solidarity and in class, right? In working class organization, in working class militancy.
So how does that tie into the what's the attitude overall about the history of the USSR, which at its inception, like the Judeo-Bolshevism is the main thing that the Nazis are trying to eradicate, or at least what they claim is Judeo-Bolshevism. And there were many Jews in the ranks of high-ranking leadership within the USSR's forces. That's a level of militancy that Jews engaged quite successfully. I mean, there was a lot of death and destruction in the process. There was a lot of loss of life, but that was like literally a part of the liberation of the camps directly.
No, 100%. I mean,
so how do they square that circle? Like, is that also just something that modern Zionists
they just don't talk about it? I mean,
contend with?
Or what they'll do is they'll bring up how Stalin did anti-Semitic purges after the war. Like, towards the end of his life, he was getting old and sick because he was fucking old, and instead of just accepting that he was fucking old, he's like, oh, my Jewish doctors poisoned me. That's why I am falling apart. And there were
one bad experience with one Jewish guy, and then you just decide he was a red pillar in that way.
He should have talked about the dentist plot to take down soda.
That's what I would.
Sorry.
But you know, but he didn't. You know, he didn't. It wasn't just the doctor's plot, right? Like he murdered all of these Jewish poets, all these people who were members of what was called the Jewish Anti-Fascist Committee that organized to raise support for the Soviet Union to fight the Nazis. So like there was real anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union, in the last days of Stalin. And a lot of like those old Jewish Bolsheviks, right? Like they were killed just like all the other old Bolsheviks were in the purges. So I think that's what the Zionists say. They say like, look, they believed in organizing outside of your little group. Look what happened to them.
So it's
they got killed by their own guys, unlike all the Mizrahi who mysteriously died in explosions from the 1940s through the 70s.
Yeah, just the blaming people for their own murders thing. Yeah. It's something really. There's a real like psychosexual illness there.
Yeah.
So how do we reassert revolutionary Jewish history into the collective conscious, especially at a time when all matter of revolutionary history is seemingly being purged? Or there's a lot of antagonism towards any kind of, socialist tendency, any kind of Marxist thought, as fascism is growing. And it's not just like it's certainly not just a Jewish problem either. It's
oh God, no. I mean, look at like our mayor, right? The insane lunatic shit that he gets.
I thought you were going to say, yeah, he's a anti-Semitic.
I mean, yes.
What ethnicity do you guys think has been doing the worst in the last 5 years? On the count of three, let's all go. I'm just kidding. Let's just do it. Like, what ethnicity has gotten the most right wing in the last 6 years? Let's all go on three.
I don't want to get in trouble with any of my. I mean, so I've been touring around the country with this, right? And I'm sure this is going to shock you. Like the corporate powers that be did not think this book was going to be successful. Hundreds of people are coming to my events all around the country, and it's like people like. They're like young Jewish people. They're like bringing their grandparents. They're bringing their parents, and they're like crying because they're like, we never were taught about this. We feel like we're getting our ancestors back because so many young Jewish people, right? They were fed a bunch of bullshit in Hebrew school about who they were, but then as adults, they reject Zionism because they're ethical people at their core, and they've come to an age where you can think for yourself, and they're like, fuck this, I want no part of it. But it's like they have a hole in them because they don't actually know anything about their own history, their own past. And I think that's really why so many people have been drawn to my book, because they want to know about their ancestors, and they want to know that there's like a type of Jewishness that is not tied in with this genocidal ethno-state, something that's based on solidarity and liberation. And when you said the last 100 years, I would disagree with you on that, because like the last 100 years, I mean, you're talking about like Howard Zinn and the SDS and so many like Jewish thinkers, so many Jewish activists. I mean, Bernie, it's I don't think it's fair to say that Zionism's grip has been total, or that the Jewish left has been utterly erased. And also the last thing I would say is like the reason there's so much opposition to socialism now is because we're winning stuff, right? Like the reason that people are going after you is because you're not someone who has like a boring ass podcast where he talks about praxis for 10 listeners. It's because you have a huge audience. And so I think that the attempts to erase us, the attempts to suppress us, they're a sign of the fact that we're powerful and that we're growing.
Yeah, there's two things I want to talk about. One is there are a lot of anti-Zionist Jews in my audience, and I've met them in person at the encampments that I've been to. And one of the things that they constantly bring up, like one of the most common gripes that they have, is that all Jewish community functions are almost singularly united around the issue of Israel, and they feel outcasted in a manner not dissimilar to like how you leave the Mormon church or something almost. And these are not particularly religious Jews either. This is why I was saying like there's a lot of secular, there's almost like a civic nationalism associated where it's become this like almost religious. It serves the void that like religious communal gatherings would normally serve, where it's all singularly focused on Israel. and also it's almost like it's a catch-all too. If you're secular, you can talk about the the LGBT aspects of Tel Aviv. You can be like, oh, it's the only democracy in the Middle East, which is like a racist statement in and of itself, because a lot of Zionism is racist. But there are a lot of anti-Zionist Jews that then feel like they no longer have that same community that they grew up in, from J school to camps to Hebrew school, all this stuff. How is there, like, are there any initiatives to make up for that loss of community? That's because you have JVP and stuff, but it doesn't serve the same function as like Hillel or the Chabad house, right? It's not the same.
I mean, so I'm not a religious person like Felix. I think like me and you actually are pretty similar. Like I was not bas mitzvahed. I didn't. I went to public school. I'm half Puerto Rican too, so my dad's not Jewish. So I'm not someone who is a person of faith, right? Who would be like practicing Jewish holidays in that way. But I mean, all over New York, there are all of these groups of young Jewish people that are meeting in places like fucking anarchist spaces, leftist spaces, to just try to do like Jewish services without having the genocide flag there, right? Without having the tie to this ethno-state, to just actually practice their religion for real. And I've spoken at some of those places because they're interested in my work too, and it's just so fucking pure. It's so fucking pure, and I think it's beautiful, and I think that's, in terms of like the religious side, people need to rebuild religious institutions that are not tied with this state that's doing a genocide.
Yeah. And then I guess like the other thing is as far as the output, like I spoke about this issue at Oxford University, at Oxford Union, and this was almost 2 years ago now, and I was like, this is like Israel started off saying like Hamas is ISIS, and that was like this big media push that they did. And I remember thinking at the time, I was like, I don't think Hamas is going to be seen as ISIS. No. If this continues, this carnage continues as it did, I think Israel's going to turn into ISIS. And then Americans love simple narratives. Many people in the West do, and they don't have like the same sophisticated versions of anti-Semitism that Europe has, considering that that was the laboratory where they concocted all of the most devious ways of being anti-Semitic. But it is pretty easy for an American to learn the wrong lesson, right? If Zionism and Judaism are totally separate concepts, as I believe. But when they see Jewish institutions all universally fly the Israeli flag, do fundraisers for the IDF, most Americans who previously were just like, oh yeah, Jews control Hollywood, but they made Seinfeld, so I like that, will then quickly turn around and have a negative association with Judaism because of this connection. Like, this is maybe not a great question for you in particular, but like, do you feel like there is any sort of conversations taking place in Jewish circles in general about this conflation and the dangers of this conflation, or is it just pure hysteria at this point where it's like, no, everyone opposes Israel because it's anti-Semitism? I mean, to be honest, I'm not in, I'm not, in those spaces, but I mean, I think it's a really good point, right? Like, we're a really small group. Most people in the world will never meet a Jewish person. It's really, really small group. And one of the things with just how people are is when members of a majority group do something that's fucked up, that's taken as like an individual. But when members of a minority group do something that's fucked up, the whole minority group gets blamed for it. Like, I'm a New Yorker. I was here during September 11th, and anyone who said, oh no, there was no rise in Islamophobia after September 11th, it's smoking fucking crack, right? I mean, It's wrong, like, it's evil, I don't agree with it, but it obviously happened, right? And when Israel is doing the most outrageously evil shit, and when institutions are flying the flag of a state that is doing the most outrageously evil shit, and when you're like a little fucking minority, yes, it's going to make people conflate that. And I wish people were smarter. I wish people didn't do it. I don't think it's like the most noble thing that people do that, but it's how people are. This is the world we live in.
I don't know, like, I think it certainly doesn't help matters if like the most prominent like well-attended, well-funded like civic and religious groups during that are saying, if you don't like every single thing you're seeing, you're anti-Semitic.
1,000%.
Well, yeah, after like 3 years,
yeah,
a lot of people who are like good people are going to go, well, yeah, shit, then I'm anti-Semitic.
Yeah. I mean, it was shocking when Ezra Klein wrote that op-ed and defended me and saying like, you know, saying Hasan is a Jew hater is ridiculous. But then he paired that up with like, if you keep telling people that anyone who opposes the state of Israel is anti-Semitic, they're gonna listen to you at some point.
1,000%. No, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, I sometimes feel though like Israel really likes the increase in anti-Semitism because that ultimately leads to more people moving there, right?
Yeah.
And it leads to them,
or even if they don't move there, there's this like, I feel like there's this sense of like we have to do something for Israel even if we're in America.
Yeah.
And they really beefed that up on the Hasbara side too. Like the foreign ministry is straight up, I don't think they do it as much now, but the Israeli foreign ministry used to literally be like, we're waging information war. You are an American Jew, but you're waging a war of information. You have to defend Israel. And it's like, if you're seeing anti-Semitism increase, sometimes born out of, in many instances, born out of Israel's actions, and then like partnering that with Judaism, then if you're a young American Jew growing up and you see that anti-Semitism increase, like, you know, you're worried when you go to the synagogue, or, you know, someone paints a swastika outside of your synagogue, or, you know, or you know, someone says a slur at you or something, right? Like, and you start noticing that there's an increase in this, you do feel a sense of like purpose where you're like, well, you know, I guess Israel is the only safe place for Jews. I'll never live there, but at least I can do something about it.
No, I agree with you that there's a feedback loop. And yeah, it's just, Israel really does use Jewish communities outside of Israel as their fucking shield and as their piggy bank, and they so much benefit from attacks against Jews. They so much benefit from anything that makes life more difficult for Jews outside of Israel.
Yeah. So I guess the question is like, do you see there, I mean, there's definitely a generational shift here, right? It's a huge generational shift. And I think that's part of the reason why people like Jonathan Greenblatt despise me so much, because more so than like Candace Owens, because Candace Owens is a massive audience, but like, I don't think Candace Owens is like converting Jews into anti-Zionism, because she's, you know, running around with a copy of the Talmudic Jew and waving that around and saying Jews are contract lords and shit like that. So like, but someone like myself who has a lot of established credibility, at least for the past decade, in combating anti-Semitism, who has a fairly large Jewish audience as well, and I have established trust in my community, they hear me go out to bat and combat anti-Semitism, and then they see my opposition to Israel from a perspective that they can understand, you know, anti-Zionism as a form of anti-fascism. That does actually have a lot of impact, I think, and that's what frustrates people like Jonathan Greenblatt the most, because Nick Fuentes is not converting his nieces and nephews. You know, he's not having to have difficult conversations because his nieces and nephews are watching Nick Fuentes. They're watching people like myself, and then realizing that maybe this was, you know, a bad bargain.
I think that's very true. I mean, people like Jonathan Greenblatt, the whole grift, the thing that keeps him getting fed his 6-figure salary, the whole sort of animus that he has is that Jews can't trust anyone else, that they're not safe anywhere else, that you have no comrades, that you have no friends outside of your little community. And when they see someone who's building power on the left, right, in a way that is inclusive of everyone, that is anti-Israel out of profound ethics, but that combats all sorts of racism, including racism against Jews, that's a threat to them, right? And that's why they're going after you. They're going after you because you're powerful.
I guess.
I mean, they're not going after like people with 10 listeners who are talking about Foucault or Praxis or whatever.
That's kind of a sore subject for me because I never get put on any of those like most anti-Semitic guys lists.
He tries really hard every time. Every
Yeah.
time he's on my stream, I get in trouble.
I've been running my own for-year consideration campaign for myself.
for a canary mission list?
Yeah, and they won't. Yeah, and stop anti-Semitism. They won't do it.
He figured out where, what's her name? Lior, I think. The one. Did you know Stop Anti-Semitism is just one crazy lady?
Yeah. She was at January. It's like a crazy
Yeah.
lady from Connecticut who was like at January 6th. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love her.
She's not even like like
fucking
you would
nuts.
think it's like a well-oiled machine, like well-funded
Yeah.
machine. It's just one crazy woman.
Yeah, just one. Like it shows. I mean, it's like it's doing something that makes the world worse. But like, if you just like drink on your Vyvanse prescription, you can make a difference.
Yeah.
Anyone out there who has a Vyvanse prescription, or
Shout out
you
Near
know
Tandon.
someone who has a Vyvanse prescription, your neighbor does, you know where the CVS is in your community, and you have access to even just wine, get started, get cracking.
I mean, one of the other things that occurred to me, though, like, so I look at the shit that my Palestinian friends have gotten, which is not just like mean Facebook comments, right? It's like I have friends who lost their whole careers just because they existed as Palestinian. I have, people who I love who have suffered so much because of the racism they get that isn't even for speaking about Palestine. It's just for being Palestinian in public, right? Full stop. And then I look at like me. What do I get? Like mean Facebook comments? Like occasionally I get like a twitchy weirdo screaming in my face. And I just like really want to say, like, if you're Jewish and you're against this fucking genocide and this like these lunatic wars of ethnic cleansing and expansion, like have some fucking courage and speak up, because it's okay. Like you will survive like a few mean Facebook comments, and what Palestinians go through just for fucking existing in public would make so many of us crumple. So it's like we ought to use our voices.
Yeah. Well, let's talk more about the book. Who's your favorite Jewish revolutionary?
In the book, my favorite was Bernard Goldstein, who was the head of the Warsaw Self-Defense Militia. He was just this like total scar-faced gangster who defended the poor neighborhoods of Warsaw against rich boy nationalist thugs.
What was one of the more surprising characters that you found in your work?
I found so one of my very dear friends is a woman named Irena Klepfich. She was like a pioneering lesbian poet, and she was born in the Warsaw Ghetto. And her father, Michael, he was a Bundist, and he was the bomb maker in the ghetto. And she told me, she was like, my Aunt Gina was a lesbian. And I was like, tell me more. And she showed me the picture of like the hottest fucking butch in the world, with like the shaved sides of the head and like the swoop and like the men's tailored coat and the tie. And Gina, she pulled people off of boxcars, and she had a girlfriend from the athletic club that they're part of, the Socialist Athletic Club. And I was so proud and happy that Irena let me draw from her family photo of Gina, like looking like that hot butch and looking like how she was, in life.
Do you feel like these stories, like these historical figures, have the capacity to actually, like, if people encounter them, given that there's so much, given that this part of Jewish history has been almost purposefully kept aside and sidelined in the concerted effort to make young American Jews in the West more loyal to Israel. Do you feel like stories like this have that opportunity to change people's minds?
Oh my God. I mean, one of the things that's been a little bit crazy to me that I didn't expect was that a lot of people who agree with me like this book, but a lot of people who like don't agree with me also like it, because it's a real history. Like it's a real history, and it's not written in like deadly dry academic prose. It's written to be like thrilling and sexy and violent and funny, and it makes fun of the left all the time, because my dad's a Marxist. I grew up with this. It's like my culture. I can mock it, and so many people are coming to it and having their understanding of their own history broken open. I think giving people back their ancestors is something really, really valuable.
Yeah. All right, cool. Felix, you got some more?
No,
Some more-
again, all my ancestors were so disreputable.
Do you want to know about Felix's background aside from the failed heroin dealers?
They were like subsistence heroin dealers.
Your grandfather was a penis, right?
Was it what?
In the czar.
No, yeah. My this is like what pussies people in my family were. My like great grandfather or something like. I forget how many generations back. But he was in the Russian Imperial Army. He got drafted into it. But they were like, you are such a pussy that your job in the army is to play the piano.
He was an artist. He was an artist, Felix.
I mean, it's like cool that he did that. That was probably like being a piano player was like being a surgeon back then. But it is like
It also meant he wasn't war criming too.
Yeah, no, he's like, depending on, I don't know which war he was. If it was like the Russo-Japanese War, they really got their ass kicked in that war. So maybe he was a really bad piano player.
He wasn't giving them the right martial rhythm.
Yeah.
I mean,
or maybe he was too good and they just they didn't want to train. Who knows?
I mean, my great-grandfather, he painted that painting behind me over there.
Oh, wow.
That's and the one above it, that's my great-grandma and my grandmother. My whole family are artists. Like, I mean, I got inspired to do this book because of my great-grandfather, and I was obsessed with him just because I grew up surrounded by paintings like that, but also because he taught my mom how to paint, and my mom taught me how to paint. And it was really cool finding out that he was also in this revolutionary group when he was a young guy, that he joined just to get better labor conditions. Same reason so many people join socialist groups.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think out of any ethnicity in America, the most red diaper babies are especially people from the former Russian Empire, early USSR. There's one guy who's he's a really weird person to be a red diaper baby, like David Horowitz or someone.
David Horowitz?
It's I don't know if it's him, but it's a guy like him. Some insane guy. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of those Trotscom neocons.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it's the most popular one. All those former SDS guys.
I mean, I just think that this history of socialism with American Jews who came from Tsarist Empire, who came from Russia, it's so many people's grandparents and great-grandparents. I mean, so many of them were part of socialist groups, just like the Workers' Circle, that was a mutual aid society. And I think that this history has been so erased by Zionism and also by anti-communism, right? I asked a bunch of these Bundist Holocaust survivors, I was like, why wasn't your family politically active in America after the war? And they were like, my family were refugees who were afraid of being deported, by McCarthyism.
That's what I was going to ask you about. That was the second question. Thank you for bringing that up. So there is this collaborative effort where I feel while not so large in numbers initially, and this is not a Jewish thing, obviously, but there were definitely upstarts who noticed the trend in American culture and American politics during the Cold War specifically, who then turned around and played a formative role in the McCarthyite trials, which in many instances targeted Jews.
And Jewish institutions, right?
And Jewish institutions, exactly. So I how much of that do you think played a role in robbing American Jews of their own revolutionary background and their own revolutionary history, where there was this forcible excising of all communist elements in this unbelievably anti-communist America in the aftermath of World War II?
I mean, I think it was huge, right? You have the execution of the Rosenbergs.
Yeah.
You have the destruction of the IWO, the International Workers' Order, which was a Jewish communist cultural mutual aid thing. I mean, it was this was raided and destroyed, right? Counterterrorism style. And I mean, I think that the destruction of the Jewish left, it's of a piece with the destruction of the American left, right, in the 50s, which was very violent, and it was pretty effective, but never completely effective.
Yeah, anti-communism has always been fascist. That's usually, no matter where you look, this is almost a recent phenomenon, I would say, of liberal anti-communism that isn't that also is anti-fascist at the same time, is a relatively new phenomenon, I feel as opposed to anti-communism being openly fascist, even in post-World War II design in Western Europe as well. whether it be propping up NATO and sometimes even directly hiring and appointing Nazi generals, or stay behind networks that they utilize, or they found that the most successful anti-communists were always former fascist paramilitary groups that were disbanded after World War II, only to be reinstituted and brought into positions of power with the invention of NATO.
I mean, I would say that there were always plenty of socialists who opposed, who opposed Lenin or Stalin or the Soviet Union, right? Like they had a pretty narrow vision of what they saw as legit socialism. But I agree with you that the most effective fighting forces against the Soviet Union and against stuff like, I don't know, the Greek partisans, right? Against like the Italian Communist Party have always been fascist groups. But I would say, like, just to complicate it, for instance, the Bund's leaders were murdered by the Soviet Union. One of them was shot in the head on fake accusations of being a Nazi, which was obviously fucking ridiculous. The other one was driven to suicide in a jail cell. Soviet Union, when they invaded Eastern Poland, they rounded up and disappeared hundreds of members of the Bund. There was a lot of very real and very live hatreds amongst socialists and amongst the left. But by the same token, fascists have always been the ones that were at the forefront of fighting the Soviet Union.
The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I feel like it's a broader trend of like it ties back to anti-Semitism rising, and I feel like there's almost this attitude amongst Zionist Jews in particular, that if they collaborate with anti-socialist forces like fascist forces, that they will be spared in the Western world as well. As long as like Israel can present itself as like a valuable tool of domination in the region, that this is the most effective way to survive, to stave off any sort of like annihilation, any sort of extermination, like to become a part of that in-group. I don't think that is necessarily going to play itself out, because that can flip back very quickly, and we're kind of seeing that with the younger conservatives. And I guess my point is, if anti-Zionism is growing in the country, and you have two options. You either associate that with anti-Semitism or you associate that with anti-fascism. I don't understand why people would not lean in the anti-fascist direction, especially if they're Jewish.
I 1000% agree. And I mean, there's a history, right, of this sort of class war in Jewish communities. I think about, in Argentina during the Dirty Wars, when what was it? It was like 10 or 20% of the people who were murdered, by the junta during the Dirty Wars were Jewish, right?
Yeah.
But the established, well-off Jewish community did not, they were scared, and they didn't advocate for these leftists who were being thrown off of planes. And Israel was even giving weapons. It was the same. It was the same with Pinochet. You had so many Jewish people who were deeply involved in Allende's socialist project, who were jailed and killed or driven into exile. But you had a mainstream community that thought that it would make them safer to ally with Pinochet, to ally with power.
Damn, when Prince Andrew was flying in the Falklands, that was really like the pedophile civil war. Him between,
pedo versus pedo action.
Yeah.
You hate
with
to
Israel
see
supporting Vidalia,
you hate to see them fight.
That's
All right. Well, Molly, what's one takeaway that you wanna share with the audience? And thank you so much for giving us the time of day and opening your home to us, your studio. This is great. This is very cool because I have a nighttime photo shoot that I have to attend in a little bit.
This is really making me self-conscious about how shittily decorated everything I have is.
Do you have the mattress on the floor? I don't believe it. You must.
No, I have a bed frame now. I finally have a bed. It is propped up. It's propped up by volumes 2 through 6 of Preacher.
Nice. Well,
one of the legs fell off. And I couldn't fix it.
Well, Fred built this, so we should thank him. I'm the best guy in the world.
Yeah. Fred, thank you.
Sick.
But what's one takeaway? So, one of the reasons that Zionism was able to seize hegemony amongst Jews in the first place was because the Western world, these Western democracies that always spoke about, freedom, equality, human rights, they utterly fucking betrayed Jews. They utterly betrayed them after Hitler rose to power by making deals with him. They betrayed them by not allowing in Jewish refugees before the war, after the war. And when solidarity is not just betrayed, but betrayed in the most hypocritical manner, that provides the space for violent supremacist ideologies to take hold, which Zionism most certainly is. And writing this book, the thing that I really kept to was that solidarity across difference is the only thing that can save us. It is the only option that we have. It is either solidarity or it is barbarism.
Okay. All right. And the book is Here Where We Live Is Our Country. Where can people find it?
They can find it at pretty much any bookstore right now, or buy it from bookshop.org. I fucking hate Amazon. But buy it from bookshop.org, buy it from an indie, buy it from powells.com. And I always say that the Bund loved nothing more than being right and telling other people that they were wrong. So buy an extra copy for someone who is fucking wrong in your life.
Okay. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you, Felix Biederman. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
For accompanying me on this journey.
And it really has been 15 years.
It's been
Molly and I have
crazy.
known each other for 15 years. We were, but I think we go so far back. We go back into left book days.
I think we go several Twitter screen names for you that got closed. Dates.
Oh yeah, no, I was getting sniped back in the second Obama term. But yet, we've known easily 15, if not 16 years, and yeah, this is the first time we've ever met in person.
Yeah. That was why I gave you a hug. It was like I feel like I knew you, even though we hadn't met.
We've been through so much together. We really have.
We've been through so much internet idiocy together.
We really have. Oh my god, yeah. No, there are people in chat who were not even born yet when Edward Snowden. Yeah, there are most of Hasan's chat is 9-year-olds. I've been told.
This is how they behave sometimes. All right, well, everybody, Felix, what do you want to promote, by the way?
Just check out the concept of podcasts.
Okay, in general.
Check them out.
Check out the concept of podcasts in general, and I will see you guys tomorrow. All right, everybody, thank you so much for watching. I'm turning on my website so